Time is the most precious resource we have, yet it's the one we often squander without a second thought. We wake up every day, go through the motions, and somehow hours slip away. Imagine living a life where the things you want, peace, progress, strength, even success, begin to flow toward you. Not because you begged for them, but because you became the kind of person they naturally come to. But be honest with yourself. How many times have you felt stuck, like no matter how hard you try, life just doesn't seem to reward you the way it should? The truth is, it's not about working harder. It's about working wiser. It's not about chasing results. It's about becoming someone who attracts them. And Stoicism holds the key. If you master the Stoic way of thinking, your life will stop feeling like a struggle for control and start feeling like alignment with something greater. Because when you think like a Stoic, you stop reacting and start creating. You move with clarity. You act with purpose. You stop waiting and start becoming. Today, you're going to learn 12 powerful Stoic secrets that will change everything. These aren't just ancient words. They're tools that can rewire your entire mindset. Tools that can make everything you want happen. Not by wishing, but by transforming who you are at the core. So get ready, because what you're about to hear isn't motivation. It's a shift. Before we begin, I want you to declare something bold in the comments. Write, "Starting now, I am becoming who my future needs. I am Stoic." This isn't just a sentence. It's a contract with your better self. The more you say it, the more your mind believes it. The more you believe it, the more your world begins to change. So write it down, and let's begin. Number 1. Want less, receive more. Most people think that the way to get what they want is to chase it harder, work more, push more, cling tighter. But what if the real secret to getting everything you want is to stop wanting it so much? What if the grip is the thing that keeps it from coming? The Stoics understood this better than anyone. They didn't teach people to hate desire or pretend they didn't care. Instead, they asked a powerful question. What if you already have enough? When you truly feel that you need less, the world suddenly offers more, not because it changed, but because you did. Desire isn't wrong, but desperation is a trap. When you want something so badly that you can't breathe without it, you lose your power. You become smaller than the thing you crave. You chase, you overthink, you compare, and you feel like you're always coming up short. The Stoic doesn't live that way. A Stoic wakes up and reminds themselves, "I can lose everything and still be whole." That doesn't mean they don't pursue goals or enjoy success. It means their peace is not tied to the result. They know that real power comes from not needing, not begging, not attaching their self-worth to whether the world cooperates. Think about how you act when you don't need something. You're calm, you're confident, you make better choices, you walk differently, speak differently, think differently. There's no rush in your steps, no panic in your tone. That's magnetism. That's what people and opportunities are drawn to. On the other hand, when you're desperate for something, a person, a job, a goal, you start to lose yourself in the process. You stop thinking clearly. You try to control things that are not in your control. And the irony is, the harder you squeeze, the more things slip away. Epictetus said, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life." Not just freedom from chains or oppression, but freedom from the prison of needing too much. Every time you convince yourself that you must have something to be happy, you put yourself in chains. Wanting less doesn't mean giving up. It means becoming free from the lie that happiness is somewhere outside of you. Try this. Pick one thing you feel you need, something that's been weighing on your mind. Maybe it's money, maybe it's a relationship, maybe it's recognition. And ask yourself, if I didn't have this, could I still find peace? Then go deeper. What if not having it is the exact lesson I'm meant to learn? That question alone can change everything. Sometimes what we think we need is just a symbol of safety, a symbol of love, a symbol of worth. The Stoic strips away the symbol and looks at what really matters: inner stillness, self-respect, the ability to act with wisdom no matter what is missing. This is where true strength begins. In the moment you stop needing everything to go your way. When you let go of the tight grip on your wants, you create space. And in that space, life can move toward you. It's the paradox that makes Stoicism so powerful. When you no longer need the outcome becomes more likely. Not because you force it, but because your calm energy is now aligned with what you seek. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire, but his peace came not from palaces or power. It came from learning to want less. Wealth consists not in having great possessions, he said, but in having few wants. Read that again. Few wants. Not few dreams, not low standards, just fewer things that control your happiness. You don't need to abandon ambition, but you do need to untangle your identity from it. Be someone who walks toward your goals, not someone who crawls after them on your knees. The Stoic moves with intention, not obsession, with clarity, not craving, and in doing so, they find that life begins to cooperate more. Why? Because their peace no longer depends on it. So next time you catch yourself obsessing, chasing, needing something too badly, pause. Ask, am I gripping too tightly? Is this a desire, or is it a dependency? Then step back, breathe, return to center. This is the path of the Stoic. Because when you truly want less, from the core of your being, not as a performance, but as a mindset, you make space for more. Not just more things, but more peace, more freedom, more of what truly matters. That is the real reward of Stoicism, not the achievement of every desire, but the transformation of your relationship to desire itself. So the next time the world tells you to want more, to chase harder, to never stop hungering, answer like a Stoic. I already have what I need. Anything else is a bonus, and I do not beg for bonuses. Number 2, transmute obstacles into leverage. Every person alive has faced roadblocks. Every person has met days that felt like walls, immovable, solid, unfair. But what separates the average from the unshakeable isn't the absence of obstacles, it's the way those obstacles are used. The Stoic doesn't curse the block in the road, they build a bridge on it. When Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way," he wasn't writing poetry. He was giving us a law of life. What stops you now is not the enemy. It's the path. Think about it. A wall is only a wall if it's treated like one. But that same wall, seen through different eyes, can become a ladder. It can become a shield. It can become the foundation of something better than what was first planned. The Stoic trains their mind to look at resistance, not with fear, but with opportunity. You've felt it before. That sting when something didn't go your way. The job didn't work out. The relationship ended. The goal collapsed. Most people in that moment retreat, complain, collapse inward. But the Stoic, they pause, they breathe, And then they ask the question, how can I use this? Not avoid, not escape. Use. This is not about toxic positivity. The Stoic doesn't lie to themselves and say, everything is fine. No, it might be hard. It might be unfair. But what matters is what comes next. Because what breaks others can build you if you are willing to shift how you look at it. Let's go deeper. What is an obstacle, really? It's pressure. It's resistance. But pressure is how coal becomes diamonds. Resistance is how muscles grow. Nothing strong is built without pressure. So when life presses down, the Stoic leans in. They don't ask for less pressure. They learn to press back. Seneca once said, "Difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body." He knew that easy paths grow weak walkers, but challenges, they sharpen, shape, refine. If you face a strong wind and lean against it, your legs grow stronger. If you run from the wind, you never learn to stand. Now ask yourself this. What if the thing you're struggling with right now, the failure, the heartbreak, the rejection, is actually the raw material for your next level? Not the punishment, the process. When the Stoic meets a dead end, they don't ask, "Why me?" They ask, "What now?" And sometimes the answer isn't to turn back or walk away. It's to lean harder into the thing that seems immovable. Because often, that thing becomes the very tool that lifts them higher. Picture a heavy door, locked, firm, unmoving. Now picture using that same door as a support to do push-ups. Same object, different purpose. That's leverage. That's Stoic vision. Most people want smooth roads. They pray for comfort, for ease, for a life without disruption. But the Stoic knows smooth roads don't sharpen anything. Gravel teaches you where to place your feet. Rain teaches you how to maintain balance. Obstacles teach you how to adapt. Let's be real. Sometimes things will hurt. Life doesn't come with perfect timing or gentle setbacks. You might lose people. You might get overlooked. You might fail despite doing everything right. But none of that can defeat you unless you decide to let it. When life says no, don't shrink. Shift. Don't wait for the obstacle to move. Learn to move with it. Use its weight to develop balance. Use its resistance to develop strength. Use its refusal as the invitation to a new approach. Want an example? Look at Marcus Aurelius himself. A leader of the Roman Empire facing war, betrayal and plague, not in theory, but in real time. And yet, through all of it, he found time to reflect, to grow, to lead with wisdom. Not because life was kind to him, but because he used the cruelty of life as his crucible. He could have collapsed under the weight of his responsibilities. Instead, he used that weight to anchor his mind. He used adversity not as a reason to stop, but as the very thing that propelled his wisdom into history. What about you? What in your life right now feels like a block, a stuck place, a limit? Look again, not with frustration, but with curiosity. What if it's not the end? What if it's the beginning? The Stoic believes nothing is wasted, not pain, not delay, not rejection. Every setback is either a test of character or a tool for transformation. If it feels like a burden, carry it until it feels like strength. If it feels like a door that won't open, push until you realize it was actually a gate you were meant to climb. That's how obstacles become leverage, not by waiting for the perfect moment, but by deciding that this moment is already enough. So the next time life tries to block you, don't push it away in frustration. Lean into it with a different question. How can this become my advantage? That question alone turns the wall into a weapon, the block into a bridge, and the pain into purpose. Number 3. Withdraw the spotlight. Let reality do the work. In today's world, everyone seems to be chasing attention. Likes, followers, applause. People don't just want to be good at something, they want to be seen being good at it. But the Stoic knows this craving is a trap. The louder you shout for validation, the more you depend on something outside of yourself. And when your worth hangs on how many people notice, you are never truly in control. The Stoic chooses a different path, a quieter one that feels invisible at first, but eventually becomes impossible to ignore. Because true excellence doesn't need an audience, it creates its own gravity. Here's the truth. When you constantly seek the spotlight, you divide your focus. One half goes into becoming better. The other half goes into making sure people see you becoming better. That second half is wasted energy. It's noise. It's distraction. And in Stoicism, that's a cost you cannot afford. Instead, withdraw the spotlight. Let your reality speak louder than your voice. Let your results be your voice. The Stoic doesn't ask for recognition. They don't demand to be noticed. They show up. They put in the work. And they trust that real strength, real mastery, can never stay hidden for long. Seneca said, "A great mind becomes a great fortune." He didn't say a loud mind. He didn't say a trending mind. He said great. And greatness is quiet. It doesn't need marketing. It's not desperate to be applauded. It knows that what is real does not vanish just because it isn't broadcast. Think about nature. A tree doesn't post about its roots, it just grows. It doesn't rush to prove itself. And yet, when it blossoms, everyone notices. That's what happens when you focus on mastery. When you do the work, not for praise, but because it's who you are, eventually the world has to pay attention. Not because you asked for it, but because reality can't be denied. This mindset rewires how you move through life. When you stop needing recognition, you start acting from a deeper place. Your motivation comes from within. You become more honest, more grounded, more focused. You stop performing. You start building. And ironically, this is when people begin to notice. Because people can sense the difference between someone who's authentic and someone who's just posing. The Stoic doesn't pose. The Stoic is. Now ask yourself, are you working for impact or for applause? If no one clapped, would you still do it? If no one knew, would you still give your best? The Stoic answers yes, because they're not trying to look like something, they're trying to be something. And that difference changes everything. Let's be clear, this doesn't mean you hide from the world. It doesn't mean you never speak, never share, never step forward. It means you stop feeding on attention. You stop measuring yourself by who sees you and how often. You return to the work itself, the craft, the mission, the mastery. And you do it even if the room is empty, because one day it won't be. Marcus Aurelius ruled millions, but he wrote to himself. His most powerful words weren't speeches to crowds, they were private reflections in his journal. No hashtags, no audience, just raw truth. And yet, those quiet words echo through history louder than any shout. Why? Because they were real. This is what happens when you remove the need to perform. You create space for depth. You stop proving and start improving. You stop competing for recognition and start aligning with purpose. In this silence, something powerful happens. Life begins to respond, not to your noise, but to your substance. People start to notice without you asking them to. Opportunities arrive without you chasing them. Why? Because nature, like people, is drawn to what is stable, strong, and quiet. No one is inspired by desperation, but everyone is moved by calm certainty. So take a look at your habits. Are you posting to be seen or building to be solid? Are you chasing trends or cultivating timelessness? The Stoic knows that what is loud today is often forgotten tomorrow, but what is quietly excellent becomes legacy. Withdraw the spotlight. Redirect that energy inward, into skill, into consistency, into purpose, and soon you'll discover the power of not needing to be seen to be valuable. Because the Stoic doesn't scream, "Look at me." They whisper to themselves, "Let my work speak." And in time, it does. Number 4. Harness the law of inner economy. Your energy is not unlimited. Every thought you think, every word you speak, every emotion you feed, it all costs something. And yet, most people spend their inner energy like it's free. They waste it on things they cannot control, on arguments that don't matter, on imaginary scenarios that will never happen. The Stoic doesn't live that way. The Stoic treats energy like gold, precious, measured, protected. This is the law of inner economy. And once you understand it, everything in your life begins to shift. Most people wake up and instantly go into debt, mentally and emotionally. They worry about the news. They complain about traffic. They argue with strangers online. They replay old conversations in their head, hoping to rewrite the past. All of that costs energy. And by the time they actually get to what matters, family, work, purpose, they have nothing left to give. But not the Stoic. The Stoic knows your focus is your fortune, and you only have so much of it to spend. So they ask, before giving their attention away, is this worth it? Will this move me forward, or is it just noise? This is how a Stoic builds strength, not just through discipline, but through discretion. They don't just act wisely, they think wisely. They guard their inner life like a philosopher-accountant. Everything must be accounted for. Every thought must pass the audit. The first question is simple. Is this in my control? If the answer is no, it's not worth the cost. Marcus Aurelius faced war, betrayal, and sickness. But his journals are not filled with complaints. They are filled with clarity. Again and again, he returned to the same principle. Focus only on what you control, because when you do that, you stop leaking energy into things that cannot be changed, and you start building momentum where you can make a difference. Try this in your own life. Look at your thoughts like transactions. Every time you overthink something you can't change, you spend. Every time you complain about someone who isn't listening, you spend. Every time you distract yourself to avoid discomfort, you spend. The result? Mental bankruptcy, emotional exhaustion, spiritual depletion. But what if you started saving that energy? What if you stopped reacting to everything? What if you paused before feeding every impulse, every irritation, every craving? That's the Stoic way. Inner economy isn't about being cold or emotionless. It's about being responsible. It's about choosing where your life force goes. Because if it goes everywhere, it goes nowhere. Seneca once wrote, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." Why? Because most people are constantly spending their peace on future worries, past regrets, or meaningless drama. The Stoic refuses to make that trade. They understand that peace isn't found, it's protected. So, how do you protect it? You audit your inputs. You ask yourself, is this thought useful? Is this worry productive? Is this reaction necessary? And if the answer is no, you let it go, without guilt, without explanation, without needing approval. This creates margin. It creates stillness. It creates alignment. And when your energy is no longer scattered, it begins to concentrate. That's when power begins to return. That's when clarity rises. That's when results begin to find you. Because the person who is no longer distracted becomes magnetic. They walk into a room and don't need to prove anything. They've conserved their strength. They've mastered their state. They radiate calm in a world that burns itself out with noise. This is the essence of the inner economy. Stop spending on what doesn't repay you. Start investing in what builds you. Instead of venting your anger, pause. Instead of chasing the last word, listen. Instead of fearing what may happen, act on what can happen. Even your thoughts must earn their place in your mind, because not every emotion deserves your energy. Not every worry deserves your attention. Not every opinion deserves your reply. The Stoic knows, when your energy is protected, it begins to work for you. It accumulates. And as it does, something strange and powerful happens. Outcomes begin to shift. Not because you force them, but because you are no longer scattering your power. You are focused, aligned, awake. Most people feel tired not because they did too much, but because they thought too much about the wrong things. They weren't active. They were reactive. They didn't use energy. They lost it. But when you become conscious of your spending, you start building a surplus. A surplus of calm. A surplus of discipline. A surplus of clarity. And from that surplus, new outcomes emerge. So take this seriously. Guard your energy like your life depends on it, because it does. Withdraw it from people who drain it. Reclaim it from thoughts that steal it. Refuse to give it away to things that are already outside your control, because the Stoic doesn't burn out. They burn steady. Number 5. Make yourself unshakable, not unstoppable. Everyone wants to be unstoppable. It sounds powerful. It sounds heroic. But here's the truth. The Stoic understands unstoppable is a myth. No one is. Everyone eventually hits a wall. Life throws storms, loss, failure, heartbreak. No matter how hard you push, something will one day stop you. And when that day comes, what matters isn't your speed, your momentum, or your strength. What matters is your center. That's why the Stoic doesn't chase being unstoppable. They chase being unshakable. Unshakable means this: even when life slams on the brakes, you don't break. Even when the world around you collapses, your foundation holds. Even when the plans fall apart, you do not. That's where real strength lives. Not in how far you can run, but in how deep your roots go. Think about a tree in a storm. The wind howls, branches bend, leaves tear off. But if the roots are deep enough, the tree still stands. That's what Stoicism builds. Not noise, not bravado, but quiet, deep resilience that holds when everything else falls. The world is full of people trying to move faster, climb higher, dominate louder. But that kind of power cracks the moment resistance shows up. That kind of unstoppable only works in fair weather. The Stoic trains for something else. They train for storms. Marcus Aurelius didn't rule in peaceful times. He ruled in chaos, war, plague, betrayal. But still, he remained calm. Not because he stopped bad things from happening, but because he stopped himself from being shaken by them. That's Stoicism. It's not about control over the world, it's about control over the self. And here's where it gets interesting. People feel that energy. When you're unshakable, you don't have to say much. People sense it. They trust it. They're drawn to it. Because in a panicked world, calm is rare. Calm is magnetic. Think of the last time you were around someone who was grounded, steady, clear, even under pressure. Didn't you feel safer around them? Didn't you trust them more? That's the effect of unshakability. It speaks without noise, it leads without force, and in that silence, opportunities come. Not out of desperation, but out of alignment. Now ask yourself, are you chasing noise or depth? Are you building a version of yourself that can go fast, or one that can survive a storm? The Stoic answers this by turning inward every day, not to rehearse power, but to prepare for power. Power that stays steady even in pain. Power that doesn't panic when plans collapse. Power that remains rooted when everything else gets pulled apart. You don't become this way by accident. You become it by practice. You train it like a muscle. When things go wrong, you breathe instead of react. When you're insulted, you respond with silence, not ego. When you're delayed, you use the time to observe, not to fume. These small moments build the deeper foundation, and when repeated, they create a mind that doesn't crack when tested. Because life will test you, it's not a matter of if, but when. People will disappoint you, circumstances will frustrate you, goals will take longer than expected, but none of that has to shake you if you've built yourself on inner truth, not outer speed. The Stoic prepares every day to face life without guarantees. That's what unshakability means. You stop needing the world to behave. You stop needing the timeline to match your plan. You stop needing constant momentum just to feel like you matter. You stand tall, whether things move or not. And this is the paradox. When you stop trying to be unstoppable, you gain something far greater. Stability. And stability moves mountains. It draws in trust from people and from fate. It gives you patience. It gives you poise. And in that poise, power grows, not rushed, not loud, but rooted. So next time you feel stuck or slowed down, don't panic. Ask, can I hold this moment without losing myself? That's the true test. Unstoppable is a sprint. Unshakable is a legacy, and the Stoic always chooses legacy. Number 6. Train desire to obey values. Desire itself isn't the enemy. The Stoic doesn't pretend to be made of stone. The heart wants. The mind dreams. That's human. What separates the Stoic from the frantic world around them is not the absence of desire. It's the discipline to direct it. Most people let their desires run wild. Like an untrained horse, their want pulls them in every direction. Fame, money, status, validation. They wake up chasing something, and by the end of the day, they've either gotten lost, exhausted, or bitter. Why? Because their desire wasn't rooted in anything solid. The Stoic handles this differently. They don't kill desire, they train it. They ask, what do I want? And then they ask, why do I want it? And if the reason doesn't align with their core values, honor, integrity, purpose, they let it go or redirect it. This is the switch that changes everything. When desire obeys values, it becomes fuel instead of fire. It moves you forward without burning you up. It energizes you without enslaving you. And more than anything, it builds a life that lasts. because it was never built on craving, but on clarity. Let's take a simple example. Applause. Most people want to be seen, admired, praised. But the Stoic understands that applause is a shadow. It looks like substance, but it disappears the moment the lights go off. So instead of chasing recognition, the Stoic trains the desire toward integrity. They say, "Let me want to be good, not just look good. Let me want to act rightly, even if no one notices. Let me seek to live in line with my principles, not with the crowd's opinions." That shift doesn't kill ambition. It elevates it. Or take wealth. Most chase it blindly. They want more, faster, bigger. But again, the Stoic steps back and asks, what do I actually want? Often, it's not money. It's peace. It's freedom. It's the ability to provide, to contribute, to shape a meaningful life. So they redirect the desire. Let me be useful. Let me create value. Let me serve wisely. And ironically, wealth often follows, because usefulness is the soil that success grows in. This is the power of the Stoic switch. The desire doesn't vanish. It transforms. It takes a new form, one that honors the soul instead of inflating the ego. Marcus Aurelius wrote to himself, "Let your one delight be the work of the human being, not praise, not riches, the work, because the work is within your control. The values are within your reach. And when you align your want with your worth, your life begins to build itself around something unbreakable." Now think about your own life. What do you want right now? More success? More attention? A relationship? A breakthrough? Pause and ask, what is the value behind that want? If there isn't one, if it's just hunger for more, you're heading for burnout. But if there is a value, truth, contribution, creativity, resilience, then desire becomes a tool. It sharpens you. It moves you. It strengthens your character as it chases results. And here's the secret. When outcomes are driven by character, they last. They don't collapse when circumstances shift. They don't vanish when the spotlight moves. Because they were never built on desperation. They were built on design. Seneca said, "If one does not know to which port one is sailing, no wind is favorable." The Stoic always knows their port. Their values are the destination. Desire is the ship. And because the ship obeys the compass, they stay on course, while the rest of the world crashes against the rocks of random craving. This doesn't mean you stop wanting. It means you upgrade what you want. From status to substance, from applause to alignment, from quick wins to deep roots. The world will tempt you constantly. It will whisper, "Want this now, want more, want louder." But the Stoic pauses, checks the compass and asks, "Does this serve who I'm becoming?" If yes, they pursue it with fire. If no, they release it with grace. Because the Stoic doesn't let desire lead. They make it follow. Number 7. Channel the logos through daily ritual. There is an invisible order behind everything. The Stoics called it the logos, the rational principle, the divine intelligence that holds the universe together. It's not something you can touch, but you can feel it in nature, in timing, in truth. The Stoic doesn't try to control the logos. They don't force life to bend. Instead, they tune themselves to it, and they do that through daily ritual. Think about it like this. Chaos is the default state of an undisciplined mind. But order doesn't just arrive. You have to create it. And the way the Stoic creates order within is by mirroring the order outside. The sun rises and sets. The seasons follow each other. The tides move with the moon. The logos is rhythm. So the Stoic builds rhythm in their own life, not as superstition, but as synchronization. This is why ritual matters. Not routine for routine's sake, but rituals with purpose. Journaling, morning reflection, evening review, moments of silence, intentional breathing, all simple, small acts, but each one becomes a tuning fork. Each one says to the universe, I am in alignment. Take the morning, for example. The Stoic doesn't just wake up and dive into chaos. They wake with resolve. Marcus Aurelius would write to himself each morning, preparing his mind for the day ahead. He reminded himself that people would be rude, that setbacks would happen, that life would test him. And by doing this, he didn't armor himself with denial. He synchronized with truth. He stepped into the current instead of thrashing against it. That's logos. At night, he did the opposite. He looked back, not to shame himself, not to obsess, but to understand. To ask, where did I act with reason today? Where did I lose control? Where can I grow tomorrow? That small act of reflection became a compass reset. And over time, those resets shape a person into someone unshakable. Now think about your own day. How much of it is noise? How much is you reacting to the world instead of aligning with it? A Stoic doesn't rush into life. They enter it with intention, with design, and they use rituals as anchors, moments that pull them back to center. It doesn't have to be dramatic. It can be 10 minutes in the morning with a journal, 5 minutes at night in stillness, a walk without your phone, a quote you repeat before making a hard decision. Each of these is a small alignment, a moment of tuning to something higher. Because when your inner life matches the order of nature, life stops resisting you. Things start to move, not because you manipulated them, but because you stopped working against them. You've probably felt this before, those days where everything just clicks. The right words come to you, the right person calls. The next step feels obvious. That's not luck, that's alignment. That's logos responding to your inner clarity. The opposite is true too. When you're scattered inside, unanchored, reactive, disconnected, everything becomes harder. Even small tasks feel heavy. Even good opportunities slip through your fingers. That's what happens when you're out of sync. So the Stoic uses ritual to stay in sync. They don't rely on emotion. They rely on rhythm. Morning, set the tone. Midday, reset if needed. Evening, reflect and realign. It's not control, it's harmony. It's not force, it's flow. Seneca once said, "Order your soul, reduce your wants, live in harmony with nature." That starts with a decision to treat your day not as chaos to survive, but as a structure to refine. And rituals are how you do that. They are not chores, they are bridges between your mind and the logos, between your will and the rhythm of life. And when you cross that bridge daily, something subtle but powerful begins to shift. You stop chasing, you stop pushing, you start moving with, and suddenly things open. The conversation you needed happens. The idea you were missing arrives. The strength you were waiting for wakes up inside you. Not by accident, not by luck, but by harmony. So don't underestimate the power of small, steady rituals. They are how the Stoic plugs into the wisdom of the universe, not with noise, but with quiet rhythm. Number 8. Let silence make the first move. We live in a world that rewards speed. Speak quickly, react instantly, post now, think later. But the Stoic doesn't move like that. They don't rush to fill silence. They don't scramble to be heard. Before they speak, before they act, they pause. And in that pause, something powerful happens. Noise fades, clarity rises, and the person who pauses first gains the strongest voice. This is the hidden power of silence. It's not weakness, it's not hesitation, it's discipline. Because silence is not the absence of action, it's the birthplace of wise action. Before the Stoic responds, they observe. They feel the urge to reply, to defend, to argue. But they don't. Not yet. They wait. They let silence stretch. Because that stretch filters impulse from truth. It separates the ego from the principle. It gives space for wisdom to catch up before the mouth starts moving. And here's what most people don't realize. Silence is magnetic. The loudest person rarely commands the most respect. It's the one who waits, who listens, who doesn't rush to impress. That person draws the room toward them. In a world addicted to sound, silence becomes signal. Think of the last time someone paused before responding to you. Really paused, didn't interrupt, didn't fill the gap with noise, didn't talk just to avoid discomfort. How did it make you feel? Probably seen, respected, maybe even a little uncertain. What are they thinking? That's the power of silence. It builds gravity, it creates mystery, and it gives your words weight when they finally come. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself, "You always own the option of having no opinion." Not because he was indifferent, but because he understood that most reactions aren't truth. They're just noise. The Stoic lets others talk first. They let the storm blow through. And then, only when it's clear, they step in with a few precise words. No wasted energy, no defensive scrambling, just calm clarity. And people notice, they trust it. Because in a world where everyone is trying to be heard, the person who waits becomes the one who actually gets through. Try it. The next time someone offends you, pause. The next time you're asked a hard question, pause. The next time you feel the need to explain yourself, pause. Let silence do the heavy lifting first. It will expose the real issue. It will calm your breath. It will bring your mind back to center. And most of the time, it will make your next move 10 times more powerful. Seneca once said, "No man was ever wise by chance." Wisdom is not reactive, it's deliberate. It waits, it studies, and then it speaks. Not from the wound, but from the principle. That's what Stoic silence is. It's not passive, it's not weak, it's strategic. It's grounded, and in that grounding, influence grows. Because people aren't drawn to noise, they're drawn to presence. And presence speaks loudest when it says nothing, until it has something worth saying. So when others rush to reply, you wait. When others panic, you pause. When others fill the air, you hold your ground. And in doing so, you become the anchor in the storm. Let silence be your first move. Then let wisdom choose the next one. Number 9. Starve what doesn't serve you. People often believe growth is about adding more knowledge, more effort, more habits. But the Stoic sees it differently. Real transformation begins with subtraction, not with doing more, but with doing less of what weakens you. Less envy, less distraction, less self-pity. Not by fighting these emotions, but by starving them of what they crave most, your attention. The Stoic doesn't waste time wrestling with every thought or impulse. They understand that not everything deserves a response. Not every emotion deserves a stage. Some things don't need to be conquered. They just need to be ignored until they wither. Think of it like a fire. If you stop feeding it wood, it burns out. Even the strongest flames can't survive without fuel. Envy, resentment, insecurity, these are emotional fires. And what keeps them alive is focus. The more you feed them with attention, repetition, inner debate, the more they burn. The Stoic breaks this cycle. They remove the fuel. They starve what doesn't serve. It starts small. A bitter thought arises. The Stoic doesn't argue with it. They see it for what it is, noise, a passing cloud, and instead of engaging, they redirect, back to the present, back to what they can control. The thought may return, but without your interest, it weakens. Day by day, it loses grip. This is emotional discipline, not dramatic, but surgical. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That means your strength lies not in controlling what arises, but in controlling what stays. And what stays depends on what you feed. Here's the truth. Every moment you spend replaying an old insult, comparing your life to someone else's, or wallowing in self-pity, you're feeding a parasite. And that parasite grows by draining your focus, your mood, your willpower. It does nothing for you. It builds nothing. It just feeds on you. So what's the Stoic solution? Starve it. Starve the comparisons. When you see someone doing better, don't spiral. Shift attention to your own work. Starve the need to be right. When you feel the urge to win an argument, pause and ask, will this matter tomorrow? Starve the story that says you're behind, broken, or not enough. Every time you play that script, you reinforce it. Cut the script. Rewrite the scene. Not with violence, not with shame. Just quiet, firm starvation. Because you don't kill a weed by yelling at it. You kill it by not watering it. And something beautiful happens in the silence left behind. When you stop giving energy to weakness, strength naturally fills the space. You don't have to force it. You don't even have to understand it fully. You just have to clear the way. In the space where envy once lived, gratitude can grow. In the space where fear once screamed, confidence can breathe. In the space where distraction once ruled, focus can sharpen. This isn't about becoming emotionless, it's about becoming selective. The Stoic doesn't deny their feelings, but they deny certain feelings the right to lead. They draw a line and say, only what serves me crosses this line. And here's the part no one tells you. The first days of starving a toxic pattern are hard. It's uncomfortable. Your mind will beg you to feed it again. But if you hold, if you stay still and quiet and firm, it will pass. The parasite will weaken, and in its place, something stronger will rise. Not overnight, but with time. This is why Stoicism works. Not because it gives you a motivational high, but because it gives you a method, a quiet, patient, ruthless method for cleaning your inner world. So the next time a thought comes that drains your peace, don't fight it. Don't fear it. Just turn away. Let it starve. The mind is a garden. What you feed grows. What you ignore fades. The Stoic becomes strong not by fighting every shadow, but by turning toward the light and leaving the shadows behind to starve in silence. Number 10. See time as a moral test, not a calendar. People glance at clocks, check dates, mark calendars. Time to them is something external, just numbers on a screen or squares on a planner. But to the Stoic, time is something far deeper. It's not just a schedule. It's not just a tool. It's a test, a moral one, a reflection of character. Because every passing hour asks you a silent question. Are you honoring your potential or betraying it? This question changes everything. It turns minutes into mirrors. It makes every day not just a chance to be busy, but a chance to live with integrity. And that's why the Stoic doesn't waste time, not because they fear being unproductive, but because they refuse to disrespect the gift they've been given. Seneca said it best. It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it. Most people think they need more time. The Stoic thinks differently. The problem isn't time. The problem is how we use it. When you treat time as infinite, it becomes meaningless. Days blur together. Procrastination becomes natural. Laziness feels justified. You tell yourself, "I'll get to it tomorrow," without realizing that tomorrow is a contract you haven't signed yet. But when time becomes a moral test, when you ask yourself, "Did I honor this hour?" everything sharpens. Suddenly, scrolling endlessly feels like theft, not from others, but from yourself. Suddenly, complaining about delays feels hollow, because every minute you spend complaining is another minute lost. Suddenly, waiting for the right moment becomes foolish, because the moment you have is already asking for your action. The Stoic doesn't see time as neutral. It's sacred. It's earned. And how you use it reveals who you really are. This doesn't mean you have to rush. It doesn't mean you never rest. Stoicism isn't about speed. It's about respect. Respect for your potential. Respect for your purpose. And respect for the truth that once a moment passes, it never comes back. So the Stoic lives with urgency, but not with panic. They live as if each hour is a thread in the legacy they're weaving. And they ask again and again, is this how I want to spend it? Is this worthy of the life I'm building? Most people treat time like it's background noise, something that happens while they wait for inspiration or opportunity. But the Stoic knows it's the opposite. Time is the opportunity, and inspiration doesn't show up first. Action does. Action breeds momentum. Momentum invites opportunity. And soon, time itself begins to respond. Because when you respect time, time respects you. You've seen this happen before. The person who commits to their path daily, without excuses, without drama, they start to accelerate. Projects move, people show up, things click. Why? Because they're no longer fighting the clock. They're working with it. That's the paradox. When you treat time as sacred, you get more of it. Not literally, but experientially. You feel more alive. You feel more focused. You feel more present. And presence, more than anything else, is the gateway to power. So ask yourself, are you trading hours for emptiness? Or are you converting time into something lasting? Every minute you spend with intention is a brick. A brick in your character. A brick in your destiny. A brick in the house of your legacy. The Stoic doesn't wait for the weekend to live. They don't postpone purpose until conditions are perfect. They act now, not recklessly, but morally. Because to waste time is not just inefficient, it's unjust. You were given a window of breath, of consciousness, of agency. To waste it is to deny its value. So live as if time is a teacher and every hour is a lesson. Live as if time is a test and every decision is your answer. Live as if time is sacred and every moment matters. Because to the Stoic, it does. Number 11. Treat the present like a prophecy. Most people drift through the present as if it's disposable, as if it's just filler space between bigger events. They wait for the right time to act, for the new year to start fresh, for the weekend to find peace. But to the Stoic, the present moment is not filler, it's foundation. It's not small, it's everything. The Stoic treats the present like a prophecy, because how one moves through this minute is a mirror of how they will move through the year. What happens today is not separate from tomorrow, it creates it. Every action, every word, every thought, these are not random, they are seeds. And the Stoic knows the harvest of the future is planted in the present. So they act with intention. They don't say, "One day I'll be disciplined." They wake up and practice discipline now. They don't say, "Someday I'll be more grateful." They choose to be grateful today, even if things aren't perfect. Because the Stoic understands something most ignore. Your future is not written in the stars. It's written in your habits. Look around. What are you doing with this hour? Scrolling, complaining, doubting, or building, reflecting, becoming? The Stoic doesn't wait for clarity to begin. They begin, and clarity meets them in motion. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." He didn't mean this as poetic advice. He meant it as a practice. Live now as the person you claim to be becoming, because every moment is a declaration. Every small decision is a prophecy written in invisible ink. The way you respond to discomfort today predicts how you'll handle challenge next month. The way you speak with respect today predicts the kind of relationships you'll build next year. The way you treat your time today predicts the kind of life you'll wake up to a decade from now. Most people underestimate the present because it looks so small, but so does a single spark before it lights a wildfire. So does one raindrop before the flood. The Stoic sees the power hiding in each breath and moves accordingly. And here's what's strange. When you treat the present with reverence, it begins to respond. Things fall into place. The right people show up. The path becomes clearer, not because of luck, but because of alignment. You don't have to know the future if you're shaping it through consistent choices. You don't have to predict it if you're preparing for it. That's the Stoic's secret. Their calm doesn't come from knowing everything will go their way. It comes from knowing they're becoming someone who can handle whatever comes. So instead of wondering what your life will look like in 5 years, look at how you're showing up right now. That's your answer. That's your forecast. The present moment is always honest. It doesn't lie. It doesn't flatter. It shows you exactly where your trajectory is pointed. And if you don't like the direction, it's the only place you can turn the wheel. The Stoic sees each minute as sacred, not in a dramatic way, but in a quiet, persistent way. Because they know that when you show up fully for one moment, the next one arrives cleaner, smoother, closer to what you were aiming for. So they take out the trash, mentally and emotionally. They say no to distractions. They let go of bitterness. They stop rehearsing old pain, not because they're perfect, but because they know every moment spent out of alignment pollutes the path ahead. And every moment spent in alignment is like writing a letter to your future self. I built this for you. So don't wait to start. Don't wait for the perfect plan or perfect timing. You are already prophesying your life right now. Every breath is a blueprint. Every habit is a prediction. Every choice is a message to your future. And when the future arrives, it won't surprise the Stoic. It will fit them perfectly because they designed it in the now. Number 12. Become what you seek, so it has no choice but to find you. There's a moment in every Stoic's journey when the pursuit stops. Not because the desire fades, but because the approach transforms. Most people chase. They reach, grasp, run toward what they think they lack: peace, love, success, validation. They treat life like a hunt. But the Stoic moves differently. They don't chase what they want. They become the kind of person it belongs to. This is the paradox. The more you seek something, the more it runs from you. Why? Because chasing reveals distance. It reinforces the belief that what you want is separate, far, unavailable. The Stoic closes that distance not by sprinting faster, but by becoming a magnet. Don't chase peace. Be peace in how you move. Don't beg for love. Be worthy of it in how you love others. Don't obsess over success. Let excellence be your default setting, even when no one's watching. The Stoic stops asking, "When will it happen?" and starts asking, "Who do I need to be for this to become inevitable?" Because life, like gravity, is always responding, not to noise, but to energy. Not to desperation, but to alignment. Marcus Aurelius didn't write to the gods asking for a better world. He wrote to himself, asking to become a better man. Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one. Those 5 words are the compass. Not because they're poetic, but because they shift the center of gravity inward. What you want is not out there. It's trying to meet you. But it can only recognize you when you've become the version of yourself that matches what you're asking for. If you want deep love, but your life is full of chaos and resentment, how can it find you? If you want success, but your habits are built on distraction and hesitation, how can it recognize you? If you want peace, but your mind is constantly arguing with reality, how can it stay with you? The Stoic knows you don't attract what you want, you attract what you are. So instead of obsessing over outcomes, they ask better questions. Not, how do I get more, but how do I become more valuable? Not, when will it come, but what do I need to grow through so I'm ready when it does? They stop pointing outward and start refining inward. And something incredible happens. The seeking turns into arriving. What once felt distant begins to show up. Not all at once, but in signs, in momentum, in the right people, the right timing, the right openings. Because life meets readiness, not fantasy, not hoping. Readiness. You've felt this before. The job that came the moment you stopped doubting. The relationship that blossomed when you stopped pretending. The calm that entered when you finally released control. None of those came from chasing. They came from alignment. That's why the Stoic doesn't scream at the universe. They align with it. They don't beg for peace. They clear the mental noise. They don't plead for success. They build discipline that outlasts moods. They don't demand love. They live in a way that naturally attracts connection. And they do this quietly, daily, consistently, because they know that greatness doesn't knock on your door when you're distracted. It arrives when you're ready. Not polished, not perfect, but grounded, intentional, steady. So here's the question you must return to. What would the person who already has what I seek be doing right now? Then go do that. Want peace? Stop arguing with small things. Want love? Show up as someone who gives, not takes. Want success? Start treating each hour like it matters, because it does. This isn't about pretending, it's about embodying. Don't wait for it to arrive to become the version of yourself you admire. Become that version first, and let what you seek recognize you when it's ready. Because it's already on its way. The only question is, will it find you ready? The Stoic knows the answer, because they live not as seekers, but as signals. Everything you want isn't waiting in the future, it's waiting for you to become the person who can hold it. And that's what these 12 Stoic secrets are about. They're not magic tricks, they're not shortcuts, they are transformations, quiet ones, daily ones, the kind of shifts that start on the inside and rewrite everything on the outside. Want less, and you'll receive more. See obstacles not as blocks, but as blueprints. Withdraw the need to be seen and become undeniable. Spend your energy like gold, and life will begin to pay you back. Forget being unstoppable. Become unshakeable. Train your desires to kneel before your values. Use rituals to harmonize with the universe. Let silence move first, and watch how power follows. Starve what weakens you, and strength will have room to rise. Treat time like a sacred test, and it will open sacred doors. Live this moment as prophecy, and the future will arrive on schedule. And above all, become what you seek, so it has no choice but to find you. Stoicism is far more than a collection of inspirational quotes and fleeting reflections. It's a hands-on, practical guide to navigating life. In this video, we're going to dive into powerful insights drawn from the minds of great Stoic philosophers like Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and Seneca. Each lesson holds the power to completely reshape the way you see the world and live your life. I encourage you to watch the video all the way through so you won't miss any of the key principles that can help you rise above whatever difficulties life throws your way. If this is your first time on this channel, I invite you to subscribe and turn on notifications to support the continued creation of valuable and insightful content like this. Let's begin this journey and uncover how you can take control of your emotions and unlock your true potential through our complete guide, Personal Growth, Stoic Philosophy for Modern Life. Click the link in the first pinned comment or visit our website to get access now. One of the first things you need to learn is this: don't share your problems with everyone. The harsh truth is that 80% of people don't care, and the remaining 20% are often secretly glad it's you and not them. Instead, maintain a close-knit circle of trustworthy individuals who truly support you. Genuine empathy is incredibly rare, but when you find it, it becomes one of life's most valuable treasures. Rather than constantly trying to see the good in people, start seeking out people who are inherently good. While it's a noble trait to look for the best in others, surrounding yourself with those who consistently act with kindness and integrity will enrich your life in ways that far surpass blind optimism. Do what's right for you. Remember, nobody else is walking your path. Though others may offer advice, ultimately the choices and their consequences are yours alone. Trust your inner wisdom and respect the unique journey you are on. The more gratitude you cultivate, the more reasons you will find to be grateful. Gratitude isn't just a feeling, it's a powerful magnet for abundance and positivity. By appreciating what you already have, you open the door to even greater blessings. Never let a bad day convince you that you have a bad life. Your perspective shapes your reality. Even when things are tough, understand that life is made up of many experiences. One dark chapter doesn't define your entire story. Every second spent comparing your life to someone else's is a second wasted. Your path is uniquely yours and not meant to be measured against anyone else's. Focus on your own progress, your own growth, and your own joy, rather than trying to live up to someone else's highlight reel. You can try to please everyone, let people take advantage of you, and still find yourself disappointed. That's why setting healthy boundaries is non-negotiable. Your value isn't determined by how much of yourself you give away. When reflecting on life, remember this: no amount of guilt will change the past, and no amount of anxiety will alter the future. Real power lies in the present moment. Focus on what you can influence now and release everything outside your control. Every person in your life has something to teach you. Some will show you the meaning of love and support, while others will teach you what to avoid. Embrace each experience as a lesson, recognizing how both the positive and the painful help you grow stronger. You see the true nature of people when you are no longer useful to them. Adversity strips away pretenses and reveals authenticity. Pay attention to who stands beside you when you have nothing to give. Those are your true allies. Don't get married simply because you feel you should. Marriage must be a deliberate, thoughtful choice built on love and mutual commitment, not a box to check to meet societal expectations. Your happiness should never be sacrificed to appease others. You have exactly as much time as you believe you do. Life is fleeting and fragile, so treat each moment as a precious opportunity. Stop putting your dreams on hold. Cherish your time with loved ones. Tell them you love them, frequently. Expressing your love creates deep, unbreakable bonds and lasting memories. If you've never questioned whether your decision scared you, then you've probably never taken a bold enough step. True growth begins when you step outside your comfort zone. Let fear be a sign that you're pushing yourself towards something greater. Not everyone who claims to support you is truly on your side. Loyalty is proven through action, not empty words. Learn to distinguish between genuine friends and those who are only around when it's convenient. Trust behavior over promises. You cannot love someone so deeply that it forces them to love you in return. Real love is mutual and freely given. Know your worth and don't waste your affection on someone unwilling or unable to give the same love back. Be cautious with your words. Once spoken, they can be forgiven, but rarely forgotten. Words hold the power to either heal or wound deeply. Speak with intention and choose words that uplift rather than harm. Don't let someone's cruelty convince you that there's something wrong with you. Their hurtful actions are a reflection of their own inner struggles, not your value. Stay confident in who you are, even when others try to diminish you. Know your worth, even when others fail to see it. Your value does not rely on external validation. Nurture your self-respect and stay close to those who truly appreciate your essence. If you keep sacrificing what you want most for what you want right now, you'll always end up disappointed. Instant gratification is tempting, but it's discipline and long-term thinking that pave the road to a fulfilling life. It's far better to be single and at peace than to be in a relationship that brings you stress and misery. Being alone isn't nearly as painful as staying with someone who poisons your happiness. Protect your emotional health above all else. Sometimes you just need to say no. Don't give in to guilt or emotional manipulation. Setting boundaries isn't selfish. It's a necessary act of self-care. Prioritize your well-being without apology. Often, the right thing to do is also the hardest thing to do. Personal growth and integrity usually come with challenges. Embrace these moments. They shape your character and build inner strength. What you choose to do today can positively impact all of your tomorrows. Every small, meaningful action contributes to a better future. Keep investing in yourself and in the life you want to build. Life has a strange way of repeating certain situations until we finally learn the lesson we're meant to grasp. Reflect on your patterns and use that awareness to break free from harmful cycles. You won't be punished because of your anger, but by it. When left unchecked, anger becomes self-destructive. Master your emotions before they master you. Emotional control is key to peace and resilience. Being right isn't always worth the cost of losing peace or damaging relationships. Sometimes preserving harmony matters more than winning an argument. Let humility and compassion lead over pride. The people you surround yourself with often shape your life more than you realize. Be mindful of your environment. Even subtle influences can significantly impact your personal growth. Sometimes there isn't a perfect decision in front of you. In those moments, make a choice, and then commit to making it the right one. Life doesn't always offer certainty, but your effort and resolve can make any path meaningful. The greatest mistake you can make is living in fear of making one. That fear alone can paralyze you more than failure ever could. Take action, embrace mistakes, and treat them as lessons that move you forward. Learn how to be happy on your own. If your joy depends on someone else's presence, you give away your power. True strength lies in emotional self-sufficiency. Build a solid relationship with yourself first. You are not obligated to fulfill the expectations others place on you. Live by your own values, your own standards. Let your inner compass guide you, not the pressure to meet someone else's ideals. Not every thought that comes to mind needs to be spoken aloud. Discretion and thoughtful silence are powerful virtues. Sometimes the wisest response is simply to say nothing at all. There are moments in life we wish never happened, truths we wish we didn't have to learn, and people we wish we never had to lose. But part of growth is learning to accept these difficult realities and the lessons they bring. We encounter truths we would rather ignore, but they become necessary lessons. We meet people we feel we cannot live without, yet we're sometimes called to let them go. Life is a series of paradoxes and trials, and true wisdom lies in embracing the inevitable and evolving through it. No matter how many life lessons someone tries to teach you, you won't fully understand them until you've lived them yourself. Personal experience remains the most powerful teacher. Cherish your own journey as a valuable source of learning. You always have the power to begin again, to start becoming the person you genuinely want to be. Each day is a new opportunity to transform yourself. Don't wait for the perfect moment to make a change. Create the moment by taking action. The people who place the most demands on you are often the ones who offer you the least. Learn to identify relationships that are imbalanced. Appreciate those who add genuine value to your life and be mindful of your expectations. Never give up these three things: your family, your heart, or your dignity. These are the foundations of a meaningful and fulfilling life. Guard them fiercely, for they are irreplaceable. Always keep your eyes on where you're headed, not on where you've been. The past exists to teach you, not to trap you. Focus on the future and the potential that lies ahead. Sometimes, it's not that people have changed. It's that the masks they were wearing have finally come off. A person's true character becomes evident with time through their consistent words and actions. Show respect even to those who may not deserve it, not because of who they are, but because of who you are. The way you treat others is a reflection of your own character, not theirs. Stay true to your values regardless of how others behave. When a problem seems to have no solution, it might not be a problem to solve, but rather a truth to accept. Wisdom lies in knowing the difference between what can be changed and what must be embraced. Inner peace often emerges when we accept reality instead of resisting it. Nothing leaves your life until it has taught you what you needed to learn. Repeating patterns and situations are often signs pointing you toward growth. Pay attention to these moments. They're lessons in disguise. Avoid making permanent decisions during emotional storms. Emotions are temporary, but the outcomes of your decisions can last. Step back, breathe, and approach situations with clarity and calm. Sometimes, the healthiest choice is to let certain people go, no matter how difficult it feels. Some individuals are simply not worth the emotional effort. Recognize when a relationship causes more harm than good, and prioritize your own emotional health. To truly understand someone's character, don't just observe what they do. Watch how they react. Reactions are harder to fake and often reveal more than actions ever could. The way someone treats you is a reflection of who they are, not who you are. Don't let their negative behavior diminish your sense of self-worth. Keep your confidence strong even when others treat you unfairly. Mistakes are evidence that you're trying. Every misstep is a chance to grow and learn. Don't fear making mistakes, fear standing still. Love, on its own, isn't enough to sustain a happy and lasting relationship. The ability to be open and unafraid is essential. Even the toughest conversations are necessary. Honest, consistent communication is the bedrock of any strong bond. Life always has something to teach you, if you're willing to learn. Keep your mind open and thoughtful. Every experience, whether uplifting or painful, carries a lesson within it. A person's true strength is revealed not in easy times, but in the face of hardship. Difficult situations expose our deepest character. Adversity is the ultimate test of our inner resolve. When you place someone on a pedestal, they have no choice but to look down on you. Respect others, but don't idolize them. Real relationships thrive on mutual appreciation, not blind admiration. Pain makes you stronger. Betrayals make you wiser. Deceptions sharpen your discernment. Life's struggles are stepping stones to becoming a better version of yourself. Learn something valuable from every challenge. In a relationship, when one person becomes the keeper of all things good and bad, the dynamic becomes exaggerated. Both strengths and weaknesses are magnified in close partnerships. Constantly work on growing and strengthening your connection. You teach people how to treat you by what you allow and what you don't. Set firm boundaries and treat others the way you wish to be treated. Your standards and behavior shape the way people respond to you. Nothing in your life will improve unless you choose to change it. Be proactive about creating the life you want. Lasting change often begins with initiative and personal responsibility. Difficult conversations, though uncomfortable, are often hidden blessings. Facing issues head-on can lead to immense personal growth and deeper, stronger relationships. Let go of what weighs you down and allow life's challenges to build you up. Even when it hurts, keep your head high and move forward. True strength is forged through perseverance. Sometimes, not getting what you thought you wanted turns out to be the best thing for you. Disappointment can be life's way of steering you in a better direction. Trust the unfolding journey and maintain an open heart. The more you accept and appreciate yourself, the less you depend on others for approval. Self-love is the cornerstone of emotional independence. Build a deep, authentic relationship with yourself, and your sense of fulfillment will come from within, not from outside sources. Being good at keeping others' secrets doesn't mean they'll return the favor. Loyalty isn't always mutual. Be discerning about what you share and with whom. Choose your confidants wisely. More often than not, the change we seek lies not in our environment, but within ourselves. Real transformation begins inside. Before trying to change your surroundings, look inward and ask how you can grow from the inside out. You can do everything right and still not succeed. That's not weakness, it's life. Even perfect effort doesn't guarantee the outcome you want. Focus on what you can control, your dedication, your mindset, your resilience. That's where your power lies. Inner peace begins the moment you decide not to let another person or situation control your emotions. Your ability to respond calmly is your greatest strength. Choose how you react with intention and serenity. The one who provokes your anger ultimately controls you. When you lose your temper, you give away your power. Master your anger, and you'll maintain control over your choices and behavior. There is no success without sacrifice. To achieve something great in life, you'll often have to give up comfort or ease. Consider what you're willing to let go of in order to reach your goals. Growth begins the moment you stop allowing fear to hold you back. Fear is often the biggest barrier between you and your potential. Confront it, and new paths will open before you. A man who truly wants something will find a way to make it happen. A man who doesn't will find an excuse. Determination separates those who succeed from those who stall. Focus on finding solutions, not reasons to stay stuck. No matter how hard you try, some people will never like you, and that's okay. You can't and shouldn't try to please everyone. Accept this truth and stay true to who you are. Sometimes you have to take bold risks. Even if it's scary or uncomfortable, you'll never know your true potential unless you try. Real growth happens when you stretch beyond what's familiar. People give advice from their own lens. Their opinions are shaped by their personal experiences and biases. Listen carefully, but always weigh their words against your own values and circumstances. The greatest danger isn't in dreaming too big and falling short. It's in dreaming too small and succeeding. Don't limit yourself. Set goals that challenge you and push you to grow. Be the person you hope to find in others. If you seek love, be loving. If you want honesty, be truthful. If you want respect, give it freely. Life tends to mirror back what we put out into the world. Your actions and energy echo back to you. When you offer kindness, compassion, and positivity, they return in kind. Speak with intention. Don't let hatred, jealousy, anger, or insecurity guide your words. Words spoken from a place of pain often inflict pain and bring regret. Communicate with calmness and thoughtfulness. Think before you speak, because your words hold the power to uplift or destroy. Choose them wisely. Speak with intention, understanding the influence your words can have on both others and yourself. You only have one body. It is yours for a lifetime. Though it's remarkably strong, it can only give back what you provide. Your health is your most precious asset. Prioritize habits that nourish it and invest in both your physical and mental wellness. When someone goes out of their way to convince you they're telling the truth, it's often a red flag. They're probably not. True honesty doesn't scream for attention. It speaks quietly through consistent actions. Focus more on how people behave over time, not just on what they claim. Never define your worth by how others perceive you. Your value is inherent and doesn't depend on external praise. Build your self-worth on your own principles and truths rather than on fleeting judgments. If there's something in your life that you dislike, change it. No transformation will occur unless you take responsibility. You are the one crafting your life, and each new day gives you the chance to shape the story you're living. Don't hand the pen to someone else. This is your narrative. Be the lead character in your journey, and don't let other people's fears determine your destination. Avoid doing anything that would require you to lie later. Living with integrity allows you to meet your own reflection without shame. Tearing others down doesn't lift you up. True greatness is found in raising those around you. Your light shines brightest when it's used to guide and inspire others. Making yourself a priority isn't selfish. It's a vital act of self-love. You can't pour into others from an empty vessel. Fill yourself first with care, compassion, and positive energy. Light may travel faster than sound, which is why some people seem impressive until they speak. Sharpen both your mind and your wisdom. Real intelligence becomes visible through what you do, not just what you say. At times, you must loosen your grip and allow life to unfold naturally. Even your trials carry lessons and growth. Life itself is full of risks, but the most dangerous choice is doing nothing at all. Every risk is a doorway to growth. Be bold enough to live, to love, and to chase what sets your soul on fire. The only person you're guaranteed to be with for the rest of your life is yourself. Start loving that person. Self-love is the soil from which all healthy relationships grow and the foundation for a truly fulfilled life. Overthinking can be your worst enemy. It distorts truth and complicates clarity. Learn to stay rooted in the present and focus on solutions. Inner peace begins when you stop needing all the answers and start accepting life's questions. Don't stress over whispers behind your back. They reveal more about the speaker than they do about you. Keep growing, live by your principles, and reclaim your peace. It's too valuable to let someone else control it. Pain is often the teacher of our most necessary lessons. It wakes us up, reshapes us, and prepares us for a wiser, more grounded future. Find happiness within yourself without needing validation from outside. Build a life that excites you and let joy grow from the inside out. Confidence doesn't always come from feeling ready. Sometimes it comes from acting as if you are. How you carry yourself shapes your outcomes. Change is inevitable. Don't fight it. Flow with it, but never compromise your values. Let change refine you, not erase you. Just because life could have been different doesn't mean it would have been better. Appreciate the path that has brought you here and use it to create a meaningful tomorrow. Life doesn't become easier. We become stronger. Every challenge builds our resilience. Celebrate that strength and acknowledge how far you've come. It's not your mistakes that define who you are, but how you handle them. Your response to failure reveals your character and your resolve. People will disappoint you. It's part of life. But never give anyone the power to own your trust entirely. Build close relationships, but maintain emotional independence. Your inner strength is the most stable anchor in a world where loyalties shift like sand. Hard work doesn't guarantee success, but laziness almost always leads to failure. Talent alone isn't enough. Perseverance breaks doors open. Be relentless in your effort, yet adaptable in your approach. You will never find true happiness if you constantly seek approval from others. Your worth isn't in the applause you receive, but in the peace you feel when you live with authenticity. Embrace self-acceptance, and success in all forms will follow. The moment you relax your grip and stop trying to control everything, fear and anxiety begin to lose their hold. Calmness is your most powerful shield. Strive not for perfection, but for progress. Perfection often stalls movement, while progress builds momentum. Honor every little step forward. It's in that steady motion that transformation occurs. Your worth is absolute. Never shrink for anyone or anything that undermines your value. You are a work of art in motion. Surround yourself with those who uplift and respect your uniqueness. Be mindful of what you allow. You're teaching others how to treat you. Your boundaries reflect how much you value yourself. You may never feel completely sure about a decision, but take one anyway. It's better to act and adjust than to remain paralyzed by indecision. Inaction is a cage. Movement, no matter how flawed, brings freedom. Have the courage to make choices and the humility to correct them as you go. Learn to say no without apology. Protect your time, your focus, and your energy. Every yes you give means a no to something else. Let your priorities reflect your deepest values. Your well-being should never be sacrificed for someone else's expectations. The chase for happiness will leave you drained until you realize that happiness is not a place, but a way of moving through life. Joy is found in the process, in the ordinary, in each fleeting moment. When you begin to cherish those, happiness meets you there. Maybe you're not healing because you're trying to go back to the version of yourself that was hurt. But that person no longer exists. A new version is ready to emerge. Growth requires shedding the past. Let that evolution happen and give life to your truest self. There will always be people who fail to see your worth. But don't let that blind you to your own light. What you believe about yourself matters more than what others perceive. Build a strong, grounded self-image and keep shining, even when unnoticed. You can't grow if you always think you're right. Humility is the doorway to understanding. Accept the possibility of being wrong, and you'll gain wisdom from every moment. Life owes you nothing. Work for what you want. Entitlement is a trap, while initiative sets you free. Take ownership of your life, and you'll uncover strengths you didn't know were yours. There will be moments you wish never happened, things you didn't want to learn, and people you didn't want to lose. But these are the seasons of growth. Life is a continuous lesson in surrender and transformation. Accept the flow of change, and you'll become stronger through it. What you want requires dedication and daily discipline. Dreams don't come true through luck or magic. They're realized through effort and consistency. Make your aspirations part of your routine, and soon the impossible becomes inevitable. Your entire life can change in an instant, so don't take what you have for granted. Be thankful for it, and use it well. Gratitude turns the mundane into the miraculous. Live every day like the gift it is, filled with chances to grow and give. Beware of those who pretend to be loyal. The worst betrayals come wrapped in fake friendship. Cultivate real connections, ones rooted in honesty and openness, and you'll learn to distinguish truth from illusion. People's actions speak louder than anything they claim. Words may lie, but behavior always tells the truth. Watch how others behave to understand who they really are. Never judge your potential by your lowest moments. Your struggles don't define your limits, they shape your strength. Let your difficulties be steps toward a higher version of yourself. You are far more capable than your worst days suggest. Only delay what you're willing to abandon forever. Procrastination steals your future. If it matters, do it now, because tomorrow isn't guaranteed. Live boldly, with purpose and urgency, because each day is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to shape the legacy you wish to leave behind. The more difficult your life becomes, the quicker you will move toward your goals. Adversity isn't a setback, it's the fuel for your growth. Welcome challenges as bridges to your dreams, not as roadblocks. Excuses will never solve your problems. Own your decisions. The power to transform your life begins with accepting your role in its direction. Responsibility is the gateway to real change. Accept that you will make mistakes and choose to learn from them. Rather than letting each misstep become a weight you carry, view them as hidden lessons and let the pain become fuel for your personal growth, not chains that trap you in the past. Surround yourself with people who expand your vision, not just your social calendar. Seek out minds that challenge your thinking and stimulate your growth. Look for relationships that feed your intellect and open new perspectives. Avoid making important decisions when you're angry, and don't make promises when you're overjoyed. Strong emotions distort clarity. Cultivate a balanced mind to act with wisdom, no matter the emotional weather. You may never fully understand the pain you've caused another person until you experience the same hurt yourself. Real empathy is often born from walking in someone else's shoes. Treat people with the same compassion you long to receive. Be discerning about who you allow into your life. Some people will drain your energy and then disappear, blaming you for their chaos. Protect your peace and guard your personal space. Healthy connections nourish your spirit, not exhaust it. Maturity is having the power to destroy someone who hurt you, but choosing to breathe, walk away, and trust that life will handle it. Real strength is found in restraint. Choose inner peace instead of revenge. The only person you can truly control is yourself. Pour your energy into your own behavior and actions, for that is where your real power lies. Stay humble enough to know that everything can be lost, but confident enough to believe you can rebuild it all. Resilience grows from this harmony between humility and confidence. Let every attempt remind you that you are progressing. Success isn't a final stop, it's a continual journey of becoming. Celebrate each effort as an advance in your evolution. Invest so deeply in your personal growth that there's no space left for judgment or criticism of others. Personal development is the antidote to judgment. As you improve yourself, you naturally inspire others. Wise individuals stop overanalyzing once they understand that great decisions often require intuition just as much as logic. The key is learning when to rely on reason and when to trust your inner voice. Everything begins and ends in your mind. Whatever you empower with your thoughts gains control over your reality. Shape your mindset to uplift and energize you. Master your thoughts. Mental discipline is essential to success in every area of life. Train your mind with the same dedication and consistency you would apply to physical fitness. Excuses are always readily available. They're easy to find. But discovering a way forward requires courage. Courage isn't the absence of fear, it's acting despite it. Choose boldness over comfort. Be wise enough to understand that life doesn't pause for your healing. Growth often happens outside the boundaries of comfort. Move forward even when you don't feel completely ready. Don't let love become the reason you accept mistreatment. Self-love is the foundation of every healthy relationship. Set firm boundaries and protect your dignity. Real love lifts you up. It doesn't tear you down. Every time you lie, you create future problems for yourself. Honesty simplifies life. Live with integrity, and you'll sidestep countless complications. The truth may hurt, but it always brings freedom. Do what is right now. The present is your only guaranteed moment. Let your actions reflect integrity. Every right choice shapes your character and creates the future you envision. A person who truly believes in themselves doesn't need to convince anyone else. Authentic confidence speaks softly, but carries power. Build your worth from the inside, and your actions will say more than any words. Learn to miss people without needing them back. Growth often involves letting go, honoring the past, and moving forward with grace. Your future needs you fully present. If life were easy, there would be no room to grow. Challenges are the gym for your soul. Every trial you conquer strengthens you. Welcome difficulty as a chance to evolve. Sometimes you simply have to accept that some people will live in your heart, but not in your life. Not all relationships are meant to last. Cherish the moments for what they were, and remain open to what lies ahead. The only way to truly build self-respect is by doing things that matter. Real self-esteem comes from doing meaningful things and building a life you're proud of through intentional daily choices. Trading long-term joy for short-term pleasure is a recipe for deep regret. True satisfaction demands patience and vision. Commit to your future by resisting the fleeting temptations of now. Don't fear setting boundaries in your relationships. If people leave when you do, they were never meant to stay. Mutual respect is the backbone of every healthy bond. Never be afraid to walk away from anyone who diminishes your light. Life becomes lighter when you learn to forgive without receiving an apology. Forgiveness is something you give yourself. Liberation from unfulfilled expectations and emotional baggage. The journey toward a better life begins the moment you decide not to stay where you are. Change starts with a decision. Be bold enough to envision a new future and take that first step, even if it's a small one. Slow progress builds inner strength. Quick wins often feed the ego. Trust in the process. Value the path just as much as the destination. It's in life's toughest battles that your real strength is forged. If you don't create distance from your distractions, they will separate you from your goals. Your focus is priceless. Guard it like a treasure. It's the secret ingredient to manifesting your dreams. Following the crowd guarantees ordinary outcomes. True greatness requires the bravery to be different. Dare to walk your own unique path, even if it means walking alone for a while. Never lose yourself by tolerating too much from those you care about. Self-love sets the standard for how others treat you. You deserve respect. Never sacrifice your essence to please others. Channel your focus into building the life you desire instead of running from the one you currently have. True transformation begins now. Use your energy to create, not escape. Every conscious decision brings you closer to who you want to become. When your intentions are genuine, remember, it's not your loss when someone walks away. They lose the gift of your authenticity. Stay rooted in your integrity, and you'll attract those who value the real you. Once you truly know yourself, you stop fearing what you might miss out on. Self-awareness brings peace and certainty. Trust in your unique path and release the anxiety of comparison. One of the surest ways to erode your self-confidence is by repeatedly breaking promises to yourself. Personal integrity is the foundation of trust. Treat the commitments you make to yourself with the same seriousness you would offer others. Stop sabotaging your future with the echoes of your past. The present is your most powerful tool. Honor your past for what it taught you, but don't let it limit your potential. Every new day gives you the chance to write a better story. You grow in proportion to the amount of truth you're willing to confront. Self-acceptance requires honesty. Facing your truths with courage is the beginning of real transformation. All failures are temporary, so long as you keep trying. Persistence turns setbacks into stepping stones. Every attempt is a lesson. You only truly fail when you give up. Blaming others for your problems hands over your power. It lets them control your emotions and your happiness. Reclaim your life by owning it. That's your first move toward emotional liberation. Blind trust often ends in betrayal. Real trust must be earned through consistency and integrity, not handed out freely. Watch people's actions more than their words. Let trust be built gradually, not assumed quickly. The only person who truly needs to understand your journey is you. Your inner peace is not dependent on receiving approval from the outside world. Trust your instincts and value your own understanding of yourself. The same is true for your personal journey. Life improves when you stop assuming that you will always have more time ahead. Urgency creates purpose. Live each day as though it were a unique opportunity. Do not delay your dreams or put off acts of love. Take proactive steps every day. Every day should be a step forward, no matter how small. Constant, steady progress leads to significant changes in the long run. Take control of your life and create opportunities rather than waiting for them to come to you. Apologizing first shows bravery. Forgiving first shows strength, and forgetting first shows happiness. Humility, strength, and emotional freedom are powerful virtues. Strive to cultivate these qualities and grow from them. Show respect even to those who may not seem to deserve it. Do so not as a reflection of their character, but as a reflection of yours. Your integrity does not depend on how others act. Keep your standards high, regardless of how you are treated by others. Do what you make winning not be about everything, but rather about being satisfied with giving your best. Set your own standards because true success is personal and internal. Compete with yourself, not with others. Finding your why is the foundation of your goals. It gives meaning to your actions and drives your ambitions. A clear, deep sense of purpose lights the way during difficult times and makes sense of your efforts. Taking responsibility for all your problems does more to reduce suffering than to increase it. Empowerment is born from taking responsibility. By accepting your role in your circumstances, you gain the power to change them. Know who you are and what you want. Your feelings matter, and those who truly care won't mind, while those who mind don't truly care. Authenticity attracts genuine relationships. Do not apologize for being yourself. Your true self is your greatest strength. When you speak, you are merely repeating what you already know. But when you listen, you open yourself up to new learning. Wisdom often resides in silence and observation, so cultivate the art of listening. Everyone has something valuable to teach you. Never go out with someone you wouldn't be good friends with. Friendship is the foundation of lasting relationships. Seek a connection that goes beyond superficial attraction. Compatibility and mutual respect are essential. The more lessons you can learn from others indirectly, the less you will need to go through difficult times yourself. Wisdom can be gained without personal pain. Learn from the mistakes and successes of others, and careful observation can save you from many stumbles. Healing often involves looking honestly at the role you play in your own suffering. Self-reflection is crucial for growth. Recognizing your patterns and contributions to your problems is the first step toward positive change. Challenging yourself is the only path to growth. Comfort is the enemy of progress. Only by pushing beyond your limits can you discover your true potential. Ignoring red flags and continuing to see the good in people can cost you more than you realize. Trust your intuition. It is a valuable tool. Pay attention to inconsistencies and problematic behaviors. Self-love involves setting healthy boundaries. Inner peace means being able to stay calm in a storm. True serenity comes from internal peace, not from the absence of chaos. Cultivate peace that is immune to external circumstances. Anchor yourself during life's storms. Avoid people who use their pain as an excuse to hurt you. Suffering does not justify harming others. Surround yourself with those who, despite their struggles, choose compassion and mutual growth. Don't share too much of yourself with others. Most people don't care, and some might secretly want you to fail. Protect your energy and your dreams. Share your most precious goals only with those who deserve to nurture them in a supportive environment. Reacting impulsively causes you to lose power. Cultivate the ability to pause between stimulus and response. That pause is where your freedom lies, and within it, you have the power of choice. Perfectionism is a disease. Procrastination is a disease, but action is the cure. Progress, even imperfect, overcomes paralysis. Small, steady steps of consistent action are the antidote to stagnation. Go where you are appreciated, not just tolerated. Your presence is valuable. Seek environments that nurture your growth, for you will thrive where you feel valued. Don't settle for less than you deserve. First, fix your body before addressing anything else. A weak body reflects a broken mind, a lack of willpower, and poor life choices. Physical health is the foundation of overall well-being. Taking care of your body enhances your strength and mental clarity. Some disconnections will bless your life. Not every relationship is meant to last, and sometimes letting go is part of growing. Releasing certain connections opens the door for better opportunities. True success does not come from seeking validation from others. It comes from demonstrating what you are capable of and achieving your goals despite the challenges you face. Your worth does not need external approval. Pursue your dreams with determination. Your personal success is the best form of validation. When you encounter someone smarter than you, work with them. Don't be intimidated. Greatness attracts greatness. Surround yourself with brilliant minds. Their light does not dim yours, but instead helps illuminate your own potential. Never expect to receive what others cannot give you. Give without expecting anything in return, but with healthy limits. Your generosity is your strength. Do not let your mental state become your weakness. You have the power to determine your life's experience. Prioritize your mental health just as you would your physical health. Exercise your mind with new challenges and positive self-talk. Cultivate thoughts that elevate your perspective. Your view of the world shapes your experience. Life is difficult because we don't always appreciate the things that come easily. Gratitude transforms the ordinary into the extraordinary. Recognize the value in your everyday blessings. True wealth lies in appreciating what you already have. Loneliness should never drive you to make decisions you'll regret. The wrong company can leave you lonelier than being alone. Cultivate inner peace. Wise decisions come from emotional self-sufficiency. Once you're on the right track in life, you stop getting offended or angry all the time because you have much more meaningful things to focus on. With clear purpose, you can filter out distractions and focus on your growth. Negativity loses its power when you are committed to your vision. Your growth depends on your willingness to keep learning, even when the process feels tedious. Mastery requires persistence, so embrace the journey, not just the exciting moments. Consistency in the mundane forges excellence. Keep your personal life private. Even when you have a lot to share, discretion is a form of self-care. Protect your inner peace. Not every experience needs to be shared or validated externally. Find a relationship where being yourself makes the other person happy. Authenticity attracts genuine connections. Don't change your essence. Someone who is right for you will celebrate who you truly are. One of the most dangerous things you can do is compare your life to someone else's. Life is not a race, but your personal journey. Each path is unique. Celebrate your progress. The only valid comparison is with who you were yesterday. Failure is not the end. It is simply a detour on the road to success. Resilience is key to triumph. Every fall is a lesson. Get up, learn, and continue with renewed determination. Just because you cannot see the purpose behind a difficult time does not mean it lacks purpose. Perspective comes with time. Trust the process of your life. The greatest growth often comes from the darkest moments. When you believe, your mind will find a way. Belief is the catalyst for action. In these times, your belief becomes the key that sparks action. Cultivating this belief is the first step in transforming your dreams into reality. Remember, your thoughts are the initial catalyst that sets everything in motion. Patience, however, is your ultimate competitive advantage. Success in life is not about quick wins. It's about playing the long game and being persistent. The sweetest fruits often take longer to ripen, and in the same way, long-term vision and consistent effort are crucial to achieving sustainable success. Your future is calling, and so is your past. Don't let yourself live solely for the future. Learn from your past, but don't become trapped in it. Your potential lies in the present moment, in the opportunities you are actively creating. Being true to yourself can sometimes lead to loneliness, but this solitude is worth it. Authenticity attracts real relationships and fosters a sense of inner peace. Others may try to bring you down due to their own jealousy, and while this is normal, stay focused on your goals. The opinions of others do not define your worth. Success will always attract criticism, and instead of letting it discourage you, let it fuel your determination to keep moving forward. Change may feel daunting, but stagnation is far worse. Embrace change as an opportunity for growth. Each new challenge is a door to a better version of yourself. The process of evolving may hurt, but true love in its purest form transcends occasional pain. Meaningful relationships require vulnerability. Choose carefully who you trust, as not everyone will handle your vulnerability with care. A day without challenges signals that you're on the wrong path. Challenges are the signs of progress. Obstacles are the markers that show you're expanding your limits. The real magic lies in the work you avoid. Confront your unresolved tasks, as this is where the potential for your dreams lies. What you fear the most is often what you need to do the most. Discipline yourself to stay true to your promises and be your own strongest ally. Reliability is the cornerstone of achieving your goals. Life is defined by opportunities, including the ones that come through loss. Learn from your past, but focus on the new possibilities that await you. Build discretion in silence, especially when your dreams are in their most vulnerable stages. Pain teaches us valuable lessons, and sometimes those lessons need to be learned multiple times for them to truly sink in. Stay calm in stressful situations. Recognize your emotions, but don't let them control you. Holding on to the past will dull your future. Invest your energy in creating the future you want to experience. The only real failure is not taking action. Even imperfect action is better than inaction, and the only rejection is not asking for what you want. The courage to ask opens new doors of opportunity. The greatest achievements are often found just on the other side of fear. It is essential to know when to say no. Your limits are important for maintaining personal integrity. People may desire your success, but not more than their own. Celebrate others, but do not depend on their validation. Overestimating intrinsic blame gives others power over you. Take full responsibility for changing your circumstances. Life has a way of working out, even when things seem impossible. Keep hope alive and continue moving forward. Never sacrifice who you are in the process of trying to be what others want. You don't have to prove anything to anyone, not even to yourself. Your worth is intrinsic. Luck favors those who work hard. Constant action creates opportunities, and it's important not to place all your happiness in one person or thing. Seek multiple sources of joy in your life. When you feel like giving up, remember the reason you started. The motivation that inspired you at the beginning is still valid. Don't place your relationships before your goals. Balance both to avoid losing out on either. It's possible to fall in love more than once, and a love lost is not the end. It's often a chance to improve your decision-making about desires and sacrifices. If you don't make those decisions, life will make them for you. Change happens when you challenge your habits. Get out of your comfort zone, as failure reveals the path by showing what doesn't work. Every mistake is a lesson. It's normal to feel bad after making the right decision. Growth often comes with discomfort, and people may dislike you no matter how much you try to please them. Don't waste energy on them. Acting now is crucial. Don't postpone what's important. Bad times help you appreciate the good things you may have taken for granted. Find gratitude even in adversity. Don't seek sympathy from others. Those who truly care will show up without needing to be asked. Sometimes, showing love means giving someone more of what they no longer appreciate. Know when to walk away. Emotional self-sufficiency is key to personal growth. Life is a blend of joy and sorrow. Embrace both as part of your journey. How you react to challenges defines your character. Choose to grow in the face of adversity. While money doesn't guarantee happiness, poverty does bring its own challenges. Seek balance, both financial and emotional. Hiding from problems doesn't solve them. Face them head-on for personal growth. Regrets linger only if you refuse to forgive. Practice forgiveness towards yourself and others. Comparing yourself to others is a waste of time. Focus on your own progress. Don't allow others to abuse your kindness. Set healthy boundaries in your relationships. Problems are rarely as serious as we think. Our perceptions often magnify them. Obsessing over happiness prevents us from finding it. Live in the present moment without chasing after happiness. Treat yourself as you would treat someone you are trying to help. Be your own best ally and caregiver. Relationships come and go, and many will fail over time. Friends and family may not always know what's best for you. Trust your intuition instead. The greatest mistake is considering yourself weak. Recognize the strength within you and never allow mistreatment, especially in the name of love. Respect is essential in every relationship. Knowing when to intervene and when to step back is crucial. Take risks occasionally, as stepping out of your comfort zone opens new possibilities. Success doesn't come from hidden secrets. It comes from consistent hard work. Make yourself indispensable by providing unique value. Don't depend entirely on anyone. Cultivate self-sufficiency in all areas of life. Sometimes your enemies offer more valuable lessons than your friends. Fear of failure or success can prevent you from pursuing your dreams. Dare to go after them despite the fear. Don't expect kindness from everyone, and don't feel obligated to be good to everyone. Be selective with your energy and authentic in your relationships. It's during the toughest times that you'll see the true colors of those who claim to care for you. Watch who stays when the road gets tough. They are the true treasures in your life. If you never heal from what hurt you, you'll continue to bleed on people who didn't cause your pain. Healing is an act of self-love and responsibility towards both yourself and others. Never expect too much from anyone, and always keep your expectations realistic. Build relationships on consistent actions, not just words. Don't stay in unhealthy relationships simply because you've known someone for a long time. The relationships that nourish you and help you grow, regardless of their duration, are the ones worth keeping. Our wounds often lead us to the most beautiful and transformative parts of ourselves. Embrace the difficult experiences in life as opportunities for growth. People often only want to hear about the good, not the bad, which can make it hard to find someone trustworthy when you're going through tough times. Be the person who listens without judgment and cultivates authentic relationships. Numbing your pain only prolongs it. Face your emotions, no matter how painful, as they are the key to true healing. When the decisive moment comes, you have two choices. You can define the moment, or let the moment define you. Take control of your life and become the author of your own story. Stay away from narcissists who play by no rules and drain your energy slowly. Learn to recognize the signs of toxic relationships and set firm boundaries. Learn to select your thoughts as carefully as you select your clothes each day. This is a power you can cultivate. Your mind is like a garden. It grows the thoughts you nurture. If you want control over your life, start with mastering your mind. Your response to life circumstances is shaped by your mind, not by external events. No matter how good you are to others, they will often remember your mistakes. Do good simply because it is the right thing to do, not because you expect gratitude or recognition from others. In every situation, life is asking us a question, and our actions provide the answer. Work is simply a response to this question. Live with intention, knowing that every action you take is a declaration of who you are. Say no to the desire for perfection, as it will prevent you from improving. Embrace your imperfections as opportunities to grow. The regret of prioritizing those who don't prioritize you will only cause you pain. It's important to learn to value yourself as much as you value others. To foster healthy relationships, you need to have a clear vision of where you're going in life, because you can't get to a place if you don't know the direction you're headed in. Wandering aimlessly won't get you ahead. You need to set clear goals and work toward them consistently. Dreams without goals are merely fantasies. Transform your dreams into concrete plans and take small, consistent steps toward them. When you find yourself barely holding on, let go. You shouldn't be holding on to something that makes you feel that way. Trust that releasing what no longer serves you will make room for new opportunities. The reality is that bad things don't impact us as deeply as we expect, just as good things don't affect us as profoundly. We adapt quickly to both. Live in the present and cultivate gratitude for every moment. Never overlook the disdain of others. When someone looks down on you or treats you with contempt, it can be painful. Recognize your worth and surround yourself with people who respect and value you. Even a life filled with happiness will have some shadows, and without a touch of sadness, the concept of happiness would lose its meaning. Embrace both joy and pain, as they are woven together to form the rich fabric of human experience. You cannot be happy with others if you're not at peace with yourself. Self-love is the bedrock on which strong, lasting relationships are built. Don't be afraid of life. Trust that life is worth living, and your belief in its worth will help you create that reality. Your attitude and perspective possess the power to shape your experience. Holding on to grudges won't hurt the people you resent. It will only hurt you. Forgiveness isn't for their benefit, but for your own peace of mind and emotional well-being. The only thing that can make achieving your dreams impossible is the fear of failure. Dare to pursue your goals, because true failure is never trying at all. You won't truly appreciate a moment until it's a memory. Live fully in the present and value every moment as it happens. Suffering is no longer suffering once we clearly understand it. Understanding your emotions is the first step in managing them effectively. People's actions tell you more about them than their words. Pay attention to what they do, not just what they say, for that is where their true character lies. True growth happens when you start examining and correcting yourself rather than blaming others. Self-awareness and taking personal responsibility are crucial for your development. You regain control over your life when you take responsibility for it. The decisions and actions you make will shape your future. If you're unsure of someone's motivations, observe the consequences of their actions, and from there, you can infer their intentions. Often, the results reveal the truth more clearly than any words could. The greatest risk is not taking risks at all, especially in a world that is constantly changing. The one surefire way to fail is to avoid taking risks. Growth and success often come from stepping out of your comfort zone. Tomorrow never arrives because it's always today. Live in the present and take action now. The future is built from the actions you take today. Throughout this journey of exploring Stoic teachings, we've learned that Stoicism is much more than a collection of phrases. It's a powerful guide for navigating life with strength and wisdom. Remember, Stoicism isn't just for times of crisis, it's for every day. I encourage you to take these lessons with you, apply them in your life, and see how they can transform your world in ways you never imagined. If this journey through Stoicism has inspired you, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. This helps YouTube understand that this content resonates with people like you, so we can keep creating more similar videos in the future. If you've made it to the end of this video, it shows your commitment to learning and personal growth. The fact that you've reached the end proves your dedication to absorbing knowledge and applying it to your life. Keep seeking wisdom and strive to be the best version of yourself. Remember, learning is a continuous journey that brings its own rewards. The fact that you've made it this far is a reflection of your persistence and desire for improvement. Keep moving forward on this journey of growth. We all desire to be attractive. But what if I told you that you could become deeply magnetic without even saying a single word? Yes, that's right. Let's explore how you can develop habits that make you socially appealing in complete silence. Not only that, but we're going to do it through the lens of Stoic philosophy. So, if you're ready to understand how to radiate calm, presence, and power, all while embracing true attractiveness, then stay with me. Stoicism is an ancient philosophy rooted in the idea of living in harmony with nature and fully accepting the things we cannot change. It's a path of inner strength, discipline, and wisdom, and these principles can be incredibly effective when it comes to attraction. Because let's be honest, being attractive isn't just about physical appearance. It's about how you behave, how you carry yourself, and how you feel within. Let's break this down into key habits you can cultivate to become quietly captivating. We'll be diving into ideas like confidence, serenity, presence, and more. Each of these habits will be deeply grounded in Stoic thought, and I'll share powerful quotes from famous philosophers that bring each idea to life. This way, you're not just learning how to become more attractive, you're also immersing yourself in a philosophy that has the potential to completely transform your life. So get ready, because we're about to embark on a journey that won't just elevate your presence in the eyes of others, but will also shape you into a wiser, more grounded human being. Before we dive deeper, I'd really appreciate it if you gave this video a like so it can reach more people. And if you don't want to miss any of my upcoming content, go ahead and subscribe and hit that notification bell. Let's begin with the first habit: confidence. Confidence is one of the most attractive traits a person can have, and the beautiful part is, you don't need to speak a single word to express it. Think about this quote by Marcus Aurelius, one of the great Stoic emperors and philosophers. Perfect tranquility consists in the good ordering of the mind, the realm within. This reminds us that real confidence comes from within. It's not about showing off or dominating conversations. It's about having a mind that is calm, centered, and at peace. So how do we build this kind of inner confidence from a Stoic standpoint? First, it's essential to understand that confidence isn't about knowing everything or being superior to others. It's about being comfortable with who you are, embracing both your strengths and your flaws. One powerful practice you can adopt is daily meditation. You don't need hours, just a few minutes a day can have a huge impact. Meditation allows you to connect with yourself, settle your mind, and discover that deep inner stillness Marcus Aurelius spoke of. Over time, you'll notice that you enter social situations with more ease and presence because you've already done the inner work. Another important practice is self-reflection. Take time at the end of each day to look back on your actions and thoughts. What did you handle well? What could you improve? This habit of reflection helps you understand yourself more deeply and creates a foundation of inner strength that builds genuine confidence. This is where Stoicism truly shines. The Stoics teach us to concentrate on what's within our control and to let go of what isn't. So instead of obsessing over how others perceive you, focus on how you show up, your behavior, your character, your principles. This shift in mindset won't just increase your confidence, it will also make you much more attractive, because people can sense when someone is at peace with themselves. Always remember, true confidence is quiet. You don't need to announce your achievements or seek validation. Just be present, be real, and stay internally calm. People naturally gravitate toward those who exude this kind of self-assured, centered energy. Now let's move on to the second habit: tranquility. Tranquility is an incredibly magnetic quality. When you're calm, you send out signals of security and stability, and that's something many people find deeply attractive. Epictetus, another brilliant Stoic thinker, once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This powerful idea teaches us the importance of staying composed and emotionally balanced, no matter what's going on around us. That kind of poise is a true sign of strength. So how can we cultivate more tranquility in our lives? One highly effective method is to practice mindful breathing. When you feel anxious, overwhelmed, or emotionally unsettled, take a pause. Focus on your breath. Inhale deeply through your nose. Let your lungs fill with air, then slowly exhale through your mouth. Repeat this a few times until you feel your mind begin to settle. This simple act of breathwork can instantly bring you back into a state of presence and peace. Another essential practice is learning to accept what you cannot control. Stoicism reminds us that many events in life, like the weather, traffic, or other people's opinions, are outside our influence. So instead of wasting energy getting frustrated, choose acceptance. Ask yourself, is this within my control? If the answer is no, then let it go. This habit of surrendering to what is can not only reduce your stress, it can also give you a quiet, grounded aura that draws people in. Your sense of tranquility also shows up in your body language. Standing tall with relaxed shoulders, steady eye contact, and slow, purposeful movements sends a message of calm and self-possession. Even without words, your demeanor can tell the world, "I am at peace, I am centered." And that's what makes you so attractive in silence. You're not chasing approval, you're not trying to impress. You are simply grounded in who you are. And that stillness, it speaks louder than words ever could. Your gestures and movements should be slow, intentional, and free from haste or nervousness. Maintain eye contact with others, but do so in a natural and effortless way. Never force it. All these subtle cues send a powerful message that you are at ease with yourself and with your surroundings. Calmness is not just a state of mind, it's a visible expression of inner control. When someone displays serenity, it signals that they are not only in command of their emotions, but also able to influence the environment around them. People are naturally drawn to those who can remain composed amidst turmoil because they radiate safety and confidence. Always remember that being calm does not mean being indifferent. It means maintaining a peaceful presence and exercising mastery over your emotional state. This quiet composure speaks volumes about your character without a single word. Let's now move to the third habit: presence. Presence is one of those intangible qualities that can be hard to describe but unmistakable when witnessed. It's the ability to be fully engaged in the current moment, to be truly involved with the people and situations right in front of you. The Stoic philosopher Seneca once remarked, "To be everywhere is to be nowhere." This profound statement highlights how dividing your focus among too many things ultimately means you're not giving your full attention to anything. Presence is the art of giving your undivided awareness to the here and now. To nurture this presence, begin by practicing active listening. When someone speaks to you, truly listen. Don't mentally rehearse your response or allow your eyes to wander toward your phone. Simply listen, and do it sincerely. This alone will make you appear more thoughtful and attentive, while also allowing for deeper human connection. Another essential aspect of presence is being consciously aware of your environment. Observe the details of your surroundings, the expressions, the subtle shifts in energy, not just with your eyes, but with deliberate attention. This level of observation grounds you in the present and helps you react more genuinely to what unfolds around you. Mindfulness is another powerful way to develop presence. It means engaging in your daily tasks with full consciousness. Something as ordinary as drinking tea can become a grounding ritual. Instead of hastily gulping it down, take the time to notice its aroma, savor the taste, and feel the warmth in your hands. These seemingly small practices train your mind to stay rooted in the now. Presence also manifests through your body language. Keep your posture open and relaxed. Show genuine interest through your gestures and facial expressions. Avoid fidgeting or appearing distracted. These are signs that your mind is somewhere else. When you are truly present, people feel it. They sense that they matter to you and that your attention is authentic. This kind of interaction creates stronger, more meaningful connections, which are vital to building genuine appeal. Remember, being present doesn't mean dominating the spotlight. It means being fully tuned in to the moment and to those around you. It's a quiet power that conveys both respect and attentiveness, and it's incredibly compelling. Now we move to the fourth habit: integrity. Integrity is one of those foundational virtues that always stands out, even when unspoken. It's about living in harmony with your principles and values, being truthful, consistent, and reliable in everything you do. Epictetus once said, "First, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." This quote emphasizes the necessity of aligning your actions with your beliefs. Integrity can't be faked. It must be deeply rooted within your character. To develop integrity, you must first become aware of your own values. What truly matters to you? What principles do you want to guide your life? Take time to reflect on these questions and ensure that your daily actions reflect your answers. When your behavior aligns with your inner beliefs, you naturally exude authenticity, which is inherently attractive. Another essential part of integrity is honesty, not just with others, but also with yourself. This means being able to acknowledge your mistakes and choosing to learn from them. People admire those who have the courage to face their flaws and are committed to personal growth. Being truthful frees you from the exhausting burden of maintaining false appearances and allows you to live with ease and sincerity. Integrity also means keeping your word. If you promise to do something, follow through. Reliability earns trust, and consistency builds a strong reputation. Being someone who can be counted on is a rare and valuable quality, and one that makes you stand out. It shows that you are dependable, stable, and worthy of respect. Lastly, integrity shines through in how you treat others. Approach every person with kindness and respect, regardless of who they are or what they can offer you. This behavior reveals your character more than words ever could. It creates an atmosphere of mutual trust and dignity. When you live a life rooted in integrity, you become someone guided by unwavering principles. People are drawn to honesty and genuineness because these traits foster trust and admiration. Ultimately, becoming someone who others can trust and respect is one of the most powerful ways to increase your silent influence. These qualities reflect emotional maturity and a stable character, something that naturally draws others in. Now, let's move forward with the fifth habit: self-restraint. Self-restraint, also known as self-control, is a vital quality that not only enhances your personal appeal, but also reveals a profound inner strength. In a world where many people react impulsively, someone who can exhibit self-restraint stands out significantly. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most respected Stoic emperors, once said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This timeless wisdom reminds us that while we cannot control everything happening around us, we do have control over how we respond to those events. So, how do we cultivate self-restraint? The first step is learning to recognize your emotions without allowing them to overpower you. When you find yourself in a tense or triggering situation, take a brief pause to breathe deeply and observe your feelings before responding. This simple act can help you remain composed and prevent you from doing or saying something that you might later regret. Another essential way to nurture self-restraint is by practicing patience. In our fast-paced world, where instant gratification is often the norm, learning to wait can become a powerful form of discipline. Patience reflects the ability to delay immediate desires in pursuit of something more meaningful and enduring. It's a quiet strength that shows you're not controlled by your impulses. Moderation is also a critical part of self-restraint. This doesn't mean you must deny yourself the things you enjoy. It means finding a healthy balance. Whether it's food, social media, or any other form of pleasure, practicing moderation allows you to stay in control rather than becoming consumed by indulgence. Self-restraint also shows itself in how we handle criticism and conflict. Instead of reacting with defensiveness or anger, strive to listen actively and consider other people's perspectives. Responding calmly and thoughtfully not only reflects emotional maturity, but also portrays you as someone who is trustworthy and respectful. It's important to remember that self-restraint is not about suppressing emotions, but about managing them effectively. It signals that you have control over yourself, a trait that is immensely attractive. People naturally admire those who can remain composed and respond with thoughtfulness in all situations. Now, let's continue with the sixth habit, gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful virtue that can change both your life and the way others perceive you. Too often we focus on what we lack or desire, overlooking the many blessings we already have. The Stoics emphasize the importance of appreciating what's in front of us. Seneca once said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." This quote teaches us that true wealth lies in valuing what we have, not in endlessly chasing more. Gratitude shifts our mindset toward positivity and helps us cultivate an inner sense of peace and contentment. So, how can we actively develop a grateful heart? One effective method is to keep a gratitude journal. Set aside a few minutes each day to write down 3 things you are thankful for. These could be small moments, like the sun shining through your window, or significant blessings like the health of a loved one. This simple practice helps train your mind to notice and appreciate the good around you. Gratitude can also be expressed in everyday interactions. Be thankful for the people around you, from family and friends to strangers who assist you throughout the day. A sincere thank you may seem small, but it can leave a lasting impression and show others that you truly value their efforts and presence. Another meaningful way to practice gratitude is through daily reflection. Take a moment each day to think about the good things that happened. Even on hard days, seek out at least one positive detail. This consistent attitude of thankfulness makes you more positive and optimistic, traits that naturally attract others. When you embody gratitude, you radiate a kind of energy that draws people in. Those around you feel uplifted and appreciated, sensing your deep appreciation for life. Furthermore, a grateful attitude builds resilience, by helping you focus on what's still good, even during tough times. Gratitude is more than just saying thank you. It's about living with a deep sense of appreciation and recognizing the value in both the big and small parts of life. It not only brings more joy and satisfaction to your life, but it also makes you more appealing and pleasant to be around. Now, let's move on to the seventh habit, humility. Humility is a virtue that is often misunderstood, yet it holds incredible power. Being humble doesn't mean thinking less of yourself. It means thinking of yourself less and being more mindful of others. Epictetus once said, "It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows." This quote reminds us that humility is essential for personal growth and continuous learning. True humility involves acknowledging that we don't have all the answers and that there is always something new to understand. It's the openness to learn, the willingness to listen, and the courage to admit when we're wrong. These qualities don't make you weak, they make you wise. Humility creates space for growth, connection, and meaningful relationships. In a world where ego often dominates, a humble person stands out, not through loudness or showiness, but through quiet strength and grounded confidence. It's not about downplaying your worth, but about lifting others up while staying rooted in who you truly are. True wisdom is not about thinking less of ourselves, but rather thinking less about ourselves and more about others. As Epictetus, the great Stoic philosopher, said, "It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows." This powerful quote emphasizes that humility is a crucial part of growth. It involves acknowledging that there is always something to learn, and it is an acceptance that we do not hold all the answers. This mindset opens the door to continuous learning, personal development, and the deepening of wisdom. So, how do we cultivate humility? First, we must embrace the fact that we don't know everything. This is often one of the hardest lessons to learn, especially in a world that pressures us to appear knowledgeable or expert in everything. But recognizing and admitting our limitations does not make us weak. Rather, it makes us more approachable and open to learning. It also invites new opportunities for personal growth. Another way to nurture humility is by listening more than we speak. Giving others the opportunity to share their experiences and insights without interrupting or imposing our own perspectives is a powerful practice. True listening comes with the intention to understand, not merely to respond. This kind of deep listening demonstrates respect and consideration for others, which is an essential aspect of humility. Humility also manifests in how we treat others, regardless of their status or position. Every person we encounter has a unique story and valuable experiences to offer. When we treat everyone with equal respect and dignity, it shows that we appreciate people for who they are, not for what they can do for us. This attitude fosters a sense of equality and understanding, making it incredibly attractive because it conveys genuine appreciation for others. It is also important to learn from our mistakes. Nobody is perfect, and everyone makes mistakes, but how we respond to them makes all the difference. Instead of defending ourselves or making excuses, practicing humility means admitting when we are wrong and showing a willingness to learn and improve. This ability to be vulnerable and honest about our failures reflects great strength, not weakness. When we consistently practice humility, we become more approachable and authentic. People feel comfortable around us because they don't have to worry about impressing or competing with us. Humility creates a space of acceptance and understanding, which in turn makes us more relatable and trustworthy. It is essential to remember that humility is not a sign of weakness, On the contrary, it signifies true strength and self-assurance. Humility forms the foundation of a life rich in meaningful relationships and personal growth. Moving on, we come to patience, which is another virtue that, although often underestimated, has a profound effect on how we are perceived by others and how we navigate our daily lives. Seneca, a renowned Stoic philosopher, said, "Time reveals the truth." This timeless piece of wisdom reminds us that good things often take time, and the clarity and truth we seek are typically unveiled through patience and perseverance. Patience is the ability to wait calmly without frustration, accepting that things take time and remaining composed during that waiting period. To cultivate patience, the first step is to shift our perspective on time and expectations. We live in an era of instant gratification where everything seems to be at our fingertips. However, the most valuable things in life usually require time, effort, and careful consideration. Acknowledging this reality is the first step in developing patience. Another effective way to practice patience is through mindfulness and meditation. These practices help us remain present in the moment and resist the urge to rush ahead toward the future. When we feel impatience creeping in, taking a moment to breathe deeply and focus on the present can help center our minds. Regular meditation can train us to be more patient and less reactive to the stresses of life. Furthermore, we can practice patience in our daily lives by engaging in simple acts such as waiting in line without reaching for our phones, listening intently to someone without interrupting, or completing a task without rushing. These small acts of patience may seem insignificant, but over time they accumulate and strengthen our ability to remain patient in larger, more important situations. It is essential to remember that patience is not just about waiting, it is about how we wait. Maintaining a positive attitude and staying calm during moments of waiting demonstrates maturity, self-control, and inner strength. People are naturally attracted to those who can handle waiting with grace and calmness because it indicates confidence in the process and trust in the timing of life. When we embody patience, we project an image of someone who is balanced, confident, and in control of themselves. Have you ever found yourself in a relationship that slowly chips away at your peace, your confidence, and your sense of self-worth? In today's video, we're going to uncover 9 unmistakable signs that it may be time to cut ties completely, even if that person is someone close to you, like a friend or a family member. Picture this. Is there someone in your life who consistently makes you feel guilty, judged, or as though your value depends solely on how much you please them? As Marcus Aurelius wisely said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Setting boundaries and creating distance isn't selfish. It's a vital act of self-respect and protection for your inner peace. This video is designed to help you not only identify these toxic patterns, but also to equip you with the tools and confidence to confront them without guilt and without second-guessing yourself. Make sure to stay with me until the very end, because I'll be revealing one of the most subtle yet widespread signs of a damaging relationship, one that many people overlook, and I'll share how you can liberate yourself from it for good. Before we dive in, if you find these insights valuable, please take a moment to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any future content that empowers your spirit and transforms your relationships for the better. Now, let's begin this important journey of reclaiming your freedom, your dignity, and the peace of mind you truly deserve. First, avoid people who are unwilling to spend money. Have you ever encountered someone whose first comment to you always seems to revolve around not having enough money? At first, it's easy to feel sympathy, especially if you believe they're going through a tough time. But strangely, these individuals often enjoy a fairly comfortable lifestyle, taking trips, indulging in hobbies, and spending on their own pleasures. Yet, when it comes to you or any shared commitment, they suddenly claim financial limitations to avoid responsibility or avoid giving back. This isn't about struggling with poverty. It's about intentional behavior. If you've experienced this, pause and reflect. This is not a sign of a balanced or authentic connection. I once had a friend just like this. Every time we planned an activity together, he would find a reason related to money to back out. But I noticed that he had no problem spending on expensive clothes or impressing others. One day, when he backed out of a trip we had both been excited about, I realized the issue wasn't money. It was the lack of value he placed on our time together. That was the turning point for me. I understood then that such relationships cannot thrive because they aren't built on fairness or genuine care. Whether it's with friends, family members, or romantic partners, every healthy relationship is rooted in mutual giving and shared respect. If you constantly find yourself giving while the other person continually takes, with no sign of effort to reciprocate, then you're carrying the weight of an unbalanced and emotionally draining connection. Always remember, fulfilling relationships are based on mutual respect, equality, and heartfelt care. If someone only sees you as a resource to be used rather than a person to be valued, don't hesitate to establish firm boundaries or even step away entirely. Your life deserves to be surrounded by connections that offer joy, empathy, and sincere appreciation. Second, avoid people who frequently argue and expect you to take sides. Have you ever felt trapped in a relationship where every conversation seems to spiral into conflict? That's exactly what it feels like to deal with someone who constantly seeks out arguments. These individuals don't just stir up unnecessary drama, they also pull you into it, forcing you to choose a side in their personal battles. They bring turbulence into every interaction, draining not just their own energy, but also yours. I once had a friend who outwardly appeared confident, but whenever a disagreement came up, even over something small, he'd immediately escalate it into a full-blown argument. One time, during a casual gathering with friends while we were discussing travel plans, a minor difference of opinion arose. He suddenly turned to me and demanded that I back him up in front of everyone. That experience changed our friendship forever. I realized then that anyone who thrives on conflict and pressures others to align with them makes it impossible to maintain a peaceful or balanced relationship. Constant arguing doesn't indicate strength or intelligence. It's often a symptom of emotional immaturity and insecurity. People who argue for the sake of control or validation sabotage not only their relationships but also their own personal development. A truly wise person doesn't feel the need to win every disagreement. They prioritize peace, understanding, and resolution. If you find yourself caught in endless cycles of conflict or regularly dragged into disputes that aren't yours to fight, take a moment to reflect. Cultivating calmness in your life protects your relationships and shields your inner peace. In the end, the most valuable treasures in life are not found in drama or debate, but in peaceful connections and a quiet, steady mind. Third, avoid people who dismiss or minimize the worries of others. In the journey of life, each of us carries our own distinct set of burdens, no two alike. The worries we bear, the joys we experience, and the sorrows we endure cannot be compared on any universal scale. Yet one of the most disheartening experiences in life is when we open up about our struggles, only to be met with people who not only downplay our pain, but also amplify their own as if theirs are more significant. This kind of reaction isn't just inconsiderate. It undermines trust and slowly eats away at the very foundation of any relationship. I remember a time when I shared with a longtime friend how overwhelmed I felt trying to balance work while caring for my aging parents. Rather than offering a moment of empathy or even a listening ear, he brushed aside my concerns and quickly shifted the conversation to talk about how stressed he was at work, as if my reality was invisible. That moment didn't just leave me disappointed, it left a deep emotional bruise. It taught me something crucial. Meaningful relationships can only thrive when both people make an effort to genuinely listen and value each other's challenges as much as they'd like their own to be acknowledged. True respect isn't found in grand, sweeping gestures. It lives in the smallest actions, thanking someone sincerely for their help or offering a heartfelt apology when you've caused pain. These simple words, when spoken with sincerity, go far beyond social niceties. They form the bedrock of strong and lasting human connections. It's important to step away from people who lack this kind of gratitude. If someone cannot celebrate your wins or empathize with your struggles, if they find amusement in your pain, that reveals not only a lack of compassion, but a deep, unsettling indifference. We may not have control over how others behave, but we do have control over who we allow into our inner circle. Choose relationships rooted in mutual respect, kindness, and sincerity. Keep company with those who rejoice in your happiness, comfort you in your grief, and genuinely wish you well. Taking joy in someone else's suffering doesn't just hurt them, it chips away at your own humanity. Living with empathy and compassion won't just help you build meaningful relationships, it will lead you to a life full of purpose and depth, a life truly worth living. Equally important is to steer clear of individuals who try to impose their religious or political beliefs on you. No two people are exactly the same, and that diversity is part of what makes human relationships so rich and meaningful. Real connection is not about forcing others to adopt your worldview, but about recognizing and appreciating differences while building common ground from them. Still, some people feel compelled to constantly push their beliefs on others, be it spiritual, ideological, or political. And this kind of behavior is not only draining, it can fracture relationships beyond repair. I once had a close friend who, with every conversation, felt the need to convince me that his way of life was the only right one. At first, I tried to engage in thoughtful discussions and defended my own beliefs, hoping for mutual understanding. But after each interaction, I found myself emotionally exhausted. Nothing changed. No progress was made. The debates became repetitive, more about ego than insight, and I eventually realized that these exchanges were only driving a wedge between us. Arguments rooted in the need to be right often do nothing but create distance and resentment. Even when you win such an argument, the sense of victory is fleeting and usually comes at the cost of another person's dignity. The most damaging consequence isn't the disagreement itself, but the subtle emotional wounds and the growing disconnect it causes. Truly wise individuals don't argue simply to be right. They listen, they empathize, and they understand when it's best to step back. Real success in a relationship isn't found in overpowering the other person's views. It's found in conquering your own pride to nurture mutual respect and harmony. Letting go of the need to always be right doesn't make you weak. It makes you peaceful. That's a reward no argument can ever give. If you've stayed with me this far, leave a comment below saying peacefulness, so I know you're on this journey with me. Together, let's keep learning, growing, and creating lives filled with meaning and emotional clarity. Finally, recognize when a friendship starts making you feel uneasy or drained. If being around someone consistently leaves you feeling distressed, it's time to reconsider that relationship. Sometimes the people who once brought you joy, laughter, and unforgettable memories begin to feel distant, not necessarily because you or they did something wrong, but simply because life has taken you both in different directions. Growth changes us. As we evolve, so do our interests, values, and perspectives. There was a story a colleague once shared about his childhood friend. They had spent countless cherished moments together, from going to the movies and playing sports to dreaming about their future. But over time, something shifted. Conversations began to feel forced. Meetings became more of a chore than a joy. What once flowed effortlessly now felt strained. That's not necessarily a tragedy. It's a natural part of life's rhythm. Not all relationships are meant to last forever. Some serve a beautiful purpose for a time and then quietly fade as we grow. Recognizing this isn't an act of betrayal. It's an act of self-respect. When a connection no longer brings peace, but instead brings anxiety or sadness, it's okay to let it go. Honor the good memories, but protect your present peace. Life is too short to keep holding on to relationships that no longer nourish your soul. I remember a story shared by a colleague. He spoke of a childhood friend, someone with whom he had created countless unforgettable memories, going to the movies together, playing sports, and imagining the futures they would one day build. But as time went on, life pulled them in different directions. One moved away to a new city, building a career and starting a family, while the other remained in their hometown, living a quieter, simpler life. Whenever they managed to reconnect, it just didn't feel the same. Their conversations became awkward, filled with polite small talk and a subtle undercurrent of unfamiliarity. My colleague admitted that he initially put in a lot of effort to keep the friendship alive, but the more he tried, the more he began to see that they had changed so much that the closeness they once had was no longer there. Eventually, he chose to step back, not because he stopped caring, but because he realized that letting go was the only respectful way to acknowledge the changes both of them had gone through. Relationships, he said, are like a dance. Both people need to move in sync for the connection to feel right. When the rhythm falls out of harmony, both dancers feel uncomfortable and tired. Rather than placing blame on himself or his friend, he chose to accept what had changed. Sometimes, stepping back is the wisest and kindest choice. It doesn't mean erasing someone from your story. It means allowing space for both people to continue growing, even if it's apart. A gentle goodbye can often be more healing than trying to force a bond that no longer fits. Life is a constant state of change, and relationships reflect that too. The key lies in knowing when to hold on and when it's time to move forward. Treasure the beautiful moments you've shared, but don't be afraid to let that relationship become a cherished memory. Sometimes, letting go isn't just an act of compassion for someone else, it's a sign of self-respect. There's also wisdom in steering clear of those who endlessly complain about themselves. Have you ever felt like an emotional trash can, the kind of person others come to just to unload all their sadness, frustrations, and constant negativity. Everyone needs someone to lean on now and then. We all go through difficult seasons. But there's a big difference between sharing from a place of mutual empathy and simply dumping emotions without care. I once had a friend named Sarah, a former colleague who I was once very close to. During a time when my mother became critically ill, I was overwhelmed, juggling the demands of work while being her primary caregiver. It was one of the most emotionally and physically exhausting times in my life. Yet Sarah came to me almost daily, not to offer comfort or check in on me, but to complain. She went on and on about how much she hated her job, how her boss treated her poorly, how her husband never helped her at home. And, despite my own state of distress, she never once asked how I was holding up. I tried gently to shift the conversation and express some of what I was going through, but she always found a way to redirect things back to herself. Each time I interacted with her, I walked away feeling emotionally depleted, and at times even guilty that I couldn't be more available for her. The final straw came shortly after my mother had undergone major surgery. Sarah called me, not to ask how things went, but to complain that I hadn't replied to her messages quickly enough. That was the moment I realized something had to change. I told her honestly, "Sarah, I can't do this anymore. I have too much on my plate, and I need the people around me to understand that and offer some support." There was a long silence. After that, the distance between us grew naturally. It hurt, but I knew it was necessary to protect my own well-being. Not every complaint needs to be voiced to others, and no one should be treated as an emotional dumping ground. If someone isn't truly looking for support or resolution, but merely offloading their pain onto you, it's okay to set boundaries. Learn to listen with intention, not obligation. Make room in your life for people who see your heart, not just your ears. True connection is built on mutual care, and sometimes the kindest thing you can do is to stop expecting others to be more than they are and start being gentler with yourself. Another type of person to avoid is someone who treats promises casually or breaks them without a second thought. Have you ever waited for someone who never arrived, offering only a weak excuse or no explanation at all? That moment when you realize you're not a priority to someone stings deeply. A promise isn't just words. It's a sign of respect, trust, and commitment. What's truly painful is when someone not only fails to follow through, but also seems to forget they ever made a commitment in the first place. That kind of carelessness doesn't just chip away at trust. It makes you feel like an afterthought, as though your time and feelings don't matter. I remember a time when I was sitting at my favorite coffee shop, waiting for a friend we had planned to meet. At first, I assumed she was simply delayed by traffic or caught up with something urgent. But after waiting for an entire hour, I finally received a message from her. "Totally forgot we had plans today, sorry." That simple message hit harder than she might have realized. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened, and in that moment, I had to face the truth. Continuing to tolerate this behavior was only hurting me. I knew she wasn't intentionally trying to cause harm, but her lack of attention, her failure to honor her word, said more than any apology ever could. When a relationship starts feeling like a constant emotional weight, when respect and mutual commitment are no longer present, it's a sign that it's time to take a hard look at what that connection truly brings into your life. Self-respect sometimes requires letting go of relationships that no longer add value or nourishment to your well-being. Healthy relationships are not built on empty promises or casual indifference. Listen closely to your emotions. They often whisper the truth before your mind catches up. You deserve to be in relationships where your presence is appreciated, where both sides make the effort to uplift one another. If someone consistently fails to meet that standard, don't be afraid to walk away. Every time you say no to people who don't value or respect you, you're actually opening the door for healthier, more fulfilling relationships to enter. Never forget, you are not just worthy of love, but you are also entitled to respect, not just in words, but through genuine actions. Avoid people who always bring up the same worries. Have you ever noticed how, when some people express their concerns to you, it doesn't seem like they're really seeking a solution? Instead, they just want temporary comfort, a moment of relief from their own mental chaos. This isn't necessarily wrong. The need to share and feel understood is deeply human. But if you find yourself stuck in conversations with someone who keeps repeating the same complaints, never taking any steps toward change, or even brushing off your well-intentioned advice, then it may be time to consider what that pattern is doing to both of you. There was a time when I had a former colleague who often approached me just to vent about work. At first, I thought she simply needed a safe space to air out her frustrations, so I listened patiently and even went out of my way to offer clear, practical suggestions to help her make things better. But again and again, she dismissed the advice and circled right back to the same complaints in every single conversation. Over time, it became clear she wasn't truly interested in changing her situation. She only wanted someone to echo her worries, not challenge her to rise above them. Eventually, I took a different approach. I gently told her that I valued our connection, but I was starting to feel like we were stuck in an endless loop. I told her, "If you genuinely want to make things better, I'm here for you. But that first step has to come from you." She didn't respond well. Still, deep down, I knew I had done the right thing. Listening to others is a powerful expression of compassion. But when it's done without any movement toward resolution, it slowly depletes the emotional energy of everyone involved. If you truly care for someone, sometimes the kindest thing you can do is to speak truth, even if it's uncomfortable. Real friendships aren't built on surface-level comfort. They're grounded in honest support and mutual growth. Remember, kindness isn't just about being a soft shoulder. It's also about helping someone confront their own barriers, even when it means being firm. Avoid people who boast excessively. You've probably encountered someone who, no matter the topic, finds a way to steer the conversation back to their past accomplishments. They talk about their former successes like they're the only parts of their life that matter, as if those moments are their entire identity. At first, it may seem impressive, even inspiring, but over time, you begin to see through it. These stories aren't just tales of pride, they're often a shield, hiding an inner emptiness or a lack of purpose in the present. I once knew a man who never missed an opportunity to talk about the prestigious awards he had won years ago. He would repeat every detail of his achievements with so much flair. But when it came to discussing his current life, he would always dodge the conversation or change the subject. It became clear he was stuck in a time when he felt most valuable, clinging to his old glory as if it were the only thing keeping him afloat. What saddened me the most was that instead of inspiring admiration, his behavior started pushing people away. It's important to understand that constantly reliving past victories doesn't enhance how others see you. In fact, it can have the opposite effect, making those around you feel unseen or less significant. A person who is truly confident and content doesn't need to advertise their achievements. Their presence speaks for itself, grounded in the now, not shackled to the past. Let your present life, your actions, your attitude, your growth, be the true reflection of your worth. Humility not only makes you more relatable, but also builds deeper, more authentic relationships based on mutual respect and real connection. As the old saying goes, silence is golden, and those who understand its power often turn out to be the ones most deeply respected. I'd love to hear about your journey, your victories, your struggles, and how you've grown through them. Please hit subscribe, tap the notification bell, and leave a comment below. Share your story, your strength, or just write peacefulness to let us know you made it through this reflection. Your engagement is what keeps this community thriving, a place where we grow together, learn from one another, and discover the art of transforming every challenge into an opportunity. I've also linked 2 more videos here, so feel free to keep watching and stay on the path of personal growth and empowerment. Thank you for being here, and I'll see you in the next video. Imagine having the strength to stay calm in chaos, to stay kind when others are cruel, to lead with wisdom even when no one claps for you. Imagine living with such clarity that no setback, no betrayal, no storm can shake you. Sounds impossible, right? But one man lived that way. His name was Marcus Aurelius. He was Emperor of Rome, the most powerful man in the world. And still, every night, he sat down and wrote reminders to himself about how to be a better person. He didn't write to impress anyone. He wrote to survive, to stay focused, to stay human. And what he left behind, Meditations, has become one of the most powerful guides ever written on how to live with purpose, peace, and strength, no matter what life throws at you. But here's the problem. Most people never read it, or they read it once, think it's just old wisdom, and miss the real power behind it. Today, that changes, because you're about to discover the entire philosophy of Marcus Aurelius, explained in simple, clear, practical language. Not for historians, not for scholars, but for you, for your daily life, for your struggles, for your mind. These aren't dusty ideas from 2,000 years ago. They are tools, and once you learn to use them, you'll walk through life calmer, clearer, and stronger than 99% of people you know. So, before we begin, do one thing for yourself. Type in the comments, "I am the master of my mind." Write it, own it, repeat it, because that's what Marcus believed, that your life is shaped not by what happens to you, but by how you choose to respond. Now get ready. This is not just philosophy. This is a manual for greatness. Let's begin. Let's begin with a question that Marcus Aurelius asked himself again and again in different ways. Why do I let small things upset me when I am only a breath in the vastness of time? It wasn't a poetic thought. It wasn't for drama. It was survival, a mental survival skill. Because when you're Emperor of Rome, when everyone is either praising you or betraying you, ego is always hunting you. Every victory whispers, "You're special." Every insult screams, "You're not enough." And if you don't train your mind, you start believing both. So Marcus trained his mind every day to zoom out, not just from the problems of the empire, but from the empire itself. He reminded himself that Rome was a tiny dot in time, that his palace would one day be dust, that his name would be forgotten, that his body would rot, not to be dark, but to be free. Because when you realize that nothing lasts forever, you stop acting like everything is urgent. When you see your life next to the life of stars, you stop letting your ego take control. You stop needing to win every argument. You stop obsessing over how people see you. You stop clinging so tightly to things that were never yours to keep. This is what we call the cosmic perspective. And for Marcus, it wasn't just a nice idea. It was a tool, a powerful way to stay calm, kind, grounded, and focused, even when the whole world was losing its mind. So now, let's go deep into how this tool works, and how you can use it today, even if you're not wearing a Roman crown. Every time Marcus was faced with stress, vanity, jealousy, or fear, he zoomed out. He would mentally step away from the situation, lift himself above the city, above the empire, above the earth itself, and look down on it all. He would remind himself, this is small, not as a way of denying its importance, but to get perspective, real perspective. He wrote to himself, how small a part of the boundless and unfathomable time is assigned to every man. Think about that for a second. How long do we live? 70, 80 years. Maybe 90 if we're lucky. Now compare that to the millions of years before you were born and the millions after you die. Your whole life becomes a flash, not even a blink. So why get offended? Why carry grudges? Why feel the need to always be right? Marcus wasn't saying your problems don't matter. He was saying they matter only for a short time. And once you realize that, your ego loses its grip. You stop trying to control things you were never meant to control. But Marcus didn't stop at time. He expanded space too. He would write about the earth as just a point in space, floating among stars, which themselves are born and die. He knew this long before science could confirm it, that galaxies existed beyond what the eye could see, that everything, from the tallest mountain to the greatest king, is made of the same stuff, dust, atoms, nothing permanent. From this view, he asked himself, what is wealth? What is power? What is status? All of it, illusions that disappear in the dark. When you zoom out, fame means nothing. No one in another galaxy knows your name. Not even the richest man on earth owns anything for long. Not even an emperor escapes time. That's why Marcus kept reminding himself, you are a soul carrying a corpse. Not to insult himself, but to wake himself up, to stay clear, to stop taking life so personally. Because ego loves to make you forget. It tells you that you're special, that your pain is unique, that your life is the center of the universe. And when you believe that, everything starts to hurt more. You react, you compare, you panic. But when you step back, when you see the full picture, your ego has no room to grow. It's not that you become cold, you actually become warmer, because you understand more. You stop judging others so quickly, because you realize they're just passing through this life too. You start listening more, you soften, you become humble, not in a fake way, but deeply, because you know what truly matters. Marcus would reflect on how even the stars don't notice our drama. The earth spins whether you win the argument or not. The universe expands even while your heart breaks. This isn't depressing. It's liberating, because it teaches you can feel pain without becoming the pain. You can go through hard things without letting them define you. So what does this mean for your daily life? It means that next time someone insults you, you pause, you take a breath, and in that breath, you step back. You tell yourself, this person, like me, is temporary. This moment is just a ripple in a giant ocean. And suddenly, your anger melts. It means that when you're stuck in traffic, or your plan falls apart, or your post gets no likes, you don't spiral, you zoom out. You remind yourself, this is not forever. This is not who I am. This is just passing through me. It means that when you fail, at work, in love, in life, you don't fall apart, because you realize everyone fails, every empire falls. What matters is how I respond. Marcus used this cosmic perspective not to escape his duties, but to do them better. He didn't say, "Nothing matters, so why try?" He said, "Nothing lasts, so give your best now." And that's the real lesson. When you realize you don't have forever, you stop wasting time on what doesn't matter. The cosmic view kills procrastination. It kills envy. It kills perfectionism. Why? Because you realize you're not building a perfect life. You're building a meaningful one. You don't need to impress the stars. You just need to live in alignment with your soul. Marcus reminded himself constantly, what is the nature of this moment? What is in my control? What is my role in this vast play of life? These weren't abstract thoughts. They were reflections designed to clear the fog, to help him act, not react, to stay centered, not scattered. One of the most powerful things he ever wrote was this: "Soon you will have forgotten all things. Soon all things will have forgotten you." This may sound harsh, but it's pure freedom. Because if one day you and I will be forgotten, then let's stop worrying so much about what people think. Let's stop trying to be remembered for the wrong reasons. Let's stop chasing validation and start living with intention. When you understand this, your life becomes lighter, not less serious, but less heavy. You stop dragging around your disappointments like chains. You stop clinging to labels. You let go. You forgive. Not because they deserve it, but because you deserve peace. You realize life isn't about being perfect. It's about showing up fully for as long as you're here. Now, let's be clear. Cosmic perspective doesn't mean giving up on goals. It doesn't mean avoiding pain. It means seeing pain in context. It means seeing goals in balance. It means choosing what to care about and what to let float away like leaves in the wind. Most people live like they're going to live forever. They stress about promotions, gossip, likes, opinions. They chase things they can't keep and cry over things that don't matter in the long run. But those who think like Marcus, they move differently. They speak with less urgency. They love with more presence. They act with more care, because they're awake to the shortness and beauty of life. Marcus knew that every second we spend caught in ego is a second we lose connection to what's real. That's why he practiced zooming out, not once, not twice, but constantly. He would remind himself, "You have been made by nature for one thing: to live with virtue, to act justly, to speak truth, to fulfill your role with dignity." And when you remember that, when you feel it in your bones, something shifts. You stop chasing the spotlight. You stop needing to win at all costs. You stop being shaken by every little wave, because you know the ocean is bigger than all of it. You don't have to be emperor to use this perspective. You don't need a palace or a scroll. All you need is a pause, a breath, and the willingness to step back. To see yourself not as the main character of the world, but as a tiny part of a vast, unfolding story. And from that place, you find peace. Real peace. Not because life is easy, but because you are no longer owned by your ego. Marcus Aurelius lived with this mindset. He sat in marble halls, heard the cheers of crowds, dealt with traitors and sickness and war. But in his heart, he kept coming back to the stars, to the silence above the noise, to the truth that nothing lasts, and therefore every moment counts. And that's what this first lesson is about. It's not just philosophy, it's a tool, a way to remember what matters and release what doesn't. Use it, practice it, carry it with you. Because when your ego is screaming, when your pride is hurt, when life feels unfair, that's the moment to step back, to look from above, and to ask, what does this mean from the eyes of the cosmos? And suddenly, you'll breathe easier, because you'll know you are not the storm. You are the sky it moves through. When you realize you're not the storm, but the sky it moves through, something inside you loosens, the grip weakens, the tension softens. But then comes the next thought. If everything passes, does anything truly matter? That's the part that scares people. We want to hold on to youth, to people, to places, to certainty. But Marcus Aurelius saw it differently. To him, the passing nature of everything wasn't a reason for sadness. It was a reason to live fully. He didn't mourn impermanence. He found freedom in it, because the more you try to hold on to what cannot be held, the more you suffer. But the moment you accept that life is flowing, like a river you cannot freeze, you stop fighting it. You learn to move with it, to trust it, to embrace change without fear. Marcus saw transience as nature's most honest teacher. Look at how he spoke about it. The blooming flower, the falling leaf, the shifting clouds, the fading voices of praise, the silence that follows fame. He wrote that all things are born to die, that every beginning already carries an ending inside it. This wasn't poetic sadness, it was clarity, a clear eye looking at the truth and saying, yes, and still, I live with strength. He reminded himself over and over that emperors die, kings vanish, cities collapse, languages disappear, and still, life continues. This wasn't nihilism. This was freedom. Because when you stop expecting permanence, you stop being shocked when things change. You stop being crushed by loss. You start living lighter, sharper, more awake. In his writings, Marcus talked about the briefness of human life, not just in years, but in moments. That breath you just took, it's gone. That word you just heard, it's already echo. That thought you clung to, it's dissolved. And the only thing more dangerous than not noticing this is trying to resist it. What made him extraordinary wasn't that he understood this truth, but that he used it to stay steady. He didn't let impermanence depress him. He let it sharpen him. He used it as a reminder, don't waste time, don't cling, don't chase what won't last. This is why disappointment loses power when you accept impermanence. Because disappointment usually comes from the illusion that something would stay. A relationship, a job, a feeling, a plan. When it changes or ends, you feel betrayed. But if you walk into life already knowing that everything is passing, then you meet change not with bitterness, but with readiness. Marcus saw every ending as part of a natural rhythm. Think of the seasons. Spring doesn't fight summer. Summer doesn't fear fall. Fall doesn't mourn winter. Each one gives way to the next, and each one has its place. Human lives are no different. Jobs come and go. Relationships begin and end. Passions rise and fade. This isn't failure, it's movement, and movement is life. That's why Marcus didn't glorify legacy. He reminded himself often that even the most famous names would be forgotten. He mentioned Alexander the Great and Caesar, two men whose names shook the world, and pointed out that barely anyone remembered their servants, their friends, even their personalities. If greatness can fade so quickly, then why let your peace depend on recognition? Because when you no longer need something to last forever, you start to appreciate it more while it's here. That's the paradox. Letting go doesn't mean caring less. It means caring better, deeper, with full attention, because you know it won't be yours to keep. Marcus would often reflect on death, not in a morbid way, but as a compass. He would ask himself, if I knew I might die tomorrow, would this still matter? Would I waste this hour on anger, on gossip, on fear of the future? And most times the answer was no. That's how he filtered what deserved his time. Death wasn't his enemy. It was his guide. This is the secret of those who live with true presence. They've made peace with endings. They don't avoid the truth that everything changes. They work with it. They let it focus their attention. They let it cut through distraction. They let it burn away all that is fake. Marcus even wrote about this when talking about people. He reminded himself not to expect others to act a certain way. Not because people are bad, but because they are also temporary. Moods change, opinions shift, bodies age, love evolves. People walk in and out of our lives, sometimes gently, sometimes suddenly. And that's not always a reason to grieve. Sometimes it's a reason to thank, because they came, because they shaped us, because they showed us something. You don't own anything in this life, not your house, not your job, not your reputation, not even your body. All of it is on loan from nature, and when you understand that, you stop gripping so tightly. You start taking care of things more gently, because you know they're passing through your hands, not into your possession. One of Marcus's strengths was his refusal to treat impermanence as an enemy. He didn't try to escape it with fantasy. He didn't distract himself with pleasures. He faced it. He looked straight at it and said, "This is what life is." And in that honesty, he found his peace. That peace is not the absence of emotion. It's not detachment in the cold sense. It's warmth. It's being able to feel joy, sorrow, beauty, love fully, without needing to trap them in a cage. It's like watching a sunset and knowing you can't freeze it. So instead of reaching for your camera, you put the phone down and just feel it before it slips away. In many ways, our pain comes from forgetting this. We think we can lock life in place, that if we just get the right partner, the right job, the right routine, it will all stay. But nothing stays. Not because you failed, but because that's how nature works. Marcus knew that nature gives, then takes. Breath in, breath out. Cling to nothing. Hold everything with open hands. Even his role as emperor he saw as temporary. He never wrote like a man obsessed with power. He wrote like a man preparing to leave it behind at any moment. That's how he stayed humble. He wasn't immune to the pull of ambition, but he reminded himself daily, this title, this throne, this power, it's not mine. I'm just borrowing it until nature takes it back. When he lost people he loved, he grieved, but he didn't crumble. He saw the pain clearly, but he didn't let it destroy him, because he knew everyone who lives must die. Everything that begins must end. And knowing this doesn't kill the love, it deepens it, because you don't take it for granted. This is one of the hardest things for most people to accept. We want to hold on, we want to make people stay, we want to freeze the moment. But Marcus shows us, you don't need forever to find meaning. You just need to be present while it lasts. That's enough. He also warned against resisting the flow of time. Resisting change is like standing in the middle of a river and trying to push the water back upstream. It doesn't work. It just exhausts you. Instead, learn to float with it, not aimlessly, but with trust. Trust that even when something ends, something else is beginning. That even after loss, there's still life. And even after a goodbye, there's still growth. Marcus would often speak of nature as a cycle. Life, death, decay, rebirth. Not in a mystical sense, but in a biological one. The leaf falls, turns to soil, feeds the roots, gives rise to new growth. Our lives follow the same rhythm, and when you accept that, you become part of something larger than yourself. You stop needing control and start participating in the dance. There's something powerful about people who've made peace with change. They walk with less fear. They love with less expectation. They face challenges with more calm, because they've learned, even this will pass, and when it does, I'll still be here, grounded, grateful, ready. This is the core of Marcus's strength. He didn't seek to avoid the pain of loss. He trained himself to carry it, not with bitterness, but with wisdom. He didn't need everything to last. He only needed to meet it with virtue while it was here. You can feel that mindset in every line he wrote. The acceptance, the clarity, the refusal to demand anything from the world except the chance to respond well. And when you live like that, disappointment loses its edge, not because life stops hurting, but because you stop expecting it to always feel good. There's freedom in that, a deep, steady kind of freedom, the kind that lets you hold joy in one hand and sorrow in the other without dropping either, the kind that lets you move forward after failure without shame, the kind that lets you say goodbye to what's gone while still being grateful it came. That's what impermanence gives you, not despair, but perspective, not fear, but fire. The fire to live more intentionally, to love more openly, to speak more honestly, to move more gently. Because now you know, this won't last. So let me give my best while it's here. Marcus didn't write for fame. He didn't write to be remembered. He wrote to remember, to remind himself of what matters, of what's real, of what will be gone tomorrow, even if it feels permanent today. And now you can carry that reminder too, in your relationships, in your work, in your moments of quiet. Let it whisper to you in hard times. This will pass. Let it echo in moments of joy. Savor this now. Let it shape your choices, your values, your life. Because when you stop trying to make everything last, you start making everything count. That's not loss. That's liberation. When you stop needing things to last, you begin to act for the right reasons. No longer driven by fear or reward, but by principle. And that's where real character is born, not in what you achieve, but in how you carry yourself when no one is watching. Marcus Aurelius understood this deeply. His role wasn't just to understand the nature of life, but to lead within it, to act rightly, not because someone was watching, not because applause followed, but simply because it was the right thing to do. In fact, he led most powerfully when no one noticed, when decisions were thankless, when outcomes were unclear, when the weight of the empire was heavy and the praise was silent. To lead without recognition, to work without credit, to serve without being seen. That was the kind of leadership Marcus practiced, and that's the kind of strength most people overlook. It's quiet, it's invisible, but it is deeply noble and more needed than ever in our world. Today, we've grown used to attention. We want proof that our efforts matter. Likes, compliments, raises, reposts, validation that someone saw what we did and approved of it. But Marcus reminds us, The most important work you do will not be seen by others. It will be seen by your conscience, and that must be enough. He wrote about it constantly, that your job in life is to live according to reason and virtue. That's it. Not for applause, not to be remembered, not for rewards in the afterlife, just because it's right. He even reminded himself, waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one. That sentence carries a quiet, direct force, because it strips away the noise. Don't talk about values, don't post quotes about integrity, just do it. Lead, even when it's boring, even when it's unseen, even when it costs you. That's what Marcus faced. He dealt with plagues, wars, famines, political games, people who lied to his face and bowed while betraying him behind closed doors, and yet he still got up every day and did his job, not for a statue, not for fame, but because it was his duty. That word, duty, meant everything to him. It wasn't a burden, it was a compass. He saw himself as a servant of the common good. He believed that nature had given him a role, and his only task was to fulfill it honorably. No shortcuts, no excuses. Even when others were lazy or corrupt, he held himself to a higher standard. Not because someone was grading him, but because he was watching himself. That's the mark of real leadership, when you don't cut corners just because no one will notice, when you don't lower your effort just because you're tired, when you still bring your full self to the task, even when the room is empty. That's the test of your character, not when things are easy, but when they're thankless. Marcus also warned against needing validation to do the right thing. He knew that applause can be dangerous, that it feeds the ego and makes you dependent on others' approval. He reminded himself that praise is just noise, that fame is fleeting, that the only true reward is a clean conscience. You see it again and again in meditations. Marcus asking himself, was my action in line with nature? Was it honest? Was it useful? And if it was, that was enough. Whether others noticed or not didn't change the value of the action. This mindset is hard today. We live in a world wired for performance. If no one sees it, it feels like it didn't happen. But the Stoic way says, the value of what you do is not in the audience, it's in the integrity. It's not in how loudly you do it, it's in how truthfully you do it. This shows up in small ways, like being kind to a difficult co-worker even when no one's around, showing up early to your shift even when the manager won't notice, being honest on your taxes when you could lie, speaking gently to your partner when you're frustrated, holding the door for a stranger who might not say thank you. These aren't grand acts, but they shape who you are. They build inner strength. They make you dependable, not just in public, but in private. And Marcus would say, if you can lead yourself like that, you can lead anyone. He also wrote about the temptation to complain, especially when no one appreciates you, when others do half the work but take twice the credit, when the people you help don't even say thank you. He felt those moments too, but he reminded himself, you are not here for rewards. You are here to do your work well. Let others chase applause. You stay grounded. That doesn't mean becoming cold. Marcus never said to shut down your heart. In fact, he wrote about compassion often. But he said to give love freely, without strings. To give help not for thanks, but because it's right. To be useful, not impressive. Because when you act with that kind of independence, your sense of worth becomes unshakable. You no longer need someone else to tell you you're enough. You know it, because you've shown up again and again, even when it was hard, even when it was quiet. That's another key lesson from Marcus, that leadership is not about control, It's about example. You don't lead people by force. You lead by clarity, by steadiness, by consistency, by being the person others can count on, even when no one's looking. He led like that, not with flashy speeches or grand gestures, but with consistency, with care, with a willingness to do the hard work over and over, the unglamorous part, the part behind the scenes. And that's a model we need more of, in families, in friendships, in workplaces, people who don't lead for attention, but because they believe in doing right, people who aren't addicted to credit, who can be kind without posting about it, who can work hard without being clapped for, who can guide others without needing to be called a leader. This mindset also makes you more resilient, because when you tie your effort to praise, you become fragile. The moment praise fades, so does your motivation. But when your effort is tied to values, it lasts. You keep going, even in silence, even in doubt, even when no one cheers. That's where strength is born. Marcus would often come back to the image of a horse running its race, not because of a whip, not for a trophy, but because that's what it was made to do. That's how he saw his role. Whether praised or blamed, he would do what was needed, because that was his nature. And what's beautiful about this is that it gives your life meaning in every season, even when things are slow, even when your work feels unnoticed, even when progress feels invisible. Because you know, I am showing up. I am doing my part. I am aligned with who I want to be. And that is enough. It also frees you from bitterness. When others get credit they didn't earn, when people misunderstand you, when effort goes unacknowledged, you don't have to let it poison you, because your work wasn't for them. It was for something deeper, and that keeps you light. Marcus also warned himself not to get addicted to identity. Even as emperor, he reminded himself, you are only a man, a piece of the universe. Do your role, then step back. That's powerful, because even the highest title didn't own him. He didn't let his role become his ego. He knew leadership is temporary. That status doesn't last. So the only thing that really matters is how you carried yourself. Did you stay just? Did you stay patient? Did you use your position to help others or to glorify yourself? These are the questions that follow you, not your resume, not your awards. So whether you lead a team or a family, whether you run a company or just try to keep your own life in order, this principle applies. Do it quietly. Do it fully. Do it without waiting for applause. Because those who lead without being seen often lead the most. They set the tone. They build the culture. They hold the line when no one else will. And they do it not for recognition, but because their soul demands it. This kind of leadership builds legacy, not the kind written in history books, but the kind written in the hearts of those you touch. The children who watched you stay calm in a crisis. The colleague who remembered your small act of kindness. The stranger you helped and forgot about. You may not know the ripple you caused, but it's there, in quiet waves, in unseen influence, in the lives that changed because you chose to act without needing thanks. That's the kind of life Marcus Aurelius tried to live, not loud, not flashy, but steady, grounded, devoted. And now the same path is in front of you, to do your duty, to lead with your values, to serve where you are, to act without applause, to be the example you wish others would become. Let others chase the spotlight. You stay in the light of your own truth, because in the end you'll know, not because they praised you, but because you didn't betray yourself. When you lead quietly, when you act rightly without needing praise, you begin to notice something else rising inside you, a certain unshakable stillness, a place that doesn't move even when the world shakes. It doesn't scream, it doesn't boast, but it's there, constant, watching, steady. This is what Marcus Aurelius called the inner citadel, the stronghold of the soul, not a castle built from stone, but from discipline, not guarded by weapons, but by clarity. This was the deepest part of Marcus, the place no insult could reach, no betrayal could crack, no loss could destroy, and he didn't inherit it. He built it, one thought at a time, one honest action after another, through silence, through self-examination, through patient resistance to the chaos of life. While others chased power on the outside, he fortified peace on the inside. That was his real empire. Because he knew the truth. If your mind is not protected, then nothing else is. And if your mind is steady, then nothing else can break you. This idea is one of the most powerful in all of Stoic philosophy, that your true refuge, your real defense, is always within you. It is not your money, not your titles, not your relationships. Those can be taken, they can change. But the citadel of the mind, that is yours, and if you build it strong, it becomes your shelter in every storm. Marcus reminded himself of this again and again, that the external world is unpredictable, unfair, messy, that people will lie, things will fail, plans will fall apart. But none of that has the power to destroy you, unless you let it inside. He wrote, "The things you think about determine the quality of your mind. Your soul takes on the color of your thoughts." So what are you painting with? If your thoughts are scattered, bitter, shallow, your inner citadel becomes weak. But if your thoughts are clean, grounded, focused, then no attack from the outside can shake what you've built. This wasn't just a theory for Marcus. He faced betrayal from those close to him. He faced plague, war, personal loss, and deep fatigue. And yet, he kept returning to that quiet strength inside, that center that reminded him, you cannot control what happens, but you can control how you meet it. And that's where the construction begins, in your daily response. When someone wrongs you and you choose not to retaliate, when your plans collapse and you choose not to panic, when you feel misunderstood and you choose not to crumble, these are the bricks, these are the walls, these are the choices that shape your mental fortress. The inner citadel isn't a place of escape. It's not detachment in the sense of running away. It's engagement from a place of clarity. It's being fully present in life, but not overwhelmed by it. Fully aware of the pain, but not destroyed by it. Because you know where your center is, and you return to it again and again. This is why Marcus placed so much importance on self-reflection. He wrote daily, not to be read, but to stay honest. He used writing as a way to audit his mind, to catch ego creeping in, to clean out resentment before it poisoned him. He wasn't trying to be perfect. He was trying to be stable. He knew that the world doesn't get easier. You get stronger, and the strength doesn't come from avoiding life. It comes from facing it directly, with the right tools. And one of those tools is awareness. Being able to notice your thoughts without becoming them. Being able to watch your reactions without obeying them. This is what the Stoics meant when they said, "Don't be carried away by impressions." You can feel the pull of anger, but not act on it. You can hear the whisper of fear, but not give it the wheel. You can be hurt, but not undone. That's the real meaning of invulnerability. Not that you don't feel, but that your values stay firm, that your identity doesn't shift with public opinion, that your peace doesn't depend on perfect conditions. Building this kind of mind takes practice. It takes choosing silence over reaction, patience over panic, discipline over comfort. And it's not always exciting. Sometimes it's boring, sometimes it's lonely. But over time, it adds up. And what you gain is priceless, a kind of inner stillness that no one can steal. This is also why Marcus emphasized simplicity, not just in lifestyle, but in thought. He wanted clarity, clean lines, direct truth, because the more clutter in the mind, the weaker the foundation. He didn't chase a million opinions. He filtered. He edited. He focused. You can see it in how he wrote: short sentences, clear principles, no fluff, because he was training his mind to be sharp, not distracted, focused, not pulled in every direction. The fewer things you allow to shake you, the more stable you become. He also reminded himself of nature, not as decoration, but as a teacher. Trees lose their leaves without resistance. The sun rises without complaint. The ocean accepts the storm and keeps moving. Nature doesn't argue, it endures. And Marcus believed we could do the same if we return to our natural strength, the part of us that accepts reality without collapse. That's what the inner citadel protects, not your comfort, but your capacity to face truth, to respond with virtue, to keep your footing when everything around you is shifting. And this brings us to another key insight. You do not need to control the world. You need to control your responses to it. This flips the way most people think. Most are trying to fix the world so they can feel safe, change others, rearrange life, remove all conflict. But Marcus knew that path never ends. There's always another threat, another frustration, another failure. The better path is this: build your strength so those things lose their power over you. He knew this wouldn't make life easy, but it would make it meaningful. Because now you are no longer pushed around by every emotion. You are no longer a slave to every fear. You are no longer reactive to every inconvenience. You've built something inside, and that structure holds you when nothing else does. This also gives you freedom, because once your peace comes from within, the world can't take it from you. You stop needing approval. You stop fearing rejection. You stop chasing validation, because your stability doesn't depend on other people's behavior. It depends on your own alignment. This doesn't mean you stop feeling. Stoicism is not coldness, it's control. You can feel deeply, care fully, without letting those feelings own you. That's the strength of the inner citadel. It lets you feel through things, not be drowned by them. Marcus knew that each challenge was a test, not from the gods, but from life itself. A chance to prove. Have you built your fortress? Can you stand your ground? Can you act with reason, even when emotions storm the gates? And when he failed, he didn't collapse. He reflected, he wrote, he recalibrated, because even building a citadel takes patience. It's not built in one day. It's carved from experience, from missteps, from trying again. He also warned against letting flattery into the walls. Not just criticism, but praise can weaken your citadel, if you let it define you. Because once you start believing the compliments, you start fearing their absence. So Marcus reminded himself, stay humble, stay inward, stay true. He built his citadel so well that even when Rome was burning from within, he remained calm. When others panicked, he planned. When others blamed, he took responsibility. Not because he felt no fear, but because he had trained himself to respond with strength instead of collapse. That training is available to you too. Every day gives you the materials. Someone cuts you off, don't react. Place a brick. A delay ruins your plans. Don't spiral. Place another brick. You feel tempted to seek approval. Resist. Another brick. These small choices, repeated over time, build something solid. This fortress is not about building walls against people. It's about building space for wisdom. So you can hear clearly, think clearly, act clearly, even when the world outside is chaotic. And when you live like this, others feel it. They don't see the citadel, but they feel its strength. Your calm under pressure, your kindness in conflict, your clarity in confusion. And maybe, just maybe, it inspires them to start building too. Because in a world that pulls us in every direction, the rarest kind of person is the one who knows who they are and stands firm in that truth, who can face loss without losing themselves, who can be hurt without becoming hard, who can walk through storms and still carry light. That's what Marcus Aurelius built. And now you can build it too. Strength begins inside. The deeper it is built, the calmer you remain when everything on the outside breaks apart. But even the strongest inner citadel stands under one shadow, one truth that no wall can stop, no wealth can avoid, and no wisdom can escape. That truth is death. Marcus Aurelius did not run from this. He didn't silence it. He looked straight at it, and instead of fear, he found clarity. Instead of sadness, he found sharpness. This wasn't about dwelling in darkness. It was about making life lighter, cleaner, more urgent, and more honest. He reminded himself daily that he was going to die, not in a dramatic, theatrical way, but in a matter-of-fact tone, like someone pointing to the sunrise. This was the practice of memento mori. Remember that you must die. And to him it wasn't morbid. It was medicine. It was the most direct way to cut through distractions and return to what matters. Because when you forget death, you start wasting time. You delay the apology. You hold on to resentment. You spend your days chasing status, complaining about things you can't change, waiting for some day. But when you remember death, excuses begin to dissolve. You realize that someday isn't guaranteed, that what you're doing today is either part of the life you want or time you'll never get back. Marcus wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do, say, and think." He wasn't being dramatic. He was being exact. Life is not a promise. It's a loan. And we don't know when it will be collected. This awareness didn't make him anxious. It made him clear. It helped him prioritize. It helped him forgive faster, speak more honestly, act more justly. Because when you keep death in view, you stop living like you're immortal. You stop putting off your values. You stop clinging to things you can't carry with you. He saw death not as a thief, but as a teacher. It teaches you that everything is on loan, your body, your relationships, your possessions, even your name. And when you accept that, you start holding things more gently. You stop squeezing. You start appreciating what's here instead of always reaching for more. That's why Marcus often reminded himself that even the longest life is brief, that even emperors are forgotten, that even the great thinkers and conquerors turned to dust. Not to minimize their efforts, but to remind himself not to depend on memory for meaning. It's not about being remembered, it's about being real. This is what allowed him to act with urgency without panic. He knew time was running out, But he didn't waste it on fear. He used that pressure as fuel. If today was all he had, how would he speak? How would he carry himself? What would he refuse to say? What would he stop worrying about? Memento mori gave him perspective. It helped him avoid pettiness, helped him walk away from arguments that didn't matter, helped him ignore gossip, helped him resist bitterness, because none of those things are worth your limited hours. He wasn't obsessed with death. He was aligned with it. He used it as a compass. If something wouldn't matter on his deathbed, he trained himself to not let it matter too much today. That's how you live wisely, not by fearing death, but by respecting it. This kind of mindset also helped him deal with the death of others. As emperor, as a father, as a human being, he experienced loss often. But he reminded himself, no one was promised more time than they were given. No one is owed a long life. So while grief is natural, resistance to loss is not helpful. This didn't mean he stopped loving. It meant he loved more deeply while he could. Because when you know something can end at any moment, you stop taking it for granted. You say the thing you are holding back. You notice the details. You give the compliment. You show up fully. Death becomes a reminder to live, not louder, not faster, but more honestly. Marcus saw clearly that fearing death is one of the fastest ways to ruin life. It makes you chase distractions, makes you avoid reflection, makes you hide in routine. But when you accept death, you become focused. You live more deliberately. You waste less time pretending things are fine when they're not. He often wrote about how death makes us equal, that the rich, the powerful, the famous, the forgotten, all meet the same end. And this equality can be freeing. It reminds us that no one is truly ahead of anyone else. We're all walking the same path. Some just walk it more awake. He used this thought to dissolve jealousy. Why envy someone who's just as temporary as you? Why compare your life to someone else's highlight reel when both of you will be dust before long? This kind of clarity protects you from wasting time in the trap of comparison. Marcus also warned against delaying your growth. He would ask himself, how much longer will you wait to demand the best of yourself? Because we always think there's more time, but there isn't always. We assume we'll be ready next year, or after the job changes, or when we're less tired. But life doesn't wait, and wisdom doesn't bloom under delay. This is where mortality becomes a motivator, not in the sense of panic, but in the sense of presence. When you treat each day as rare, you stop treating it like filler. You stop thinking you have time to be careless or dishonest or stuck. You stop numbing your awareness just to make the hours pass faster. You begin to ask better questions. What do I want to leave behind, not in the world's memory, but in the lives I touch? How can I speak more truth today? How can I show love in a way I won't regret? What do I need to stop avoiding? Marcus also used this awareness to stay humble, because when you see your own end clearly, you lose the hunger for superiority. You're not here to impress. You're here to live with integrity. He saw that even the worst pain loses some power in the face of mortality, because no pain lasts forever. Even the hardest seasons pass. Even grief becomes quieter. And knowing that doesn't minimize suffering. It puts a boundary around it, helps you survive it. This also helped Marcus focus on what he could control. Death is the ultimate proof that we don't run the universe. So while others resisted the flow of life, he adapted. While others chased immortality through legacy, he returned to simplicity, to small daily acts of virtue, to the quiet courage of just being honest, useful, and kind, again and again. He often wrote that death is natural, not something to fear, but something to expect. It's like returning to the earth, like a leaf falling when its season ends. And that image brings peace, because what ends returns, what dies gives way to what's next. And you are part of that pattern, not above it. This acceptance also helped him let go of regret, because when you focus too much on the past, you're not respecting the time you still have. Marcus knew that memory is not where life happens. Life happens now, and death sharpens now like a blade. He didn't use this mindset to rush or stress. He used it to choose, to keep choosing each moment, not out of fear, but out of clarity. When you live like this, death no longer stalks you. It stands beside you, reminding you to live well, to speak carefully, to use your time like it's valuable, because it is. This doesn't mean pushing yourself constantly. It means aligning. If rest is needed, rest with intention. If silence is needed, be quiet with awareness. If action is needed, act with courage, because the time you spend is not refundable. Marcus didn't wait to be told when his final hour would come. He assumed it could be soon, and that made him live in such a way that if it did come, he wouldn't need to panic. That's the goal, to live in such a way that when your time comes, you don't feel cheated. You feel ready. That's why Memento Mori is not about being sad. It's about being serious, about not postponing life, about not being asleep at the wheel. The clock is ticking, not in a threatening way, in a clarifying way. It's asking you, what do you want this hour to mean? When you live with that question, you start taking your life seriously, not in a heavy way, but in a real way. You stop outsourcing meaning. You stop floating. You start arriving to your own life, to the present moment. Marcus did this, not as a saint, but as a man doing his best every day, using the truth of death to shape the truth of how he lived. And you can do the same. When you accept death as your companion, you stop waiting to be brave. You begin living with full attention. No delay, no disguise. But the clarity found in contemplating your end must eventually lead you towards something greater than your own peace. It must lead you outward, to others, to action, to justice. Because the most honest proof that you value life is how you use it for the good of others. Marcus Aurelius knew this. For all his reflection, he never withdrew from responsibility. He didn't use philosophy as an excuse to isolate himself. He stepped into the chaos of politics, into the weight of empire, into the broken systems of human power. And through it all, he fought to remain just. He lived in a world full of corruption, full of flattery, betrayal, manipulation, and cruelty dressed up as policy. He saw friends become enemies. He watched honest men get crushed by greed. He knew what power does to people and what it tempts people to become, and still he didn't run. He stayed. He ruled. Not perfectly, but with effort, with awareness, with a refusal to become like the very forces he resisted. He believed deeply that justice was not optional. It was a duty, a principle that could not bend, even when surrounded by those who twisted it for personal gain. He reminded himself often that being just wasn't about feeling good or sounding noble. It was about acting rightly when no one else did, about making fair decisions even when they cost you, about protecting the dignity of others when it would be easier to turn away. Marcus wrote, "If it's not right, don't do it. If it's not true, don't say it." This was the standard he held himself to, not because it earned him applause, but because it aligned him with his values. He knew that real power meant restraint, that justice begins not in laws or courtrooms, but in individual choices, repeated every day. He also knew that most people in power do not seek virtue, they seek control. And so he watched his own motives carefully. He asked himself, why am I making this decision? Is it because it's easy, because it benefits me, or because it's fair, even if it's inconvenient? These questions helped him stay centered, especially when surrounded by those who saw morality as weakness. Leadership in Marcus's time required more than intelligence. It demanded backbone, because to be just in a corrupt world is to stand alone, to be misunderstood, to be criticized by the very people who benefit from your decisions. Marcus accepted that. He did not expect to be liked. He expected to act in accordance with reason and integrity. He did not pretend that justice always wins. He saw injustice prevail often. But he also understood that your role is not to control the outcomes, it is to commit to the process. You may not fix everything, but you do not add to the harm. You do not become the system you were meant to elevate. Marcus applied this even in personal dealings. If someone lied to him, he did not retaliate with lies. If someone slandered him, he did not use his title to silence them. He chose to lead with calm, not aggression, with facts, not force, not because he was soft, but because he knew that how you win matters just as much as whether you win at all. He believed that being a ruler did not give you more permission to act unjustly. It gave you more responsibility to act with restraint, to hold power without letting it corrupt your decisions, and that meant constantly working on his own impulses, anger, pride, vengeance, all of which could easily masquerade as strength. He had every opportunity to abuse power, to silence dissent, to enrich himself, to surround himself with people who said yes to everything. But instead, he sought truth, even when it was uncomfortable. He consulted people who challenged him. He questioned himself, because he understood. Unchecked power grows blind, and when leaders go blind, everyone suffers. This is where Stoic ethics offered something radical. It didn't promise perfection. It demanded awareness. Marcus used Stoicism not as armor to deflect criticism, but as a compass to guide behavior. He believed the purpose of power was to serve, not dominate, to protect the vulnerable, to reward merit, not loyalty, to maintain order without cruelty. He also knew that systems don't change overnight, that fighting corruption means patience, endurance, quiet strength. Sometimes you have to play the long game, move carefully, choose your battles, stay persistent, even when progress is invisible. Marcus understood that frustration is natural, but giving in to cynicism is surrender. He was surrounded by men who believed that idealism was weakness. That compromise was the only path to stability. But Marcus did not confuse patience with surrender. He understood when to wait and when to act. He stayed principled in situations where shortcuts were easier. He kept his word even when it didn't benefit him anymore. He governed with decency in an indecent world. And most importantly, he knew that you cannot legislate the conscience. You can pass rules, you can enforce laws, but true justice requires leaders who are themselves just. That means examining your intentions, checking your ego, listening before speaking, acting from principle, not pressure. He wrote often about the responsibility of being part of a society. That your role, no matter how small, is part of a larger body. Just as the hand must work with the arm and the heart with the lungs, each citizen must contribute to the well-being of the whole. That doesn't mean blind obedience. It means thoughtful engagement. It means doing your part with care, even if others are careless. This belief extended to everyone, not just the elite. Marcus spoke about universal reason, that each human shares in a greater rationality, a common thread of dignity. He believed that even the poor, the uneducated, the forgotten, had a place in this moral order. Justice to him was not selective. It was based on shared humanity. He practiced this belief in small ways. How he treated servants, how he listened to advisors, how he judged cases, even how he addressed criticism. He didn't see himself as above others. He saw himself as responsible for them. This perspective changed how he saw punishment. He believed justice should correct, not just condemn. That mercy was not a weakness, but a tool of reform. That fairness didn't mean harshness, it meant proportion. He didn't take joy in power. He used it with care because he knew its cost. He also resisted tribalism. He didn't support policies just because his allies did. He didn't attack ideas simply because they came from opponents. He judged arguments on merit. He saw through groupthink. That's what made him dangerous to the corrupt. He couldn't be bought, bullied, or fooled. Even when people acted unjustly toward him, he refused to mirror their behavior. He reminded himself, they act from ignorance. My task is to act from understanding, and in this, he stayed free. Because justice for Marcus was a form of self-respect. To act unjustly would be to betray himself. He also reminded himself that just because the world is broken, that doesn't excuse breaking yourself. Even if corruption is everywhere, even if others cheat or lie, you don't. Not because you're better, but because you've chosen a different path, a harder path, but one that leads to a cleaner mind and a quieter soul. He held himself accountable, not just for his public actions, but for his private motives, because justice starts there, in thought, in intention, in the small, unseen decisions you make when no one is watching. And this is the greatest challenge, not just to believe in justice, but to embody it, to live it when it's costly, to speak it when it's inconvenient, to defend it even when no one thanks you. That's where real leadership lives, not in slogans, not in strategy, but in integrity that holds under pressure. Marcus Aurelius didn't rule perfectly, but he tried. And that effort, that relentless return to principle, is what still echoes today. Not the laws he passed, not the wars he fought, but the steady way he tried to remain just in a world that made justice difficult. And now, in your life, the same test applies. Maybe you're not ruling an empire, but you have influence. In your home, in your work, in your choices. Will you use that influence for convenience or for courage? The world doesn't need more noise. It needs more people willing to stand in silence for what is right. More people willing to ask, is this fair? Is this true? Is this necessary? And then act, even if the answer leads to resistance. Because justice is not found in perfect systems. It's found in individual people refusing to be bent by the system they're in. It's found in the quiet decision to speak the truth, to protect the weak, to lift others without needing to be lifted. That is the politics Marcus practiced, not the politics of division or domination, but the politics of virtue lived out in every action. Justice for Marcus Aurelius was not just a public matter. It was a daily test, a test of whether your thoughts matched your actions, whether your values showed up when life got messy. But principles alone are not enough. They need to be practiced, lived, reinforced in quiet moments when the world isn't demanding anything from you. That's why Marcus didn't just write about character, he trained it every single day. He did this through personal rituals, Not rituals made of incense or ceremony, but quiet routines that helped him stay grounded. These were habits that anchored him in the storm of leadership, habits that didn't require an audience, habits that made him steady when others became scattered. This wasn't about productivity, it was about presence. Marcus began each day with reflection, not to predict the future, but to prepare for it. He would remind himself, "Today I will meet people who are selfish, rude, envious, dishonest, and yet I must not become like them." This was his mental armor, not to protect him from others, but to keep him from being changed by them. He didn't expect the world to be easy. He expected to be tested. That's what made his mornings so important. They were not for comfort. They were for clarity, for setting intention, for remembering what he could control and what he couldn't. That mindset shaped every choice he made from the moment he stood up. His morning practice wasn't long, it wasn't complicated, but it was focused. He centered himself by revisiting core truths, that nothing lasts, that pain is often just perception, that acting with kindness costs less than responding with anger. These ideas weren't new to him, but they were necessary to repeat, because the mind forgets under pressure. That's the power of repetition. Not because the lesson changes, but because you do. Life adds pressure. People pull at your patience. The day wears down your strength. That's why Marcus revisited the same themes again and again, not because he lacked understanding, but because he valued reinforcement. His daily self-talk also focused on role and responsibility. He reminded himself, "I am not here to be entertained. I am here to fulfill my purpose. I am a human being gifted with reason, and reason asks me to act with dignity, not impulse." This helped him enter the day with seriousness, not in mood, but in focus. Throughout the day, Marcus used small moments to reset. A pause between meetings, a quiet walk, a breath before speaking. These weren't labeled mindfulness breaks, but that's exactly what they were. Opportunities to return to center, to assess whether he was acting with intention or slipping into habit. He didn't need a perfect environment to stay mindful. He worked in chaos. He lived in tension. But mindfulness doesn't depend on peace around you. It depends on how often you return to awareness. And Marcus returned often. He watched his thoughts like a gardener watches weeds. He caught complaints before they took root. He pulled back from judgment before it hardened. He questioned assumptions before they became beliefs. This wasn't easy work, but it made him clean inside. It made him trustworthy, especially to himself. And when the day ended, Marcus didn't simply fall into sleep. He reviewed. He looked back, not to regret, but to learn. What did I do well today? Where did I fall short? Did I live according to my values? Did I speak with honesty? Did I let emotions push me off course? This wasn't self-criticism, it was self-correction, like a craftsman checking his tools, not because he hates his work, but because he wants it to stay sharp. Marcus treated his character the same way, as something to refine, something to return to, even after failure. This kind of nightly audit helped him sleep better, not because every day was perfect, but because he was facing his life directly. No pretending, no hiding, just honest accounting. And from that honesty, he drew strength. He also used this evening reflection to release, to let go of what he couldn't change, to leave tomorrow's problems for tomorrow, to remind himself, "I did what I could with the time I had. Now rest." This ability to release is a part of mindfulness that often gets ignored. We hold on to the day long after it's over. Marcus trained himself to release it. Even his approach to pain followed this pattern. When he felt discomfort, physical or emotional, he didn't panic. He observed. He asked, "Is this pain unbearable or just unpleasant? Can I act despite it? Can I separate what's physical from what I'm adding with thought?" This allowed him to live through hardship without drowning in it. He trained himself to separate facts from interpretation. That's a core Stoic practice. Pain is a sensation. Suffering is a judgment. Delay is an event. Frustration is a reaction. Marcus didn't deny reality. He stripped it of unnecessary drama, and that made space for peace. Throughout his writings, you can feel the rhythm of his practice, the repetition, the returns. He didn't need new lessons each day. He needed reminders, because daily life isn't a series of revelations. It's a test of memory. Will you remember what matters when you're tired, when you're insulted, when you're afraid? His routines weren't rigid. They were adaptive. They served the same purpose, to bring him back to the present, to stop the noise in his head, to bring him out of stories and into action, to stop the drift into ego, to restore the humility of just being a man, doing his best. This is where the depth of his mindfulness shows. It wasn't about performance. It wasn't about escaping. It was about being honest enough to stay present even when it hurt, even when it was boring, even when no reward followed. He didn't meditate to feel good. He reflected to stay good, to stay aligned, to stay ready, because he knew life moves fast. And if you don't stop and check in, you lose yourself in it. The beauty of Marcus's routine is that it's available to anyone. You don't need luxury. You don't need silence. You just need commitment. To pause in the morning and remind yourself what matters. To take breaks throughout the day and reconnect. To review your actions at night with honesty, not guilt. That's how mindfulness becomes strength. Not by sitting in a cave, but by practicing awareness in the noise of daily life. In conversation, in failure, in waiting rooms, in traffic, in decision-making. Marcus also reminded himself to expect setbacks, not because he liked suffering, but because he refused to be surprised by it. If you start each day expecting perfection, you're setting yourself up for disappointment. But if you expect challenge, you enter the day ready. This expectation helped him remain calm. When something went wrong, he didn't say, "Why me?" He said, "This is part of the pattern. I prepared for this." That's not cold. That's resilience. That's the kind of mindset built by daily practice. He also trained himself not to need constant stimulation, not to run from silence, not to fear solitude. That's another part of mindfulness that shows up in his writing, the ability to be alone without being lost, to sit with your thoughts without needing to distract yourself. This helped him stay honest, because silence reveals what noise hides, and when you face that silence often, you stop being afraid of your own mind. You learn to lead yourself. You learn to recognize when you're drifting and to bring yourself back. Marcus didn't wait for big crises to use these practices. He didn't wait for breakdowns. He used them every day. So when hard times came, he wasn't starting from zero. His mind was trained. His emotions were tempered. His direction was clear. That's why his writings don't read like lectures. They read like someone whispering reminders to himself in the dark, gentle, firm, repeating the truths he didn't want to forget. Because in the noise of the world, the greatest danger is forgetting who you are. His rituals helped him remember. And now they can help you do the same. Daily rituals helped Marcus Aurelius return to himself again and again. They were the anchor that held him steady in uncertainty. But even the most inward-focused man, one who polished his thoughts in solitude, understood that real philosophy must extend beyond the self. It must show up in how you treat others. That's where Stoicism becomes more than discipline. It becomes justice. And justice, for Marcus, could not be confined to tribe, nation, or personal benefit. It had to stretch to all of humanity. This is the side of Marcus that many people overlook. His belief in universal brotherhood, that every person you meet, stranger, servant, enemy, is part of the same human family, that no one is born to be used, that no one's value is less just because their birth, language, or station in life differs from yours. He didn't say this to sound noble. He believed it with conviction. For him, the logic was clear. All human beings are born with reason. And reason is the shared flame of the gods, the divine spark, the common thread that connects us. This shared nature means we are not meant to live in conflict. We are meant to cooperate, to support, to understand. He wrote that just as your hands are meant to work together, so are human beings. That a hand that hurts the body is harming itself, and a person who harms another for selfish gain or ignorance is doing the same. When you forget that we are made for each other, you forget your purpose. This belief was radical in a time when most people thought in terms of class, bloodline, empire. It still feels radical today because division sells. Fear is easy. But Marcus pointed to something quieter and more powerful. The undeniable connection between every person who breathes. And this wasn't just a poetic idea. It shaped his behavior, how he spoke to those beneath him, how he thought about foreign nations, how he judged the worth of a person, not by title or fame, but by their character and actions. To Marcus, dignity was not earned through achievement. It was granted by nature itself. That's why he warned against cruelty, arrogance, and indifference. He saw them not just as failures of kindness, but as failures of logic. Because when you hurt someone, when you mock or exploit, you're not acting according to reason. You're acting against it. You're forgetting that your mind and theirs are made of the same material. He understood that people would behave badly, that some would steal, lie, or betray. But even then, he said, respond with understanding, not approval, but clarity. If someone is lost in ignorance, your role is not to destroy them. It's to act in a way that does not add more harm, to lead by example, to stay kind without becoming naive. He saw anger not as power, but as a sign of confusion. When you understand that people act from pain, from fear, from habit, then you start to respond differently. You don't excuse wrongs, but you don't lose your soul trying to punish them. This was not softness, it was strength with direction. This belief also helped him resist tribal thinking. He didn't limit his concern to Romans. He saw value in every human being, regardless of culture. This doesn't mean he was free of the mindset of his time, but he stretched beyond it. He pushed against the idea that some lives mattered more than others. He believed that being born in a different region or raised under different gods did not make someone less human. He viewed the whole world as one city, and everyone in it as a citizen. This mental map allowed him to lead not with bias, but with balance. He didn't ask what group a person belonged to. He asked what principles they lived by. This mindset also shaped how he saw leadership. A ruler's role wasn't to dominate, but to serve, to use power to protect, not to privilege. Because if we are all brothers and sisters, then authority comes with deeper responsibility, not more freedom to harm. He reminded himself not to act out of superiority. Even as emperor, he believed he was no more important than the farmer or the soldier. His body would rot like theirs. His voice would fade like theirs. The only thing that truly mattered was how he acted, whether he did what he could, with the role he was given, to contribute to the larger whole. This sense of unity extended into how he handled disagreements. He didn't argue for victory. He argued for understanding. If someone was wrong, he didn't try to embarrass them. He tried to speak to the part of them that could still reason, because truth is not served by humiliation. It's served by clarity, by calm, by shared reflection. He also wrote about how division starts in the mind. When we label others as enemies, as stupid, as evil, we disconnect. And that disconnection feeds hate. But if you remember that even the cruelest person is still a human being, still part of the whole, then something in your heart stays soft. You stay grounded in compassion, even while being firm in principle. He knew that shared nature doesn't mean shared behavior. People still make harmful choices. But shared nature means we can still choose not to return harm with harm. We can set boundaries, speak truth, walk away, but we don't have to hate. We don't have to add more poison to the world. This is one of the deepest strengths Stoicism offers, not just emotional resilience, but ethical clarity. The ability to say, I will not become like what I oppose. I will not mirror cruelty. I will not divide the world into us and them, because the moment I do, I betray the truth I claim to believe in. Marcus believed that justice was not possible without this mindset. If you think only your group deserves care, then your justice will always be warped. It will serve your team, your tribe, your interests, but not truth. But if you start from the idea that we are all bound by a shared origin, then your decisions will be fair. Your actions will be balanced. This view also shaped how he approached service. He didn't just serve Rome, he served humanity. He didn't just think about policy, he thought about principles. He didn't ask, will this make me popular? He asked, will this bring people closer to virtue, to dignity, to understanding? This is what made his leadership different. It wasn't just effective, it was ethical. And ethics begins with empathy. Not the kind that gets lost in emotion, but the kind that stands on reason. That says, this person is like me in the most important ways. We are not enemies by nature, only by choice. This principle matters today more than ever. The world is loud with division. People are sorted by labels. Arguments replace dialogue. Identity replaces intention. But Marcus offers a reminder. Underneath every belief, every disagreement, is a person with a mind. A person with fear, with desire, with potential. He's not asking you to agree with everyone. He's asking you not to forget their humanity, not to reduce people to their worst opinions, not to become blind to the possibility that reason still lives inside them. Even when faced with cruelty, he called for justice without rage, correction without hatred, and that requires more strength than violence, because anyone can hate, anyone can strike. But it takes discipline to understand. It takes clarity to stay fair when others are not. Marcus also reminded himself often that people do wrong out of ignorance, not malice. That they act badly because they think it serves them, not because they're evil by nature. And while that doesn't erase consequences, it changes how you carry the weight of conflict. You stay clean. You don't let their error become your excuse for injustice. That's why Marcus's view of brotherhood wasn't emotional. It was rational. It wasn't about liking everyone. It was about acting in a way that preserved the dignity of the human connection. Even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard. This belief allowed him to govern with calm, to listen when others screamed, to pause when others punished, to build when others tore down, because he wasn't moved by bias. He was guided by something higher, the idea that we are all fragments of the same source. And from that source comes duty. A duty to live with care, to treat others not as threats, but as fellow travelers, not as background noise in your story, but as central to the story we all share. This isn't easy. It asks more of you, but Marcus shows that it can be done, that you can live in a world filled with anger and still choose reason, that you can feel disappointment and still choose fairness, that you can walk through broken systems and still choose to act with unity. Because the world won't change by itself. It changes when people act like what they believe is true, when they live their philosophy, not just speak it. And Marcus Aurelius, through war, loss, illness, betrayal, and power, chose to live this truth, that every human is your kin, that dignity is not earned, it is recognized, that justice begins not in courtrooms, but in the heart that sees clearly. Recognizing every human as your kin reshapes the way you move through life. It humbles your pride, it softens your judgments. But even when you view others as equals, injustice still finds its way into the world. People still lie, they still cheat, they still betray. And this is where the Stoic path becomes most difficult, because it asks you not to respond to injustice with rage, but with reason. Marcus Aurelius had every excuse to be bitter. He was betrayed by people he trusted. He was surrounded by political maneuvering, manipulation, and personal attacks. He ruled in a time of war, plague, and unrest. His choices were often questioned, his authority challenged, and his efforts twisted. Still, he made a conscious decision not to let anger define him. He knew that rage might feel powerful in the moment, but it always leaves a mess behind. It poisons thought. It clouds judgment. It leads to actions you regret and words you can't take back. So he chose something harder. He chose restraint. Not silence, not surrender. Restraint. The kind of restraint that lets you confront what is wrong without becoming a part of the same chaos. He reminded himself that anger is often born from false expectations, from the belief that people should behave differently, that they should know better. But Marcus knew better than that. He accepted that people are flawed, that some act from ignorance, others from pain, and a few simply from selfishness. But none of that gave him permission to lose control. He wrote that injustice harms the person who commits it more than the one who suffers it, because it corrupts the soul of the wrongdoer. That was his way of maintaining his peace. If someone slandered him, he didn't need to return the insult. He simply reminded himself, their behavior reflects them, not me. Their choices are their burden to carry. This didn't mean he allowed wrongdoing to go unchecked. It meant he responded with clarity instead of fury. He believed deeply in justice, but not in revenge. And that difference is critical. Justice seeks what is right. Revenge seeks satisfaction. One corrects, the other punishes. One restores balance. The other tips the scale again in the opposite direction. Marcus believed that meeting injustice with more injustice creates a cycle that never ends. You might win the argument, but you lose your own values in the process. And if your values are lost, then no external victory can make up for the internal cost. This principle is what made his leadership different. He didn't just judge others, he judged himself first. He asked, Am I being fair? Am I seeing the full picture? Am I reacting from ego or from reason? These questions helped him pause. They gave him space to act deliberately rather than impulsively. He warned that anger pretends to be strength, but it's actually a sign of weakness, a sign that your peace depends on others behaving properly, a sign that your emotions are being dictated by things outside your control. And that's the opposite of freedom. True strength to Marcus was staying composed in the face of wrongdoing, not because you accept it, but because you refuse to become like it. He was not passive. He took action when needed, but his actions were measured, guided by values, not by emotion. He believed in correcting others without humiliating them. He believed in disagreeing without disrespect. He believed in removing harmful people from positions of power without turning it into a personal crusade. This balance is what Stoicism trains: emotional independence, the ability to respond to chaos without being chaotic, to confront cruelty without becoming cruel, to hold your moral ground even when you stand alone. And Marcus stood alone often, even in his own family, even in his own court. But he didn't use loneliness as an excuse to become bitter. He used it as fuel to deepen his convictions. He knew that staying calm didn't mean you didn't care. It meant you cared enough to stay effective. Because rage makes you reactive. And when you're reactive, you become easy to manipulate. People know how to push your buttons, how to bait you, how to provoke you. But when you respond with steady calm, they lose control over you. You become your own master again. That's what Marcus practiced: mastery over the one thing he could always control, his mind. He knew that external injustices will always exist, but the greater tragedy is when those injustices invade your character, when you become hard, or cruel, or cynical. He refused to give the world that victory. He reminded himself constantly that we are all part of a larger whole, that nature moves according to reason, not rage, and if we want to live in harmony with nature, we must learn to align our responses accordingly. Even when others are unjust, you must choose to be just. Even when others are loud, you must choose to stay grounded. This is not weakness. It is a higher form of discipline, one that doesn't collapse under pressure, one that doesn't scream when unheard, one that doesn't destroy itself trying to win. It simply stays firm, firm in what is right, firm in what is true. And that firmness speaks louder than anger ever could. Marcus also understood that injustice often stems from ignorance, from people who don't understand the consequences of their actions, or who act from fear, or who were never taught a better way. So instead of condemning them completely, he tried to meet them with clarity, with explanation, with boundaries, but without hatred. He also spoke about injustice that comes from systems, not just individuals. Laws that benefit a few, structures that harm the weak. He didn't pretend these things didn't exist, but he didn't let their presence justify abandoning his ethics. He saw systems as reflections of individual minds, and the only way to change them was to change yourself first. He believed that if enough people lived by principle, the structure would begin to shift. That influence grows not by rage, but by example, by showing a different way, a calmer way, a fairer way. That kind of influence takes longer, but it lasts longer too. Marcus saw that most injustice is made worse by ego, by people who cannot accept that they might be wrong, by people who need to win every debate, who take every disagreement personally, who carry grudges for years. That mindset creates more harm than any single act of unfairness. So he trained himself to forgive, not because others deserved it, but because he deserved peace. He let go of resentment, not because he was weak, but because holding on to anger only drains the soul. He acted without malice, not because he was naive, but because clarity required a clean heart. His self-control was not born from comfort. It was forged in discomfort. He practiced staying calm when everything around him tried to shake him. And that's where the real lesson is. If you only stay calm when life is easy, you're not calm. You're untested. But when life is unjust and you stay clear, when others lie and you speak the truth, when you are betrayed and you still act with integrity, that is Stoicism in motion. This kind of strength is not inherited, it is built. Through repetition, through effort, through failing and returning. It's built by choosing patience when you could lash out, by choosing fairness when you are tempted to seek revenge, by choosing honesty when the easier path is silence. And it's built every time you say, I will not give this situation my soul. I will not let anger make me small. I will not let this person's behavior rewrite who I am. Marcus knew that the world may never be fair, but your character still can be. That's why he turned to philosophy, not to escape the world, but to face it better. He didn't use it to become passive. He used it to become precise, in word, in action, in purpose. And now, so can you. Resisting the pull of anger in the face of injustice is not just about protecting your peace. It's about preserving your example, because whether you realize it or not, someone is always watching how you carry yourself. And no eyes are more observant, more impressionable, or more silently influenced than those of a child. Marcus Aurelius understood this deeply. While he wrote meditations as private reflections, he likely knew that one day his words would be read, perhaps not by the world, but by his son. In the quiet of night, between campaigns and counsel, Marcus did more than govern an empire. He modeled character. He trained himself not only to lead Rome, but to leave behind a pattern of thought and conduct that his children could follow. He didn't teach virtue with speeches. He taught it by living in alignment with it. He didn't say, "Be brave." He showed how to remain steady during war. He didn't command, "Be just." He demonstrated fairness in judgment. And this is the root of philosophical parenting, not controlling a child's life, but controlling your own life so well that it gives them a map. Because children don't learn from commands, they absorb energy, they copy habits, they reflect the integrity or the contradictions they see. Marcus knew this. That's why his writings are filled with reminders not just to act rightly, but to be someone worth imitating. That's the deepest form of education. He believed that raising a child wasn't about shaping their behavior through fear or reward. It was about shaping their understanding through example and dialogue. Rules might protect the surface, but reflection shapes the soul. And children, even when small, are capable of deep thought, if we respect their ability to think. Marcus likely approached fatherhood with the same mindset he used to govern. Not with domination, but with guidance. Not with strict control, but with steady leadership. He believed in showing rather than shouting. And most importantly, he believed that if a person sees virtue in action, they will naturally be drawn toward it. He would have told his son, "Reason is your highest gift. Use it. Think carefully. Don't follow the crowd. Don't act on impulse. Ask what is in your control and what is not. Ask what is right, not what is easy." These questions, repeated over time, don't force morality. They awaken it. That's why Marcus didn't just preach. He wrestled with himself on the page. He showed his own doubts, his missteps, his corrections, and in doing so, he modeled humility. Because the most dangerous parent is the one who claims to be perfect. The wisest parent is the one who admits they are learning too. He also understood the danger of praise. He warned that flattery weakens the mind, that children, if constantly told they are special, may begin to expect the world to bend for them. He would say, "Don't praise appearance, praise effort. Don't reward obedience, reward thoughtfulness. Teach them to act well, not to be seen, but to be true to themselves." This is why Marcus returned again and again to the value of self-discipline, not as punishment, but as strength. A child who learns to say no to themselves becomes an adult who can say no to peer pressure, to excess, to pride. That's not repression, that's resilience. He believed in teaching children about mortality, not to scare them, but to give them perspective. When a child learns that life is short, they begin to value their time. They treat others with more care. They seek purpose earlier. This kind of awareness matures a young mind more than any lecture. Marcus would have shared stories with his children, not to entertain, but to provoke thought. Stories of people who lived with courage, who faced injustice with composure, who served others without seeking applause. Stories that plant seeds of character without shouting instruction. He also saw the importance of silence. Parents often speak too much and listen too little. But wisdom listens. A child who is heard learns how to hear others. They learn that dialogue matters, that questions are not a threat, that disagreement does not mean disapproval. Marcus practiced this with his counselors. He likely did the same with his family. He didn't shield his children from hardship. He saw value in struggle, in learning to carry weight, in understanding that comfort is not the goal of life. He wanted his son to grow not in luxury, but in integrity, because comfort fades, character doesn't. That's why Marcus emphasized daily habits. He believed in repetition, not of tasks, but of thought. He would want his children to start and end each day asking, "Was I kind? Was I honest? Did I act from reason?" These questions don't demand perfection. They train awareness. He also believed in correction, not through anger, but through reasoned conversation. He didn't see discipline as punishment. He saw it as guidance. A child who understands why something matters is far more likely to respect it than one who is simply forced to obey. Marcus knew that fear breeds silence, but understanding creates independence. That's what he wanted. Not a child who fears doing wrong, but one who desires to do right. Not because they're being watched, but because they've internalized what's valuable. This is the deeper purpose of philosophical parenting, not to raise a perfect child, but to help them become their own teacher, to develop inner judgment, to know themselves, to question wisely, to love justice without needing applause, to see the dignity in every person. These traits can't be forced. They must be cultivated with care. He also modeled restraint. He showed that strong people don't always speak. They don't always win. They don't always correct others. Sometimes strength is in silence, in stepping back, in choosing not to dominate a conversation. This example teaches patience better than any rule. He likely encouraged reading, but not for status, for depth, for clarity, for grounding the mind in something greater than gossip or distraction. A child raised on ideas that stretch their thinking will grow to speak carefully and act deliberately. Marcus believed that philosophy wasn't just for scholars. It was for everyone, for the person making decisions at home, for the one facing peer pressure, for the one grieving loss, for the one tempted to cut corners. That includes children. And when introduced gently through daily life, Stoic ideas can grow quietly inside them. He didn't separate intellect from emotion. He believed emotions should be guided, not suppressed. That children should learn to name what they feel, to trace it, to sit with it before acting on it. Emotional awareness is a form of wisdom. It teaches self-trust, and that begins at home. He also believed in showing children how to be useful, not in the sense of chores, but in service. In asking, what can I offer? What needs to be done? This creates a mindset of contribution. A child who learns to help without being asked will one day lead without being told. Marcus would not have promised happiness, he would have promised purpose. Because happiness is fleeting, purpose endures. He would tell his child, seek meaning, not comfort. Choose the harder right over the easier wrong. And if you fall short, try again. That's enough. He would want his children to understand nature, that life includes loss, that people leave, that plans fall through, but that none of it can destroy who you are inside. He would want them to find strength in accepting what they cannot change, and fire in changing what they can. Marcus also believed that life was a kind of role, that we are all actors on a stage we didn't design, and our task is to play our part well, to play it with grace, courage, and clarity. Whether that role is emperor or student, parent or child. That mindset breeds humility and pride in the right balance. He would have told his children, you will be challenged, you will be judged, you will fail, but you can choose your response. Always. You can stay calm, you can stay kind, you can choose virtue even when it's difficult. And that choice, repeated daily, is the foundation of a good life. And that's the core of his message, not just for children, but for anyone learning to grow. You don't need to be perfect. You need to be honest. You don't need to control everything. You need to control yourself. You don't need to be brilliant. You need to be steady. The way Marcus lived, the way he wrote, the way he reflected, that was his teaching, not just to Rome, but to his son, and maybe to all of us. The way you live teaches louder than anything you say. That was the thread woven through Marcus Aurelius's understanding of parenting. He believed that the best way to raise strong, thoughtful children was not through punishment or pressure, but through being a living example of resilience, clarity, and calm. But to be that example, you must first train yourself, not in words, in habits. And that training doesn't come in comfort. It comes through discipline, through effort, through facing what's difficult on purpose. Marcus knew that real strength isn't built in luxury. It's built through hardship, not the kind life throws at you randomly, but the kind you choose for yourself, the voluntary kind, the kind that toughens your mind, sharpens your focus, and builds the kind of resilience that doesn't break under pressure. Because if you only grow when things are easy, you won't last long when they're not. This is why Marcus regularly practiced discomfort, not because he enjoyed suffering, but because he understood that if you train yourself to endure little things, you won't panic when the big things come. He slept on hard beds, he ate simple meals, he wore modest clothes, and he reminded himself that he didn't need much to live, that every extra comfort was a bonus, not a requirement. He believed that if you become addicted to comfort, you make yourself fragile. You start needing things to be a certain way just to function. But if you can learn to go without, you gain freedom. You gain power. Because now your peace is no longer tied to external conditions. He also practiced mental austerity. That meant examining his thoughts regularly, catching himself when he started craving recognition or fearing discomfort, asking, "Do I really need this? Is this thought helping me or weakening me? Is this fear real or just habit?" That self-examination was a form of discipline as real as physical training. He knew that the mind, like the body, needs exercise, not just through reading or studying, but through applying restraint, through saying no to things that are easy but pointless, through choosing what's useful over what's pleasurable, through doing what's right even when no one is watching. This is what the Stoics called practicing poverty. Not to glorify suffering, but to prove to yourself that you can survive without luxury. Marcus believed that everyone should, from time to time, go without what they're used to: good meals, warm beds, praise, distraction. Because that kind of self-imposed challenge builds strength faster than any speech. And this practice has another benefit. It teaches appreciation. When you go without something, you stop taking it for granted. When you eat plain food for a week, you start to enjoy the smallest flavors again. When you unplug from entertainment, you rediscover the richness of silence. Voluntary hardship makes life richer, not poorer. Marcus didn't ask this only of himself. He believed leaders should be examples of restraint, that those with power have a duty to show others what self-control looks like, not in theory, in action. He believed that if a ruler chased luxury, the people would follow. But if a ruler embraced simplicity, it could elevate an entire culture. This is how he trained humility, because discomfort reveals how quickly pride dissolves. It reminds you that you are human, like everyone else, that your needs are basic, that your survival doesn't depend on admiration or soft cushions. It depends on your mindset. Marcus reminded himself constantly that fortune can be taken in a day, wealth can vanish, reputation can be ruined, health can decline. But if you've trained yourself to be content with little, none of that can break you. That's the shield voluntary hardship builds, not to escape life, but to face it more completely. He would reflect on the lives of those who lived with purpose despite having less. The farmers who rose early and worked with dignity, the soldiers who carried their burdens without complaint, the philosophers who walked with holes in their cloaks but clarity in their minds. These people were rich in what mattered: strength, self-respect, discipline. Voluntary hardship also keeps you honest. When you choose to do something difficult each day, you lose the need to prove yourself with words. You begin to trust your own actions, and that quiet self-trust becomes a kind of internal gravity. You walk differently. You speak with less noise and more weight. Marcus believed that the body should be treated with respect, but not indulged. He wrote that luxury makes the soul soft, that chasing comfort makes you weak, but embracing effort, especially when unnecessary, turns you into the kind of person who can stay upright when life gets heavy. This doesn't mean punishing yourself. Stoicism isn't about pain for the sake of pain. It's about freedom. The kind that comes from knowing you don't need the perfect temperature, the perfect praise, or the perfect outcome to keep going. That kind of freedom is rare, but it's earned one small sacrifice at a time. Marcus trained his patience by choosing to wait. He trained his focus by limiting distraction. He trained his endurance by moving through discomfort with calm. And each time he succeeded, he didn't boast. He quietly added one more layer to his character, one more brick to his foundation. He knew that hardship, when chosen wisely, cleans out the clutter. It shows you what matters. It teaches you to find meaning in effort itself, not just in results. To enjoy the simplicity of doing something well, even if it's hard, even if no one sees it. This mindset helps you respond to pressure, because if you've practiced choosing difficulty, real-life stress won't catch you off guard. You'll recognize it. You'll know how to breathe through it. You'll have built the mental muscles to stand still when others panic. It also makes you more empathetic. When you've gone without, you understand those who have less. When you've carried something heavy, you notice when others are struggling. This is how voluntary hardship deepens your humanity, not just your resilience, but your compassion. Marcus didn't want to be seen as above others. He wanted to be useful, and usefulness requires strength, not just physical strength, but moral strength. The kind of strength that resists temptation. That speaks the truth when it's hard. That chooses the right thing over the easy thing, even in private. That's why voluntary hardship isn't a Stoic trick. It's a foundation. It teaches you that pain is part of growth. That sacrifice clears away what you don't need. That struggle isn't a detour from the path. It is the path. Even the smallest discomforts train something important. Waking early when you want to sleep. Finishing the task when you're tired. Resisting the urge to complain. Choosing water over wine. Silence over argument. These things seem small, but each one builds a brick of strength inside you. Marcus lived this way not because he wanted admiration, but because he wanted to be free. Free from need, free from fear, free from the kind of fragile happiness that disappears the moment life stops being convenient. And in that freedom, he found clarity. He could see what truly mattered. He could speak with conviction. He could endure storms without bitterness, because he had already faced smaller ones on purpose. He reminds us that you don't have to wait for life to challenge you. You can challenge yourself, not dramatically, not recklessly, but consistently. You can train yourself to need less and give more, to slow down and listen, to stay calm while you're waiting. These are the tests that build the version of you that won't fall apart when things go wrong. Voluntary hardship is not about being tough, it's about being ready. It's about preparing your soul for the weight of reality. Not to fear it, but to stand in it, fully. That's how Marcus lived. And that's the kind of strength anyone can build. Choosing difficulty on purpose reshapes your character. It stretches what you believe you're capable of and clears away everything you don't truly need. But voluntary hardship wasn't where Marcus Aurelius stopped. He understood that the harder challenge wasn't pain, it was pleasure. Because suffering may wound the body, but pleasure is what seduces the soul. And that's what made it more dangerous. He feared indulgence more than discomfort. Not because he believed pleasure was evil, but because he saw how it slowly made people forget who they were. He believed pleasure, when unexamined, chains a person more subtly than any hardship ever could. It doesn't strike you down, it lulls you. It softens your edge. It whispers that comfort is the goal and that anything unpleasant must be avoided at all costs. And that mindset, Marcus knew, leads not to freedom, but to slavery. He wrote that the person who cannot go without pleasure is not free, because now they are owned by whatever gives them relief. Whether it's luxury, praise, attention, or distraction, if you need it to feel okay, you're no longer in control. You've handed your peace to something that exists outside of you. This belief didn't make Marcus joyless. He wasn't against beauty, food, or celebration. He simply believed they should be enjoyed with discipline. That moderation, not deprivation, was the path to stability. He saw clearly that chasing pleasure for its own sake pulls you away from purpose. It makes you reactive, addicted, dependent on things you can't guarantee. And anything that can be taken from you can become your master. That's why Marcus constantly reminded himself to keep his desires in check, not to punish himself, but to protect his clarity, because he knew how easily pleasure distorts perception. When something feels good, people stop asking whether it's right. They confuse pleasure with truth, comfort with wisdom, and ease with value. He wrote that it's not pain that corrupts the soul, but surrendering to pleasure without thinking. Because once you stop questioning what you enjoy, you risk becoming a servant to it. And a person who serves their cravings can't serve anything higher. Not truth, not justice, not integrity. This was one of the reasons Marcus kept his lifestyle simple. Even as emperor, he resisted excess. He avoided elaborate clothing, extravagant meals, flattery, and constant praise. Not because he was trying to appear virtuous, but because he didn't want his senses to take control of his mind. He knew that pleasure has a way of making you forget what matters, until suddenly you're chasing satisfaction instead of meaning. He believed that true freedom is the ability to enjoy without needing, to take part without being consumed, to let go without regret. That only happens when you train restraint, not by saying no to everything, but by understanding what's enough. Marcus also knew that pleasure often hides weakness, that those who seek constant stimulation are usually running from something, boredom, fear, self-doubt, and instead of facing those feelings, they cover them with more pleasure. But nothing you consume can silence what you refuse to confront. And that's why Marcus chose to sit with discomfort, because it forced honesty. He practiced asking, why do I want this? What am I trying to avoid? Who am I when no one is rewarding me? These questions helped him see the difference between healthy enjoyment and unconscious indulgence, between choosing and craving, between freedom and addiction. His thoughts on pleasure were closely tied to discipline. He didn't want to kill desire. He wanted to understand it. Because once you understand it, you can use it wisely. You can appreciate a good meal without overeating. You can enjoy beauty without needing to own it. You can feel attraction without being ruled by it. You can engage in joy without losing your sense of control. That is what he meant by freedom through restraint. To him, restraint wasn't about control for control's sake. It was about creating space between stimulus and response. That space is where reason lives. Without it, you become a slave to every impulse. But with it, you become someone who moves deliberately, who acts with awareness, who isn't easily shaken or seduced. He also feared the pride that grows from pleasure. When people feel good, they often confuse it with being good. They mistake luck for virtue, success for wisdom, and once that illusion takes root, humility disappears. Marcus believed that nothing is more dangerous to the soul than a false sense of superiority, fed by comfort and unchecked ease. He reminded himself often that pleasure fades quickly, that it does not last, that it brings no lasting meaning, that the moment you've satisfied one desire, another appears, and that the chase never ends unless you decide to stop running. This is where restraint becomes power. The power to say, I don't need this to feel whole. I don't need more to feel worthy. I don't need every desire to be met. That choice, made over and over, is what creates real strength. It allows you to focus on what truly matters instead of being pulled in every direction by the latest craving. Marcus also warned that societies fall when leaders become addicted to luxury, when they lose touch with discipline, when they begin to believe they are owed ease. He knew that character decays quietly, and often the first sign is a person who can no longer bear the slightest discomfort without complaint. That's why he saw restraint as the beginning of wisdom, because the person who can resist what they want can also resist what they fear, and the person who can walk away from pleasure can also walk through pain with dignity. This mindset gave him stability in crisis. When things fell apart around him, when people betrayed him, when plans failed, when illness struck, he didn't panic. Because his peace was never built on comfort. It was built on values, values he had tested through restraint. Even his thoughts on love and friendship followed this principle. He believed that love must be free, not possessive. That friendship must be based on virtue, not entertainment. That loyalty must come from character, not shared indulgence. These connections only last when they are not built on what's easy. He believed in joy, but not joy that comes from the outside. Joy that comes from knowing you acted rightly, that you used your time well, that you kept your integrity. This joy is not intense, but it is steady. It doesn't swing like emotion. It grows quietly, with every choice you make in line with your highest values. And this is what he wanted to protect, his inner freedom. Not the freedom to do whatever he pleased, but the freedom to live in a way that made him proud. A freedom that comes from needing less, not getting more. To Marcus, the danger of pleasure wasn't just personal, it was cultural. He saw how civilizations collapse under the weight of indulgence, how people stop asking deeper questions when their appetites are constantly fed. How truth gets replaced by entertainment, how courage fades when comfort becomes the highest value. That's why he wrote not to destroy pleasure, but to keep it in its place, to use it without being used by it, to enjoy it when it comes, but never let it lead. Because what leads you shapes you, and Marcus wanted to be shaped by reason, not reaction. This mindset applies everywhere, in what you eat, in what you buy, in what you say yes to, in how you spend your time. Every decision is a chance to practice restraint, not to deny yourself joy, but to choose lasting peace over temporary thrill. It's also about attention. Pleasure pulls your focus outward. It teaches you to expect stimulation, but restraint turns your attention inward. It helps you listen more, reflect more, act with deeper thought. That inner quiet is where wisdom has room to grow. Marcus knew that you can't always avoid temptation, but you can always decide who you want to be in the face of it. And that decision, made 1,000 times a day, becomes your identity. So the question is not whether pleasure is good or bad. It's whether your relationship to it is healthy or enslaving, whether you use it to enhance life, or whether you've let it replace life, whether you can walk away from it when needed, or whether it owns you completely. Marcus chose restraint not to impress anyone, not to perform, but because he understood what was at stake. That inner liberty is priceless, that clarity is rare, and that nothing is worth giving that up, not a moment of indulgence, not the illusion of escape. This is how you protect your freedom, not by locking yourself away, but by practicing control, by saying no when it counts, by enjoying what you have without needing more, by living in a way that doesn't crumble the moment comfort disappears. Marcus feared pleasure more than pain because he knew pain is obvious. It teaches, it forces reflection, but pleasure, unless checked, disguises decay. And so he made restraint a daily discipline, not to reject joy, but to make sure it didn't become his master. Let's continue. The next insight cuts even deeper. Restraint is not just about resisting indulgence, it's also about knowing when not to speak. After all, the same impulse that makes us chase comfort can also make us rush to fill silence. We fear emptiness. We think we need to respond. We think every moment demands our voice. But Marcus Aurelius saw silence as a kind of strength, a shield for the mind, a filter for wisdom, a discipline as vital as any other. In his life as emperor, silence wasn't just a matter of etiquette. It was survival. Every word could shape a policy, fuel a rumor, start a conflict. In this high-stakes world, Marcus chose his moments carefully. He understood that silence is not the absence of communication. It is a message in itself, and often it speaks with more clarity and dignity than words ever could. He believed that not all truths need to be spoken immediately. Not every opinion must be shared. Not every insult requires an answer. There's dignity in pausing, in letting a conversation breathe, in holding your tongue when emotion is trying to take the lead. Because when you wait, you gain space. And in that space, your reason has a chance to rise. Marcus saw how noise can dilute thought. In politics, in debate, in ordinary talk, people speak to be heard, not always to be understood. They argue to win, not to learn. They fill the air with reactions instead of reflection. And in this constant clamor, meaning gets lost. He chose a different path. He used silence as a filter, a way to refine thought before expression. He often wrote that you should ask yourself, is what I'm about to say necessary? Is it true? Is it kind? Will it improve the silence? These weren't rhetorical questions, they were habits, mental checkpoints. Because he knew that once words leave your mouth, you don't control them anymore. They move through people, carrying your character with them. That's why silence, to Marcus, was a form of self-respect. You don't speak just to fill a void. You don't explain yourself to people who don't want understanding. You don't react to every provocation. He understood that silence isn't weakness. It's often the strongest possible answer, not out of pride, but out of discipline. He believed there are moments when silence preserves your energy, when speaking would only drain you, when defending yourself would add nothing but noise, when trying to correct someone who's not listening is a waste of breath. In those moments, silence becomes your boundary. It says, I see clearly, and I choose peace. But this silence wasn't passive. It was active, sharp, and alert. Marcus wasn't withdrawing. He was choosing. He was staying centered. He was observing before acting. Silence in his hands became a strategy. It helped him listen more closely, judge more fairly, and lead more effectively. He saw that in the rush to speak, we often betray our own values. We say things we regret. We make promises we can't keep. We speak from ego instead of wisdom. But when you practice silence, you slow down. You give your conscience time to catch up to your emotions. This also protected him from being manipulated. Because the person who can't stay silent is easily controlled. They reveal too much. They argue out of insecurity. They react instead of deciding. But the one who is comfortable in quiet cannot be baited. They are not pulled into meaningless debates. They stay anchored. Marcus didn't use silence to appear mysterious. He used it to stay honest. If he didn't know something, he preferred to say nothing. If the moment called for calm, he held his peace. And when words were needed, he used them with precision. Not too much, never too little, always just enough. He understood that words lose power when overused, that a sharp thought spoken too quickly can sound hollow, but a well-timed phrase, rooted in silence, can cut through confusion like a blade. That's why he saw silence as a preparation, not a retreat. This mindset extended to how he handled criticism. He didn't answer every attack. He didn't rush to defend his name. He believed that your actions will speak for you more honestly than any reply. That silence in the face of gossip shows more integrity than argument, because if you know who you are, you don't need to keep proving it. He also used silence to manage conflict. When others lost their temper, he held the line. When meetings grew tense, he let others speak first. This wasn't submission, it was strategy. It gave people space to reveal themselves. It gave him time to understand motives, and often it diffused tension better than confrontation ever could. Even in personal grief, Marcus leaned on silence. He didn't dramatize his pain. He didn't use sorrow to draw sympathy. He reflected privately, wrote honestly, and kept his composure. Not because he lacked feeling, but because he respected the depth of those feelings too much to throw them into public spectacle. He wrote that the inner life should be guarded, that not everything sacred needs to be spoken, that some thoughts are meant for your soul alone. This isn't secrecy, it's reverence. The recognition that your inner world is not always meant for public consumption. This silence also protected his clarity. In a world filled with distractions, he carved out space for thought, for reflection, for writing. Because silence, properly used, is not emptiness. It's the soil where insight grows. It allows your deeper thoughts to surface, the ones buried beneath noise, reaction, and habit. He encouraged practicing silence even in success, because celebration can lead to arrogance, and praise, when absorbed without question, becomes addiction. But silence after achievement lets the lesson settle. It keeps the ego grounded. It reminds you that the work is never over. He also knew that silence helps you hear others better, not just their words, but their intent, their fears, their values. When you're not preparing to speak, you're able to truly listen. And from that listening comes connection, not surface-level agreement, but genuine understanding. This skill is rare, especially in leaders, but Marcus believed that power should not make you louder. It should make you more thoughtful. That leadership is not about volume, but about presence, and presence begins with quiet attention. He wasn't silent all the time. He spoke when needed. He gave orders. He guided, he consoled, but he did it from stillness, from a place that had already sifted through the noise and found what needed to be said, and only that. He practiced writing as a form of internal speech. His journals were a kind of structured silence, a place to rehearse his thoughts, to challenge himself, to clean his mind before opening his mouth. That's why Meditations reads not like a speech to others, but a conversation with his better self. This process taught him that silence isn't something you do, it's something you become. It's not just holding your voice, it's holding your judgment, your reactions, your need to be seen as right. It's the stillness that comes when your ego has nothing to prove. And from that stillness, you gain control over your attention, over your time, over your values. Because when you can sit in silence, you can stand in truth. And when you can stand in truth, no noise can shake you. Marcus didn't discover this in theory. He built it word by word, silence by silence, in counsel, in battle, in personal pain. He used quiet not as an escape, but as armor, not to withdraw from life, but to meet it with fewer illusions. He reminds us that not every opinion is worth sharing, not every insult needs answering, not every opportunity to speak is a wise one. That sometimes the greatest service you can offer the moment is your restraint, and in that space, between what could be said and what should be said, character is revealed. Let's continue. The next lesson sharpens this even more. Silence taught Marcus Aurelius to act from depth, not noise. It gave him space to think clearly, to speak with purpose, and to remain undisturbed by the chatter of the world. But beyond the quiet of withheld words, there was something else he practiced just as seriously: gratitude. Not the kind that waits for life to be easy, but the kind that flows freely, even in difficulty. A form of gratitude that doesn't depend on conditions, a way of giving that expects nothing back. For Marcus, gratitude wasn't a feeling. It was a philosophy, a deliberate choice to see clearly, to appreciate fully, and to release the need for others to respond in any particular way. He believed that joy is not found in getting more, it's found in needing less. And when you strip away expectation, you uncover a form of thankfulness that's unshakable. He gave because it was the right thing to do, not because it would make people like him, not because he hoped for recognition, not because it made him feel superior, but because he understood that every act of virtue is its own reward. When you give from alignment, not ego, the outcome loses its grip on you. He wrote that if you do good and expect a reward, you're not really giving, you're trading. And a transaction is not a moral act, it's business. Marcus wasn't interested in building a life based on debt, obligation, or emotional bookkeeping. He gave without strings, without scorekeeping, without conditions. This kind of giving requires strength, because most people want acknowledgement. They want their effort to be seen, their kindness to be returned, their generosity to be praised. But Marcus knew that the deeper the expectation, the greater the disappointment, and disappointment breeds bitterness. So he trained himself to expect nothing, not out of coldness, but out of clarity. Because when you give without needing anything back, you stay in control of your peace. You don't become resentful. You don't feel used. You simply acted from your values, and that's enough. This principle also helped him receive without entitlement. When someone gave him kindness, he didn't treat it as his due. He treated it as a gift. And a gift, by definition, is not something you can demand. He appreciated it fully, but he didn't build his self-worth on it. Gratitude, for Marcus, meant recognizing the gift of being alive at all. That every breath, every sunrise, every small moment of clarity is not guaranteed. That nothing in life is owed. And when nothing is owed, everything becomes a bonus. He reminded himself often that people are not perfect, that they forget, that they fail, that they miss opportunities to show up. But none of that could rob him of his ability to stay thankful, because his gratitude wasn't directed at results. It was rooted in principle. He even found gratitude in hardship, not because he enjoyed suffering, but because every difficulty was a chance to grow, a chance to exercise patience, courage, or discipline. He saw challenges as teachers, not punishments. And when you see life that way, you stop waiting for things to go your way to be grateful. This mindset allowed him to stay light, to move through life without dragging around invisible ledgers, without holding grudges against those who didn't return favors, without becoming cold when generosity went unnoticed. Because when you give with expectation, your heart becomes a contract, but when you give freely, it becomes an offering. He knew that the ego hates this kind of giving. The ego wants applause. It wants to be seen as generous. It wants to be admired. But Marcus didn't let his ego lead. He gave in secret. He helped without drama. He let his actions speak, and he let them go. That's why his version of gratitude wasn't about saying thank you out loud. It was about living in a way that honored what he'd been given. He didn't waste time. He didn't waste breath. He didn't waste chances to be useful. That was his thanks. He also saw that gratitude wasn't just for big things. It wasn't just about fate sparing your life or fortune smiling on you. It was about the smallest details. A kind word, a moment of peace, a chance to reflect. These little moments, when noticed, make life full. When missed, they make life feel empty, even when everything seems perfect on the surface. Marcus believed that gratitude sharpens the mind. It trains you to focus on what you have rather than what you lack. And that focus is a kind of wealth. It makes you rich in awareness. It makes you generous in spirit. It makes you harder to shake. This also shaped how he dealt with people who wronged him. He didn't let one act of betrayal erase years of goodwill. He didn't let one disappointment define a whole relationship. He could remember what someone failed to do, but he never forgot what they once did right. Gratitude, in this way, preserved his balance. He wrote that the person who remains thankful through adversity is unbreakable, because they see beyond the moment. They see life as a whole, not as a series of emotional wins and losses. They don't depend on perfect days. They depend on steady perspective. And perspective was Marcus's anchor. He often asked himself, how many blessings do I overlook simply because I'm distracted by what's missing? How much of my suffering comes from comparison? From entitlement? From assuming life should be easier than it is? These questions brought him back to center, to a mindset that wasn't blind to problems, but aware of what remained even in struggle. He practiced noticing the good without needing it to erase the bad. And that's the kind of gratitude that doesn't vanish when life becomes hard. This also made him more generous. When you feel rich in awareness, you don't fear giving. You don't clutch your resources, your time, your attention. You offer them freely because you know their value and because you're not scared of running out. Marcus believed that to live well is to give often, not just money or gifts, but time, presence, understanding, and to do so without demanding anything in return. Because the moment your kindness becomes conditional, it stops being kindness. This way of living created peace. Not the kind you get when everyone treats you well, but the kind that grows from acting rightly regardless of how you're treated. That's the peace that can't be disturbed, because it comes from what you give, not what you get. He didn't need gratitude to be expressed in words. He needed to live in a way that felt aligned, and that feeling was its own reward. It didn't require applause. It didn't need to be seen. It just needed to be true. Even when dealing with fate itself, Marcus stayed thankful. He didn't demand explanations. He didn't argue with reality. He simply worked with what he was given. And the more he did that, the more he discovered how little he needed to feel full. Gratitude without expectation is one of the hardest disciplines, because it demands that you let go of what you think you're owed. It asks you to act kindly without being repaid, to forgive without being asked, to notice beauty without needing it to last. But this is also what makes it so powerful. It trains humility. It teaches you that the world does not revolve around your desires. It reminds you that life is not a transaction, but a mystery, and your role in it is not to control, but to respond, wisely, generously, and with open hands. Marcus Aurelius lived with open hands. He gave freely, accepted humbly, and refused to let bitterness take root. His gratitude was not loud, but it was deep. It didn't depend on the world being fair. It depended on him being awake. When you give without expectation, you begin to discover a freedom that most people never reach. A freedom not based on what others give you, but rooted in what you choose to become. That shift from needing validation to simply living with integrity is one of the most powerful changes a person can make. Marcus Aurelius didn't rely on praise. He didn't need recognition. He answered to someone far more important, his higher self. He lived each day not to impress a crowd, but to stay aligned with a deeper internal standard. He called this his inner guide, the divine spark within all human beings, the rational soul that knows what is right and calls you toward it. This wasn't abstract spirituality. It was practical ethics, a code of personal excellence that didn't depend on being seen, rewarded, or understood. To Marcus, the most important judgment wasn't from the public, from critics, or from history. It was the quiet voice that asked, "Did you live today as the person you claimed to be? Did you act from wisdom or ego? Did you live up to your own values, or just go through the motions?" That voice was the one he listened to most. This inner tribunal, as he practiced it, was both a guide and a mirror. It didn't punish. It didn't flatter. It simply held up the truth of your choices. In moments of anger, it reminded him to pause. In moments of temptation, it reminded him of consequences. In moments of fear, it reminded him of what he stood for. And unlike the judgment of others, it couldn't be tricked or silenced. He built this voice through daily discipline, through writing, through reflection, through thousands of moments where he chose principle over impulse. He sharpened his ability to listen inward, to consult himself before speaking or acting. He didn't need approval to act well. He acted well to stay whole. This is one of the most overlooked parts of Stoicism. It's not about building armor against the world. It's about building awareness within yourself, so that even in silence, even in solitude, even when no one is watching, you still live with integrity, because that is where character becomes real. Marcus believed that freedom meant being accountable to yourself before anyone else, that your life must be driven by conscience, not applause, and that the most tragic form of failure isn't being misunderstood. It's knowing you betrayed yourself and pretending you didn't. He practiced a kind of internal loyalty, a promise not to speak or act in ways that would break the trust he had with his higher self. That meant saying no to shortcuts. It meant speaking the truth even when it was uncomfortable. It meant taking responsibility without waiting to be forced. This way of living gave him strength, because when you live according to an internal standard, the external world loses much of its power over you. Praise doesn't inflate you. Criticism doesn't crush you. You become grounded, not in public opinion, but in personal clarity. That clarity doesn't come from ambition. It comes from constant self-examination. Marcus would ask himself simple but powerful questions. What did I do today that honored my better self? What did I do that betrayed it? These questions, asked honestly, guide you toward the kind of person you want to be, not just appear to be. He wrote that the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. That means your inner dialogue, your intentions, your private decisions, they shape you. Not what you claim to believe, not what you preach to others, but how you act when it's just you and your conscience. This view of life is uncomfortable because it removes excuses. You can no longer blame the crowd or your upbringing or the unfairness of others. You are responsible for your response, for your principles, for your example. That's heavy, but it's also liberating, because now your power is back in your hands. Marcus believed that this higher self was not a fantasy. It was the rational part of you, the part that knows right from wrong without needing a rule book. The part that doesn't argue with truth, but aligns with it. The part that wants to serve, not dominate, to contribute, not consume. He didn't expect to meet this ideal perfectly, but he aimed at it daily. Because excellence is not about reaching a finish line, it's about remaining in pursuit. It's about noticing when you fall and choosing to get back on course without delay. This helped him forgive himself without lowering his standard. He wasn't harsh, but he was honest. He didn't let himself off the hook, but he also didn't carry shame. He corrected, he learned, he moved forward. And this steady process of alignment shaped how he saw success. It wasn't about how much he achieved, but about how cleanly he walked through life. Did he keep his promises? Did he protect those in his care? Did he act with justice, even when no one would have blamed him for acting otherwise? His definition of progress wasn't public, it was personal. Progress meant becoming harder to tempt, quicker to admit fault, slower to react, more consistent in action. He measured it not in years, but in moments, because the real work of becoming happens one choice at a time. He also reminded himself that the world is full of false judges, people who praise what is loud, flashy, or manipulative, people who admire cruelty when it wins, but he refused to be measured by their standards. He knew that dignity doesn't always win applause, but it always leaves you with your soul intact. He believed that the only life worth living was one where your conscience stays clear, where your mind doesn't accuse your own heart, where your habits support your ideals, where you don't have to pretend to be someone else just to be accepted. This required humility, because to grow, you have to admit where you fall short. You have to stop lying to yourself. You have to confront the gap between your intentions and your behavior. And then, with patience, you work to close that gap. Marcus practiced this without drama, quietly, privately, like a craftsman checking his tools. Not to show the world how good he was, but to ensure he remained useful, honest, and awake. This kind of inner standard also gave him purpose, because when your goal is excellence, not recognition, you don't need perfect conditions. You don't need approval. You just need commitment, a willingness to keep showing up, a willingness to do the next right thing even when no one notices. And when you live this way, you inspire without trying to. People feel your steadiness. They trust your presence. They come to you not for performance, but for clarity. That's what leadership really is, not authority, but alignment. Marcus reminds us that there is no higher judge than the one you carry within, that the real question isn't how others see you, but whether you can look at yourself without flinching, whether your thoughts, your choices, and your values are in agreement, whether your days reflect what your conscience already knows. He knew that public praise can't clean a guilty mind, that external success means nothing if your internal life is cracked, and that no reward is worth betraying your integrity for. So he lived as if his soul were always watching, not with fear, but with reverence, as if his better self were always in the room, and he acted in a way that would earn that self's respect. That's what it means to live under the gaze of your higher self, not perfectly, but persistently, not with pride, but with care. When you learn to live before your higher self, the noise of external judgment fades. You begin to measure your life not by success or failure, but by alignment, by how honestly you respond to each moment. But even the most disciplined soul will eventually face something it cannot predict: fix, or control. That is where Marcus Aurelius met one of the hardest truths of all. Fate is not yours to design, but your response always is. He wrote again and again about accepting what happens, not with bitterness, not with defeat, but with a kind of deep agreement, a surrender not of effort, but of resistance, a willingness to say, this too belongs, this too has its place, even if I did not choose it, even if I do not understand it, I will meet it fully. This is the Stoic meaning of amor fati, the love of fate. For Marcus, loving fate did not mean you stop acting. It meant you act without clinging to results. It meant you show up with everything you have while knowing that the outcome may be different than you hoped. That balance between effort and surrender, between duty and detachment, is where his real strength was forged. He ruled during war, illness, betrayal, and personal grief. He lost children. He was betrayed by close advisors. He led an empire that often seemed impossible to govern. But through it all, he never let misfortune twist his spirit. He reminded himself that nature owes us nothing, that life has its own rhythm, that our role is not to control the pattern, but to play our part within it. This mindset gave him peace. Not because life got easier, but because he stopped wasting energy on wishing it were different. He didn't demand perfect days. He didn't ask fate for special treatment. He simply accepted what was given and responded with clarity. He wrote that the universe is change and life is opinion. Meaning, events happen, but how you see them is what shapes your experience. You cannot stop the seasons from turning. You cannot stop death, decay, loss, or time. But you can stop yourself from adding complaint, from fueling resentment, from turning pain into personal injustice. He believed that every event, no matter how difficult, carries an invitation to grow, to reflect, to act wisely. When you say yes to that invitation, even through tears, you stop being a victim of life and start being a student of it. That doesn't erase the pain, but it gives the pain a place to land, a purpose, a shape. Marcus used metaphors to describe this kind of acceptance. He said you should be like a rock the waves crash against. It stands firm and still. Or like a vine that grows around whatever it touches, turning obstacles into structure. These weren't images of surrender. They were images of resilience through cooperation with reality. This acceptance wasn't lazy. It wasn't giving up. It was giving up resistance to what could not be changed so that he had energy left to do what could still be done. That's the difference between resignation and acceptance. Resignation says, why try? Acceptance says, let me try where it matters. He believed in preparing the mind ahead of time. He wrote in the morning to remind himself, something unexpected will happen today. Someone will disappoint me. A plan will fall apart. And I will not be surprised. I will not act like this is unfair. I will adjust. This premeditation wasn't pessimism. It was practice, so that when life brought the test, he was ready. He had trained his thinking. He had prepared his heart. He had removed the illusion that he was in control of anything but his own behavior. Marcus believed that fate was neither kind nor cruel. It simply moved forward. And once you stop personalizing it, you free yourself from unnecessary suffering. The rain doesn't fall to hurt you. The illness doesn't arrive to punish you. The delay isn't a betrayal. They are just events, moving according to causes too complex to grasp. He reminded himself often that he was a small part of a vast whole, that his life, his pain, his role, even his existence, was one thread in a much larger design. And that awareness didn't make him feel small. It made him feel part of something meaningful. He wrote that the universe is change, but our job remains the same: to act justly, to think clearly, to love wisely. When you focus on what's yours to do and release the rest, you gain inner freedom. Because your identity is no longer tied to what happens, it's tied to how you respond. Marcus also warned that clinging to outcomes causes suffering. When you need things to go your way, your happiness becomes fragile. But when you show up fully, while releasing the need for control, you become flexible. And flexibility is strength. The tree that bends in the wind survives the storm. This flexibility allowed him to lead without becoming hardened, to feel sorrow without drowning in it, to lose without losing himself. Because he wasn't trying to win at life. He was trying to live well, regardless of how life unfolded. He believed deeply in the importance of action, but only in right action. That means doing your part with care, with virtue, with full presence, and then letting go. Not becoming numb, not checking out, but staying engaged without becoming attached. This helped him carry responsibilities without breaking. He didn't say, "It's not my fault, so I won't do anything." He said, "It may not be my fault, but it is my role." That sense of role, the fusion of duty and acceptance, was his compass. And when something was taken from him, whether a person or a plan, he didn't pretend it didn't hurt. But he also didn't pretend it was unjust. He believed that everything in life is borrowed, that nothing belongs to you, not even your own body. And when something is returned, it is not a punishment. It is the natural course of things. This made him grateful, because he didn't see joy as something he earned. He saw it as a gift he was lucky to hold, even for a moment. And when you view life this way, you don't need it to last forever to be thankful for it. He also knew that you don't have to like what happens to accept it. You simply have to stop resisting what is already here. You can still work to improve what's wrong, still speak truth, still act with strength, but your actions are cleaner when they're not fueled by denial. Acceptance is not the end of responsibility. It is the beginning of wisdom, because now your energy is directed where it matters, not wasted on anger, not drowned in self-pity, but focused, grounded, purposeful. Marcus practiced this with everything. In illness, he did what he could. In politics, he made the best decision possible. In grief, he remembered the love instead of demanding more time. He lived with both hands open, ready to give, ready to let go. He knew that some things cannot be changed, but nothing prevents you from meeting them with courage, with grace, with a steady hand and a clean heart. That is the Stoic form of love, not a feeling, but a choice to embrace what is real, fully and without resentment. This is what he meant by amor fati, not passive surrender, but active participation, not false cheer, but full alignment with reality. To love fate is not to enjoy everything, it is to make peace with everything and to bring your best self into every moment it offers. This kind of living creates a calm that cannot be stolen, because you no longer argue with life. You walk with it, you work with it, you accept the changing seasons and still plant your garden. You accept that night will fall and still light your lamp. Marcus Aurelius lived this not because he had to, but because he saw the cost of doing anything else. He saw what bitterness does to the soul. He saw what complaint does to clarity. He saw what denial does to strength, and he chose something different. He chose to act where he could, accept what he couldn't, and love the whole of it, not because it was easy, but because it was his to live. When you stop resisting life and start aligning with it, something unexpected happens. Your mind grows quieter, but your clarity grows stronger. You learn to live with what is, without becoming bitter or passive. But even this surrender to fate wasn't the final step for Marcus Aurelius. To truly stay free, to avoid falling into arrogance or stubbornness, he knew there was one more practice that mattered just as much: questioning his own thoughts. He did not trust everything that came into his mind. He examined it. He challenged it. He dissected it without mercy. And this wasn't insecurity. It was strength. Because Marcus knew that pride in your own ideas can be just as dangerous as clinging to outcomes. He wasn't afraid to admit he might be wrong. In fact, he expected it. That mindset, intellectual humility, is one of the most overlooked parts of Stoic wisdom. People often think of Stoicism as certainty, as bold declarations about how to live, but Marcus constantly reminded himself that no matter how much he learned, there was always more he didn't know. That his thinking, like his body, could become sluggish or distorted if not examined carefully. He wrote that most of what troubles us comes not from events, but from our judgments about them. And what is a judgment? A thought we've chosen to believe without proof. A mental habit we've stopped questioning. That's why Marcus stayed suspicious of his opinions, not because he lacked conviction, but because he valued truth more than ego. He trained himself to separate what was true from what merely felt true. He knew that emotions can dress up bad thinking in urgency and intensity, that we're often most confident when we're least correct. So he built the habit of pausing, of checking his own assumptions, of asking, is this thought helping me? Is it fair? Is it rooted in reason or just fear, anger or pride? He didn't assume that age made him wise. He didn't treat his role as emperor as proof of superiority. On the contrary, the more responsibility he had, the more careful he became with his conclusions. Because the more power you hold, the more damage a false belief can cause, not just to yourself, but to others. He often reminded himself that reality doesn't care about your opinion, that nature will unfold the way it must, regardless of how you feel about it, that people will do what they do, whether you approve or not, and that your job is not to bend the world to fit your thoughts, but to shape your thoughts to fit the truth. This helped him stay open. He listened to criticism without being defensive. He sought out wise counselors, not yes-men. He read widely and questioned what he read. He didn't confuse having an opinion with having understanding. He knew that certainty is comforting, but comfort isn't always honest. Marcus saw pride as a trap. He wrote that if someone proves you wrong and you change your mind, you've learned, not lost. That truth is not weakened by admitting error, it is strengthened. Because what matters is not being right all the time, but becoming less wrong over time. This form of humility also kept him from judging others too quickly. If he didn't trust his own opinions completely, how could he pretend to know the full story of someone else's life? He resisted the temptation to label people. He didn't let first impressions rule him. He reminded himself that behavior is visible, but motives are hidden. And so he gave others the same grace he gave himself: room to be complex, room to be mistaken, room to grow. That doesn't mean he ignored injustice or foolishness, but he approached it with the knowledge that everyone, including him, is working through some confusion. He also questioned his emotional reactions. If he felt offended, he asked whether the offense was real or whether he had taken it too personally. If he felt fear, he asked whether the danger was present or imagined. This habit of questioning saved him from many internal battles. Because thoughts come fast, feelings attach to them, and before we know it, we're acting on a story we never stopped to verify. Marcus worked to break that chain, to pause long enough to see clearly, to hold space between thought and reaction. He believed that wisdom begins where certainty ends, that if you think you know everything, you've already stopped learning. But if you admit your ignorance, you stay curious. You remain open to deeper understanding. This humility wasn't soft. It made him stronger, because he wasn't clinging to fragile certainty. He was building from solid awareness. He didn't need to be the smartest. He needed to be accurate. He didn't need to win debates. He needed to live in alignment with reason. He also recognized that knowledge is always partial, that no person, no matter how educated or powerful, can see the full picture. So he worked with what he knew, but gently, with flexibility. He didn't idolize his own views. He carried them like tools, not weapons. This also helped him deal with disagreement. He didn't see different opinions as threats. He saw them as chances to sharpen his thinking, to either strengthen his beliefs or revise them. Because to change your mind when new truth is found is not weakness, it's maturity. He didn't talk over people to prove his point. He listened to understand what they valued. And in doing so, he sometimes discovered that what looked like disagreement was simply a different expression of a shared goal. That many arguments dissolve when you stop needing to win. This mental humility translated into personal peace, because when you're not enslaved to your opinions, you don't have to defend them at all costs. You can change, you can adapt, you can evolve. That freedom is rare and deeply powerful. It also allowed him to focus on what truly mattered: action. He wrote that philosophy should not make you clever, it should make you better. If your ideas don't lead to greater kindness, courage, and clarity, then what use are they? He didn't pursue wisdom as decoration. He pursued it as a guide for living. And a guide only works if you keep checking where you are, if you don't assume you've already arrived. Marcus kept asking himself, what have I missed? Where am I still blind? Which assumptions am I still clinging to that no longer serve me? This relentless self-questioning kept him grounded. It protected him from arrogance. It kept his growth honest, because the mind, left unchecked, becomes lazy. It starts defending itself instead of serving truth. And that's how pride grows, quietly, with each unchallenged thought. He knew that even the most dangerous beliefs often sound reasonable. That's why he didn't trust them blindly. He examined their roots, their outcomes, their alignment with nature and virtue. And only then, if they held up, did he let them guide him. He also understood that his position gave him blind spots. That power and status can make people stop challenging you, that you can start believing you are right just because others nod. He resisted that illusion. He sought feedback. He stayed teachable. This humility was not the absence of belief. It was the presence of discipline. A discipline that filtered his thoughts before they became behavior. A discipline that put clarity above pride. That put honesty above image. He didn't lower his standards. He raised his awareness. He knew that doubting your thoughts doesn't mean rejecting all of them. It means checking their foundation, their motive, their truth. And from this practice came wisdom. Not a loud, boastful wisdom, but a quiet, grounded one. The kind that doesn't need to prove itself. The kind that helps others feel heard. The kind that stays calm in the face of challenge. Marcus Aurelius didn't want to be followed for his ideas. He wanted people to live better because of how he lived, and the only way to live better is to remain open, to question yourself constantly, to choose learning over certainty. That's the kind of mind that never stops growing. The more Marcus Aurelius trained himself to question his thoughts, the more he realized how easily the mind escapes. Even after pulling ego out of the equation, even after humbling himself before truth, there was still another challenge he had to face every day: staying here. Not yesterday, not tomorrow. Here. Because even the wisest thoughts mean nothing if they carry you away from the moment you're living. He learned that the mind does not stay still by default. It drifts. It spins stories. It replays what's been done or anticipates what might happen. And without careful attention, it misses the only place where life actually exists: the present. Marcus didn't just write about presence like a motivational line. He practiced returning to it. He reminded himself again and again throughout his journals that the current moment is enough, that now is the only time you are guaranteed, that every breath not grounded in this instant is a step away from peace. He would ask himself directly, why are you worrying about what hasn't happened? Why carry weight from something that's already over? Why pollute this hour with regrets or projections? These weren't rhetorical questions. They were anchors, each one a way to pull his attention back to the task in front of him. He called it doing the work of the moment. Whether it was listening, making a decision, speaking to someone, reading, leading an army, or just sitting quietly. The discipline was always the same. Focus fully on what's in your hands right now. Not what might come. Not what others are thinking. Not what you wish had gone differently. But this moment, fully lived. This sounds simple, but it was a battle, even for him, even for an emperor philosopher. Because the mind wants to wander. It wants to escape discomfort, to chase stimulation, to relive old injuries or fast forward to imagined futures. But each time it did, Marcus responded with discipline, not frustration. He didn't berate himself for drifting. He simply returned. Quietly, repeatedly. He compared it to training a body. No one expects a weak arm to lift a heavy weight without practice. Why should we expect the mind to hold steady without training? Mindfulness to Marcus was not mystical, it was muscular, and muscles are built through repetition. He believed that returning to the present wasn't a one-time achievement, it was a constant process, the work of a lifetime, because each day presents a new chance to leave the moment, and a new invitation to come back. The Stoic path isn't about staying perfectly still in the now. It's about learning to notice when you've left and choosing to return. He often grounded himself in breath, in posture, in physical awareness. He observed what his body was doing, where his eyes were focused, how his hands were moving. These were cues, clues, to whether his attention had scattered, and if it had, he would pause and redirect it gently. He also used language to stay grounded. His journaling wasn't abstract, it was precise. It was filled with present-tense reminders. This is your task. This is your role. This is what's in front of you. He wasn't trying to sound wise, he was trying to stay awake. Marcus often noted that even people who fear death rarely live fully. They fear the end of time while constantly escaping the time they have. But to live truly is to be present, not in theory, but in behavior. To feel the weight of this moment, not as a burden, but as a blessing that won't come again. He didn't separate mindfulness from morality, because if you are not present, you cannot be just. You cannot speak clearly. You cannot act with care. Distraction makes you reactive. It clouds your judgment. It scatters your values. But presence makes you deliberate. You see clearly. You respond with proportion and grace. Marcus returned to the moment when he felt overwhelmed, when problems stacked up, when the empire felt like too much to hold. He reminded himself, you don't need to carry the future, just do the next right thing. This task, this word, this step. That's how you stay grounded when the world feels chaotic. He also used mortality as a focusing tool. If this were your last hour, would you waste it replaying arguments in your head? Would you spend it imagining disasters that haven't happened? Probably not. So why wait for death to remind you of the value of now? This practice shaped how he worked, how he rested, how he led others. He didn't multitask his way through life. He didn't speak to people while thinking about something else. He gave his attention like it was something sacred, because it was. He knew that attention is a form of love, a form of respect. When you give it fully, you honor what's in front of you. When you divide it, you turn life into a blur. That's why he didn't just chase efficiency. He aimed for presence. He believed that even 5 minutes lived with intention is worth more than an entire day spent distracted. He accepted that his mind would wander. He just refused to let it stay gone for long. He built cues into his day, moments to stop, breathe, remember. He didn't wait for life to slow down. He created space in his own thinking, and from that space came calm. He saw time as something to be used well, not filled mindlessly. And using time well doesn't always mean being productive. It means being present. Whether you're working, resting, speaking, or walking alone, the measure is not how much you do, but how fully you live what you're doing. Marcus also noticed how the mind clings to what's over. Regret is a form of time travel. It takes you out of your life and puts you in a story that can't be changed. But the present moment is a place of power. It's where your choices live, where your values show up, where peace can actually be found. That's why he let go of resentment quickly, not because it wasn't justified, but because it kept him stuck in a past that no longer existed. He chose to bring his mind back to this breath, this task, this person in front of him. That's where life happens. He didn't see presence as something soft. He saw it as strength. The ability to return to the moment even when it's uncomfortable, especially when it's uncomfortable, because that's where growth lives. Not in fantasy, not in avoidance, but in facing what is. He practiced gratitude as a tool to stay present. Gratitude isn't about counting blessings. It's about recognizing this moment as enough. When you're grateful, you stop reaching. You stop complaining. You stop escaping. You settle into now, and in doing so, you meet life directly. He also trained presence in how he listened. He wasn't waiting to speak. He was hearing. And that kind of listening is rare, because it requires you to set aside your agenda, to stop planning your response, to simply be there, fully engaged, without trying to control the outcome. That's mindfulness in action, not sitting still with your eyes closed, but moving through life with your mind open, being awake in your own story, not just passing time. Marcus didn't chase techniques, he chased truth. And the truth is, you can only live one moment at a time. So why live any of them halfway? He knew that the mind's default is to drift, but his standard was higher. He returned again and again, not because he was failing, but because he was practicing. And that practice, repeated daily, made his life more whole. This is not a one-time insight. It's a lifetime of choosing to return. When the mind pulls you forward, you come back. When it drags you backward, you come back. When it tries to numb you or frighten you or distract you, you come back. Back to the breath, back to the body, back to the now. Marcus Aurelius didn't preach presence. He lived the discipline of it. He returned to the moment not once, but again and again. And in doing so, he found what so many people never do. The full weight of his own life, lived as it was happening. You've just walked through the mind of a man who ruled an empire but served something far greater: virtue. Marcus Aurelius didn't live to impress. He lived to improve. He didn't preach from a throne. He wrestled with his flaws on the page. And from that struggle, he gave us a manual, not for ancient Rome, but for this exact moment in your life. He taught us to zoom out when ego takes over, to embrace impermanence as a reason to love deeper, not hold tighter, to lead with quiet strength even when no one's clapping, to build an inner citadel that no failure, betrayal, or injustice can shake. He showed us how to use death as a wake-up call, not a fear. How to practice justice in broken systems. How to be mindful, not just when it's peaceful, but especially when it's not. He reminded us that every human is kin, that anger is a choice, that true parenting starts with personal example, that hardship is training, that pleasure can trap us more than pain, that silence can be louder than words, that gratitude is complete only when it asks for nothing back. He lived by a higher standard, not imposed by others, but carved into his conscience. He returned to the moment over and over, not because he was perfect, but because he refused to live distracted. He accepted fate, but never used it as an excuse. And above all, he questioned himself constantly, because pride is the first thing that pulls us off the path. So now it's your turn. What idea struck you the hardest? What lesson are you going to practice starting today? Leave a comment below and share the one Marcus principle you're going to live by this week. Don't just read Stoicism. Live it. Speak it through your actions. And if this journey through his philosophy moved you, if it challenged you, calmed you, or sharpened your thinking, then make sure you subscribe to the channel. There's more timeless wisdom ahead, and you don't want to miss what's coming next. Stay steady, stay awake, and remember, the Stoic path doesn't start in the books, it starts in the mirror.